Bakunin departed Italy in 1867 for Switzerland, but he left behind a dedicated group of Bakuninists who would sow the seeds of an Italian anarchist movement in the coming years. More significantly, his ideas began to spread to France and Spain. In 1868, Bakuninists profited from the precarious situation of the Spanish government. Decades of factionalism had left the kingdom unstable, while long-standing economic problems spurred strikes and peasant uprisings. Military officials hoped to remedy these problems with necessary constitutional reforms, a solution that the government of Queen Isabella II refused to countenance. That September, officers launched a coup against the monarchy and established a more pliable government. Although liberals and centrists hailed it as La Gloriosa, Democratic Republicans remained skeptical. These contentions set the stage for a new round of conflicts between royalists, Republicans, and the military, but they also provided conditions for the spread of worker radicalism. Catalonian artisans took the initiative in 1868 by setting up a central directory in Barcelona to agitate for worker rights and a federal republic. It quickly established relations with the International, forming the Federación Regional Español by 1870. The FRE constituted a blanket organization for Spanish worker groups. It was, however, French and Italian Bakuninists that assisted in organizing it, a factor that would have consequences for the future. 28. Because the International was brought to Spain through the actions of Bakuninists, Spanish labor organizations developed along anarchist lines. Local unions were set up to ensure worker control and autonomy, thereby limiting the power of trade union leaders and the IWMA Central Committee. The structure of the FRE was designed to allow power to flow from the bottom up, and the newspapers run by worker groups promoted Bakuninist principles over Marxist communism. Bakunin's ideas spoke to the emerging industrial working class in Spain as well as the rural bracero. They furnished these groups with a common vocabulary that nurtured an independent identity and radical platform distinct from liberal reformism. Despite the decentralized nature of the peasant and worker unions gathered under the FRE, Bakunin's alliance enjoyed a fair amount of influence. Aliancistas loyal to Bakunin intended to pursue a revolutionary agenda and formed a hidden anarchist faction within the FRE that operated as a secret committee. 29. This strategy had, in fact, been central to Bakunin's plan, although he always hid such aspirations behind a facade of cooperation and common principles. Writing to Marx in late 1868, Bakunin boasted that he was on the verge of fulfilling his internationalist goals. "I am now doing what you started to do more than 20 years ago. I know no other society, no other milieu than the world of the workers." 30. Marx, however, saw things differently. Bakunin presented a clear challenge to his own authority and leadership over the International, and he was not about to tolerate a potential rival. Over the next few years, Marx took steps to alienate Bakunin and pressed the General Council to purge the Bakuninists from its ranks, labeling the International Alliance a secret organization within the IWMA. By 1872, the split became irreconcilable when the Bakuninists were summarily expelled. This gesture appeared to confirm the charges of communist authoritarianism consistently levied by anarchists. Marx fired back, accusing the alliance of seeking to replace the General Council with a personal dictatorship. 31. The recriminations slung back and forth divided the left along both ideological and personal lines. In spite of common outlooks rooted in international organization and emancipation, radicals were unable to agree on what type of community they sought to create. The commanding personalities of leaders like Marx and Bakunin, moreover, did nothing to paper over these divisions. The Paris Commune. The split between communists and anarchists occurred just as events in France rekindled leftist militancy. During the 1860s, student organizations, worker strikes, and the growth of a republican opposition in the imperial legislature all signaled the waning popularity of Napoleon III's Second Empire. Blanqui, by now an elder statesman of the revolutionary tradition, attracted a new generation of young followers who enthusiastically preached political violence and an aggressive atheism in the name of the coming social revolution. 32 Beyond this neo-Jacobin revival, a mix of disgruntled intellectuals and activists. What the Bohemian writer Jules Valles deemed refractaires vented their spleen against the materialism and inequalities of bourgeois life. Rather than accepting the place the world has offered them, desires to make it by themselves, Valles contended. 33 The poet, journalist, and Blanquist sympathizer Eugene Vermersch was more explicit in this revolt against bourgeois life and values, informing his readers that violence was more effective than writing a 1,000-page volume on capital or giving 30 speeches in the provinces. 34 French politics exhibited a broad range of pent-up frustrations and contempt for Bonapartist authoritarianism by the late 1860s. This atmosphere revived political movements dormant since 1848, providing the tinder needed for a widespread conflagration. The spark came in 1870. That July, the government of Napoleon III became embroiled in a war with Prussia through a series of diplomatic missteps. While the French military command assured the emperor of a swift victory, the conflict did not go according to plan. Within a month, the French army had been driven back and the Prussian military was taking significant swaths of French territory. Napoleon III's blunder proved fatal. In September, the Second Empire collapsed under the weight of internal political opposition. Republicans immediately declared a Third Republic and created a government of national defense to take charge of the failing war effort. They made appeals to patriotism and used nationalist rhetoric to rally supporters, attempting to duplicate the heroic wars of the French Revolution nearly a century earlier. However, 1870 was not the French Revolution. Republicans may have preached war to the end, but in reality they were fighting a losing cause, and as the weeks wore on this became evident. By January the new republic was forced to sue for peace and consent to territorial losses and a heavy war indemnity imposed by the new German Empire. 35. France was humiliated by the defeat. Moreover, during the war French citizens had suffered excessive hardship. Paris in particular had been subject to a 4-month siege as the Germans attempted to starve the capital into submission. Parisians faced gas and fuel shortages throughout the winter. Food became scarce. Tales spread of resilient Parisians eating zoo animals and rats to survive. 36 City life was increasingly militarized as citizens joined National Guard battalions and workshops were converted into armament factories. Municipal officials oversaw food rationing and aid, assuming wartime government functions that impacted day-to-day life in the city. Men and women donned military uniforms and found new public roles assisting the defense campaign. Faced with this extreme situation, established institutions and social roles were subject to jarring reversals as Parisians endured the collective experience of wartime privation and suffering. 37. Things hardly improved after the war. The Parisian economy was in shambles and the government seemed to be drifting in a conservative direction. Elections returned former monarchists and provincial notables, generating anxieties over the very existence of the new republic. Heading the government was Adolphe Thiers, an Orleanist who had served under the July monarchy. Thiers characteristically showed little sympathy for the capital, which requested aid and welfare benefits to recover from the siege. Soon enough, the old Parisian radicalism began to show its colors. Republicans and socialists organized clubs and made bold speeches in the streets. By early March, the government suspected that if the situation continued a revolt was bound to break out. Paris was famous for its revolutionary temper, and Thiers was not about to let chaos ensue. He was particularly concerned with the armaments in the city used during the defense. Should these fall into the hands of radicals, it could portend a showdown with the national government. Therefore, on March 18 the army was secretly sent into Paris at night to remove the weapons. The plan was to disarm the city and preempt any potential violence. It failed miserably. When the army tried to remove cannons stationed on the hills of Montmartre, the troops were surrounded by an angry mob, attacked and then butchered in the streets. It seemed to be the French Revolution all over again. 38. Within days, activists of varying stripes, Proudhonists, internationalists, and neo-Jacobins seized control of the city and declared Paris an autonomous commune. The Parisian National Guard assumed responsibility for defense while elections were called to form a municipal government run for the benefit of the working classes. Both the National Guard and the Paris section of the International already possessed organizational structures connected to local neighborhood committees. In essence, the Commune grew out of these pre-existing structures set up during the war. 39 Over the next 2 weeks, an executive commission was created to take control of the ministries and delegate power. Each arrondissement was given representation in the communal council, entailing a strong link between city districts and the central authority. Citizens filled administrative and military posts, attending to public services ranging from social welfare programs like soup kitchens and the distribution of basic resources to education and defense. A commission of labor and exchange pushed through reforms designed to empower producer-owned cooperatives and workshops organized along mutualist lines. Worker control, a long-standing goal of socialists, was momentarily realized as radicals created a government based upon principles of decentralized authority and collective management. 40 Your revolution has a special character that distinguishes it from others, the newspaper La Commune informed its readers on March 19. Its fundamental greatness is that it is made entirely by the people as a collective communal revolutionary uptaking, anonymous, unanimous, and for the first time without leaders. 41. Central to this newfound sense of collective independence was the political empowerment the Commune offered to citizens. Parisians gathered in concert halls, workshops, and churches throughout the city, forming clubs and neighborhood associations. These multiple centers of power became forums for the expression of local concerns and opened up new areas for political engagement and activism. Just like the worker cooperatives and National Guard battalions, clubs facilitated the flow of power from below and ensured that delegates were directly accountable to their constituencies. The Paris Commune presented a radical alternative to established forms of government and power, mixing artisanal socialism with anarchist ideas of self-government and localized autonomy. 42 The new ethos of the revolutionary experiment was expressed in a manifesto issued by the Nicolas Duchamp's Club of the Third Arrondissement that spring: people, govern yourselves through public meeting, through your press. 43. Generations of Marxist and social historians have debated whether and to what extent the Commune characterized a proletarian uprising led by workers against bourgeois authority. 44 While socialist goals were clearly evident among communard activists, what gave the Commune its distinct brand of radicalism was the diverse forms of emancipation it encompassed. With the collapse of French political authority, popular organizations and associations transcending narrow class-based affiliations sprang up across the city. They drew in manual laborers as well as professionals and bohemian intellectuals who identified with the alienation expressed by the working classes. 45 In this respect, the Commune marked a cultural revolution just as much as a political one. Workers and intellectuals mounted open challenges to bourgeois cultural hegemony and authority, taking control of public spaces and institutions that had previously been either monopolized by the state or denied to them. 46 On May 16, the people's conquest of the public assumed an epic quality when a large gathering of communards hoisted ropes around the towering statue of Napoleon on the Place Vendôme and brought the monument tumbling to the ground as an orchestra played the Marseillaise. This act not only dramatized the assertion of popular sovereignty over imperial authority. It witnessed the people collectively reshaping their own national memory and history. The destruction of the Vendôme column gave symbolic form to the promise of a regenerated society over the inequalities and oppression of the past. 47. Chief among those who ordered the destruction of the column was Gustave Courbet, head of the Arts Commission under the Commune and a leading figure of the cultural revolution taking place. That April, Courbet had made demands for the practice of cooperative autonomy within the artistic establishment. The French state traditionally exercised a great deal of influence over the arts through the Academy, the state-run École des Beaux-Arts and the annual Salon exhibition. As a proponent of the new social realist movement, Courbet loathed the insipid and highly stylized academic art sponsored by the Academy. He admired Proudhon and never hid his desires of applying Proudhonist principles to the art world. That April, he announced the creation of a democratically elected Fédération des Artistes with the aim of securing artist control over exhibitions, peer review committees and formal training in the schools. Courbet's plan to democratize the artistic establishment clearly aligned with the principles of autonomy championed by the Commune and reflected Courbet's strong anti-statist attitude and anarchist ideology. 48. Challenges to established social, cultural, and political norms similarly extended to the female question. Associationist activities during the period of the Franco-Prussian War and Commune provided women with opportunities for civic engagement. Women partook in the crowds and clubs, and through this participation defined new public identities for themselves derived from their active support for the war and communal government. The revolutionary concept of citoyenneté was revived. Militants organized all-female battalions and served on local vigilance committees. Activists pressured the Labor Commission to abide by policies of gender equality regarding work and pay. Elizabeth Dmitriev, a Russian-born feminist active in the International, helped establish the Union de Femmes that April with the assistance of the IWMA, creating a body that openly advocated for a broad range of women's issues. Its activities attracted known feminists such as Léotilde Champsiaux and Louise Michel, a provincial schoolteacher who routinely associated with members of the Parisian opposition. Serving in the Montmartre battalion and regularly clad in National Guard uniform, Michel epitomized the image of the female revolutionary, earning her the moniker the Red Virgin. Her activism, social habits, and even dress consciously flouted established gender roles and stereotypes of female domesticity, presenting a model of the new woman the revolution sought to create. 49. Overall, the Commune did not produce any significant legislation specific to the condition of women. Moreover, not all communards embraced the cause of female emancipation nor saw it necessary to challenge traditional gender hierarchies. Nevertheless, the education and labor commissions did enact policies supportive of equal pay and female education. More broadly, the atmosphere of the Commune provided chances for female activism that reshaped discourses of social inclusion and citizenship. Women participated in the outbreaks of violence and the associational life of the clubs. They served the communal cause by taking jobs as ambulance nurses, canteen workers and soldiers. Through this participation, women were able to formulate conceptions of citizenship and claim a public role in the life of the Commune and, by extension, the larger revolutionary project. 50. As one journalist remarked, it seems that see this revolution as precisely their own, and in defending it they defend their own future. 51. Given the various forms emancipation took during the spring of 1871, it is difficult to categorize the Commune as a revolutionary government on the model of the Convention. It possessed multiple points of authority and included socialists, republicans, and anarchists of varying persuasions. Although it drew upon an established revolutionary tradition inclined to associate sovereignty with the assembly of citizens, it also promoted a specific idea of community rooted in local and urban forms of association that clearly possessed international implications. Upon extending citizenship to the German internationalist Leo Frankel, the government used the moment to iterate the Commune's commitment to universal values, declaring, "We consider that the flag of the Commune is that of the Universal Republic." 52. Such rhetoric clearly harkened back to the French Revolution and Anacharsis Clootz. However, the connotations associated with this Universal Republic had undergone significant transformations since the late 18th century. Federation had become a mantra of the Republican and anarchist left. Radicals were proposing a novel type of social organization built upon networks of mutual aid societies, political clubs, and cooperatives in place of state authority. These associations, organized at the municipal level, would function as self-governing collectivities and progressively extend outward to form an international confederation of autonomous municipalities and departments uniting humanity in an imagined universal republic. 53. It was a republican model liberated from the national mold, as the Communard Elysée Reclus explained. Boundaries must be abolished, those limits and frontiers that make enemies out of sympathetic people. Our rallying cry is no longer "Long live the Republic" but "Long live the Universal Republic." 54. Concepts of individual freedom and local autonomy were never divorced from desires for international solidarity. The Commune fused these dual ideas of community together in a vision of an anarchist utopia consisting of self-regulating governments and worker-controlled industries. This formula of local liberty and international unity was believed to be the kernel of a reconstituted social order that would herald the true social republic. For the internationalist Pierre Vassinier, the revolutionary attributes of this program were incontestable. The Commune must replace the old world and became the base of a new world, he affirmed. 55. In reality, however, this ideal was far from absolute. From the minute radicals seized power in March, the Commune was on a war footing. The French national government, reconvening in Versailles, had every intention of reasserting control over Paris and was willing to wage war to do so. By mid-April, Parisian officials began to fear that the decentralized nature of the communal government was ill-equipped to deal with the needs of defense. Calls for a committee of public safety were put forward, sparking a debate regarding the very identity of the Commune itself. Neo-Jacobins had little qualms with authorizing a defense committee to manage the war effort. Almost from the start, Blanquists sought to exert control over National Guard battalions in preparation for a seizure of power carried out by radical paramilitaries. 56 Raoul Rigaud, a student activist and devotee of Blanqui, had taken the post of chief of police in anticipation of just such a denouement. Others, however, heeded warnings about imitating the past and readily opposed those calling for a new 93. Allusions to the terror and Jacobin dictatorship ran the risk of alienating international sympathy for the Communard cause and would only prove its detractors correct. Critics urged fellow communards to reject the violence of the past and emphasized the novelty of what the Commune sought to achieve. "Let us abandon revenge, retaliation, violence," admonished Courbet. "Let us establish a new order of events that belongs to us and that comes from us alone." 57 Opinion was divided, but as the Commune increasingly faced the threat of invasion, more radical propositions won out. A 5-member committee of public safety was voted in early May, and Blanquists seized the opportunity to round up any and all suspected enemies, holding priests and clerical officials as hostages. 58 This vicious anti-clerical purge was a precursor of events to come. By late May, the war was brought into the heart of the city. National troops stormed Paris, taking back the city street by street. The so-called Bloody Week of May saw the wholesale slaughter of Communard radicals as Paris was bled white, according to the writer Edmond de Goncourt. In turn, Communards responded by executing political prisoners, burning down any building they were forced to abandon, and unleashing a violent reign of terror. This devastating civil war culminated in the Père Lachaise cemetery on May 28, when the victorious government troops forced the last pockets of resistance to surrender. Upon surrendering, some 150 National Guardsmen were led unarmed into the cemetery, lined up against a wall, and summarily shot. By the conclusion, approximately 15,000 Parisians had been killed. The city itself was in ruins, radicals had fled into exile or been shot, and France was left deeply divided. Lasting a mere 72 days, the Paris Commune was nonetheless a turning point in Europe's revolutionary heritage. Preoccupied with war and defense, communards had few opportunities to enact meaningful social legislation or establish concrete political institutions reflecting their radical programs. Differences between neo-Jacobins, socialists, and anarchists equally militate against any type of uniform revolutionary project. Yet it was precisely this diversity that characterized the Commune's novelty. As Bakunin claimed, the Commune was a revolt against the bête noire of authoritarian communism, as radicals renounced all theory and sought to regenerate society by the spontaneous and continued action of the masses, the groups and associations of the people. 59 Ideas favoring local autonomy and collective participation were on full display, exhibiting an array of leftist activities that defied strict organization or firm leadership. Although short-lived, the Commune was an anarchist utopia that momentarily saw the people assume power over the institutions governing daily life. It infused desires for autonomy and local forms of community with political meaning, championing an idea of emancipation that was collectivist in practice while individualist in spirit. Propaganda of the deed. The Commune was a beginning, not an end, For many radicals, anarchists watched with enthusiasm as the communards waged war against the state, and they collectively suffered the indignation of defeat that May. Publicists assured, however, that the communard cause was not in vain. Putting pen to paper that June, Bakunin drafted a lengthy eulogy of the failed uprising, hailing its achievements and condemning its brutal suppression. In his opinion, the coming social revolution would signal the resurrection of Paris as the solidarity of free people triumphed over the oppression of authority and enslavement. 60 Unfortunately, Bakunin never lived to see his prophesied revolution. He died in Bern, Switzerland, in 1876, living out his life in exile to the end. His revolutionary adventurism and commitment to radical freedom over the course of his life had made a name for Bakunin internationally. Yet none of his revolutionary exploits ever managed to bear substantial fruit. Herzen summed up Bakunin best, describing him as a Columbus without an America. 61 Bakunin was however correct to see the Commune as the point of departure for future revolutions. Revolutionaries of the coming decades would look back to the Commune as a source of inspiration. The Italian anarchist Andrea Costa was not exaggerating when he claimed it was on the cadaver of the Commune fecund in its ruins that we pledged ourselves to the struggle between the old spirit and the new. It was from the blood of the slain communards that the omens were drawn. 62. That the Paris Commune acquired international significance in its wake was hardly surprising. In the immediate aftermath of Bloody Week, Marx delivered an address before the IWMA General Council declaring that the Commune was not a pale imitation of the French Revolution but a harbinger of the proletarian social revolution to come. Whether or not Marx was correct, radicals throughout Europe identified with the fallen communards and their cause, and for good reason. The Commune had never been a wholly French affair to begin with. In the spring of 1871, internationalists had flocked to Paris to participate in the revolution. Many of the activists who took up arms were allied with the IWMA. In demonstrations of international solidarity, workers in London staged marches in Hyde Park waving banners emblazoned with Vive la Commune and Long Live the Universal Republic. The widespread support for the Commune and the publicity it attracted bolstered leftist activism and popularized anarchist ideas among an international audience. 2 months of fighting have done more than 23 years of propaganda, claimed the French anarchist Paul Brousse. 63. Figure 15 Paris under the Commune, 1871 Copyright the British Library Board. Brousse was not mistaken, and this conclusion would illuminate a troubling tendency among anarchist thinkers. By its very nature, a political movement vested in ideas of decentralization and anti-authoritarianism did not lend itself to disciplined organization and leadership structures. Contrary to Marxist prescriptions of mass organization and propaganda, Bakuninists favored small conspiratorial coteries that would guide the people in determining their own future. As Bakunin instructed his disciples, there is no need to recruit an army, since your army is the people. What we must form are general staffs, a network well organized and inspired by the leaders of the popular movement. 64 As a consequence, anarchist cooperatives and networks tended to be diffuse and loose-knit. Given these circumstances, the question naturally arose how anarchists were expected to compete with communists and mobilize support for the revolutionary cause. According to Bakunin, the answer was in revolutionary action itself. We must spread our principles, not with words but with deeds, for this is the most popular, the most potent and the most irresistible form of propaganda. 65. This strategy constituted a central tenet of the emerging anarchist philosophy. The cult of violence and guerrilla warfare were the essential tactics of the anarchist revolutionary. In the immediate aftermath of the Commune, anarchists in Spain were developing these very ideas. The struggles between Spanish monarchists and republicans had broken into a full-fledged civil war by 1873. Radical Republican Federalists encouraging calls for cantonal autonomy launched an armed resistance that summer in Cartagena that quickly spread through the south. Cantonalist insurgents seized control of municipalities and waged war against government forces. The FRE, racked by internal squabbles between authoritarian and anti-authoritarian factions, surprisingly played a minimal role in these uprisings, although foreign anarchists attempted to rally supporters to the Federalist platform. 66 Bruce, active in Barcelona, appealed to radicals, urging them to participate. Revolutionary propaganda is made not only by the pen and spoken word, he asserted, it is above all made in the open, in the midst of the piled-up paving stones of the barricades. 67 The appeal failed, and the anarchists suffered a wave of repression at the hands of the Spanish state once the revolt was quelled, driving the FRE underground. Between 1874 and 1877, a similar phenomenon occurred in Italy. Bakunin and his associates staged an abortive uprising in Bologna that rapidly fizzled out due to lack of mass support and organization. Over the next few years, the leaders of the Bakuninist wing Carlo Cafiero and Enrico Malatesta worked to revive the movement and in 1877 planned to foment a guerrilla peasant uprising in the mountainous region of the Benevento. The attempt was part of a strategy to use local revolts in encouraging mass revolutionary uprising. Rebels in a few villages heeded the call and proceeded to burn public records and proclaim a social republic, but they were quickly suppressed by authorities. Cafiero and Malatesta fled and the Interior Ministry used the disturbance to dissolve the Italian branch of the International and break up radical organizations. 68 Faced with state repression and the onset of an economic depression in 1873 that temporarily muted worker militancy, radicals were at a loss. Activists were eager to breathe new life into what they perceived to be a deteriorating situation. Falling back on the model of the Paris Commune, anarchists argued that only violent actions and dramatic gestures would keep the movement alive. Such assessments found acceptance among anarchist luminaries based in Switzerland during the 1870s. Bakunin had first mobilized clockmakers in the Jura region and won them over to his anarchist ideas. Chaux-de-Fonds, the central town of the Jura clockmaking industry, became an ideological center of European anarchism over the decade that served as a magnet for political exiles and communard refugees. The Jura Federation, as the exilic community was branded, drew together a cosmopolitan group of intellectuals committed to working out the practical and theoretical aspects of anarchist socialism and trying to accomplish something that will last. As Peter Kropotkin stated. 69 Kropotkin himself was one of the leading Jura personalities, having arrived in 1877. Son of an aristocratic family, Kropotkin abandoned a promising career in geography to pursue politics, falling in with Russian populists and eventually earning himself a jail sentence in 1874. By the 1880s, Kropotkin would become one of the foremost anarchist theorists of his generation. He gained a reputation as a radical thinker through articles published regularly in newspapers like the Jura Bulletin, the French newspaper L'Avant-Garde and his own Le Revolt. These articles furnished the basis for later books like The Conquest of Bread and Mutual Aid, both of which would contribute to a growing corpus of anarchist texts. Figure 16 Peter Alexeyevich Kropotkin. Copyright the British Library Board. By the time Kropotkin took up residence in the Jura, the anarchist circle was on the verge of collapse. The cooperatives they had organized were failing and the anarchist sections possessed only a few resolute adherents. More disturbing was the leadership's noticeable lack of connection with the Swiss workers. 70 Conscious of the need to revive the movement, Kropotkin sought to gain support from larger audiences, and, as he claimed, there is nothing like courage to win over the people. Words became lost in the air like the empty chiming of bells. Action and vigorous political engagement were the essential components of a successful revolutionary movement. As he saw it, a single deed was better propaganda than thousands of pamphlets. 71 This position was distilled into a simple philosophy, propaganda of the deed. For Kropotkin, this deed was equated with heroic self-sacrifice and the demonstration of anarchist principles in action. It is especially in taking an active part in the daily affairs of the commune that we can demonstrate in a visible and comprehensible manner all the evils of present-day society and the advantages of applying our economic and political principles, he instructed his cohorts in 1878 when publicizing the views of Paul Brousse. Local self-governance, as he saw it, offered an excellent ground for the propaganda of collectivism. 72. This was not to say that Kropotkin did not also see the propagandistic value of violent uprisings and assassinations, both of which he endorsed alongside collectivist action. These debates circulated among anarchist networks and took center stage at an international congress called in Bern in 1876. Militants worried over the declining stature of anarchism rallied to a program of violent action and guerrilla tactics. The insurrectionary deed was the most effective means of propaganda, Malatesta and Cafiero argued, because it alone animated the living force of humanity. 73. Such views stemmed from anarchist understandings of human nature, which was believed to be fundamentally moral and good. Capitalism exercised a corrupting influence on the individual, making people selfish, greedy, and dependent. Once people were liberated from the capitalist state, these vulgar impulses would disappear. It was this underlying belief in humanity that guided anarchist philosophy, and it was, at base, spontaneous revolutionary action alone that would liberate man's true nature. Inherent within this position was, however, an irresolvable contradiction that stabbed at the heart of militant revolutionary ideology, creating a world free of force and coercion condoned and even necessitated the use of unrestrained terror and violence to achieve it. In their quest for a more just world, revolutionaries endorsed shock, intimidation, and murder against any and all perceived enemies of the people. Not all anarchists agreed with these proposals. By the late 1870s, various anarchists were seeking to shift toward more conventional forms of organizations, fearing militant policies would only further alienate the movements and invite state repression. As well, conspirators like Malatesta and Cafiero preached spontaneous revolt and revolutionary violence, but they quickly learned that putting such ideas into practice was easier said than done. Their failed attempts offered a hard lesson in the gap separating ideology and reality, motivating a turn toward organization and publication in later years. Theorists such as Kropotkin made names for themselves celebrating the propaganda of the deed, but in the end these prescriptions remain theoretical. Rarely did leading anarchist writers attempt to put their theories into action. Oftentimes, it was others who lacked the eloquence and sophistication of writers like Kropotkin who took up the call to action. In 1886, Parisians stood aghast as a man sitting in the galleries of the Paris Stock Exchange threw a bottle of vitriol at the stockbrokers and fired gunshots in the name of anarchist revolution. 74 Occurrences such as these increasingly eclipsed the more benign and activist-oriented focus of anarchism, equating it with violence and terror in the popular imagination. In 1891, a series of bombs were detonated outside the homes of government officials in Paris. Upon investigation it was discovered that this anonymous bombing campaign had been carried out by a single culprit, François Ravicole. Ravicole was a worker, although his employment record indicated he had never managed to hold down steady employment. To make ends meet, he turned to theft, murder, and grave robbing. When questioned by authorities, he admitted to these unseemly activities with pride, depicting himself as a modern-day Robin Hood who stole from the rich. His bombing campaign had been motivated by revenge against an unjust bourgeois state, he told authorities at his trial. He openly identified as an anarchist, averring he was a political prisoner fighting inequality and oppression. The authorities were not swayed and Ravicole was executed. The Ravicole affair, however, became a cause célèbre. At meetings, French anarchists praised Ravicole as a martyr. He attained the status of a folk hero, inspiring a popular song, La Ravicole, with its refrain "Long live the sound of explosions, so it will be." Over the next 4 years, other inspired individuals would perpetrate similar acts of terrorism, targeting police stations, cafes and even the chambers of the National Assembly, where in 1893 Auguste Valiant, a down-and-out work claiming to avenge Ravicole, detonated a homemade explosive filled with nails and shrapnel. 75. Prominent anarchist theorists were loath to condone such behavior. Jean Grave, a leading anarchist publicist in Paris, affirmed his commitment to complete and perpetual revolt but discouraged anarchists from indulging in unconscious revolt which strikes out blindly under the impulse of a momentary anger. 76 Kropotkin himself repudiated Ravachol, urging it is not by these heroic acts that revolutions are made. 77 Anarchists across Europe denounced the unsettling trend of blind terror and destruction infecting the movement. It is necessary that we are not ourselves auxiliaries to the current opinion which regards dynamite as synonymous with anarchism, Ricardo Mella implored his fellow Spanish anarchists in 1892.78. Yet if leaders condemned blind terror, there remained little they could do to enforce this ruling. The movement had no centralized leadership and was dominated by autonomous militant groups free to pursue their own agendas. Moreover, leading anarchist spokespeople were missing a key point. Ravachol and others were indicative of a new phenomenon, closet anarchists. The advent of dynamite in the late 1880s placed the means of mass destruction in the hands of lone individuals and small groups. It was relatively easy to manufacture and transport, earning the epithet the poor man's weapon. More generally, anarchist theory celebrated the lone revolutionary as a hero willing to carry out the deed. This mentality was certainly appealing to isolated and impoverished individuals like Ravachol. Workers alienated from society, stricken by poverty and with little to look forward to in their daily lives discovered a sense of purpose in anarchism. Was it impossible to think that their act might be the spark that would ignite a world revolution, that they might be the one to redeem mankind and lead him toward salvation? Under the circumstances, sacrificing oneself on the altar of anarchism amounted to a noble act. For lone actors, anarchism could and did translate into an expression of rage at perceived injustices and inequalities. For common criminals, it justified petty crimes and even murder against social betters in the name of higher ideals. 79. During the 1880s and 1890s, similar acts were perpetrated across European cities. In Spain, small extremists associations were organized to execute acts of terror against public officials and state institutions. These attentat-style tactics resulted in carnage in September 1893 when anarchists threw a bomb during an official military inspection in Barcelona, killing bystanders and injuring the Spanish General Martínez Campos, the intended target of the attack. A month later, a second bomb was tossed in the Barcelona Opera House during an evening performance of Rossini's William Tell, killing 22 and wounding 50. The following February, French anarchist Émile Henry detonated a bomb at the popular Café Terminus located in the Gare Saint-Lazare in Paris, killing one person and wounding dozens. These acts of terror against civilians deeply shocked European public opinion. The targets had not been politicians, but ordinary people socializing in public places. A wave of panic ensued and state authorities responded with severe crackdowns on all leftist and militant organizations. Anarchist leaders had warned against the inevitable backlash that terrorism would bring, and during the 1890s their fears proved warranted. Anarchists increasingly became seen as nothing but miscreants who are now aspiring to terrorize the world, as one journalist wrote in 1894, the very dregs of the population 80. Map 9 Major Acts of Terrorism, 1856 to 1914. The size of the point indicates frequency of terrorist attempts. Public opinion was also galvanized by the ability of terrorist perpetrators to target high-level officials. In 1894, an Italian anarchist stabbed and killed the French President Sidi Carnot during a scheduled public appearance in Lyon. 3 years later, a gunman posing as an Italian journalist shot and killed the Spanish Prime Minister Antonio Canovas del Castillo while he was vacationing with his wife in the Basque Mountains. Anarchist assassins similarly claimed the lives of the Habsburg Empress Elizabeth and King Umberto I of Italy, and anarchist conspirators were implicated in 2 failed assassination attempts on the German Kaiser Wilhelm I between 1894 and 1916. 6 heads of states and various public officials would fall victim to the propaganda of the deed, among them the great liberator Tsar Alexander II. Since the 1860s, Alexander had pushed through modernizing reforms that had abolished serfdom, reduced noble privilege and reordered various legal and governmental institutions in the empire. These reform packages had spurred young Russian populists into action, encouraging them to go to the people and develop the peasant socialism that Narodniks believed natural to Russia. Student activism failed, however, to generate a mass movement, while the rural peasantry proved reluctant to heed the guidance of urban elites dressed in peasant costume. By the 1870s, radicals expressed disillusion with their efforts to reform the people and were resentful of the autocracy's failure to make good on its promise of liberalization. In 1866, a radical associated with the Ishultin group fired on Tsar Alexander in the Summer Gardens, signaling a turn toward more extremist methods. The figure of the lone provocateur increasingly replaced grassroots organization as a means of effecting social change. Young radicals drafted revolutionary catechism preaching revolution and terror, giving rise to militants like Sergei Nechayev and his ilk. 81 Extremists and maximalists rhapsodized on the virtues of political violence to further social justice, rendering terror an integral part of the moral economy of Russian radicals. 82 In 1880, Nikolai Morozov outlined the new revolutionary movement at hand in a pamphlet with the provocative title The Terrorist Struggle. Morozov's branding of combatants as terrorists was quite novel and suggested a method and ideology distinct from the more general terror of the French Revolution. 83 It was also notable because Morozov belonged to Narodnaya Volia, an underground paramilitary organization committed to putting this form of terrorism into action. The strategy of the Narodnaya Volia was simple: use assassinations and scare tactics to paralyze the autocracy and commence revolution. It was anarchism pure and simple, and in this respect secret radical organizations like Narodnaya Volia openly declared war on the imperial state. In March of 1881, Tsar Alexander was making a routine military inspection in St. Petersburg when members of Narodnaya Volia threw a bomb into his carriage, blowing it to pieces. Alexander, his legs severed and his stomach disemboweled by the blast, was rushed to the Winter Palace. 2 decades previous, he had signed the Emancipation Act in the very same building. Now the great liberator was receiving his last rites in it. Following the assassination, the new Tsar Alexander III ratcheted up state censorship and surveillance, engendering a war between the imperial bureaucracy and political extremists that would continue until the turn of the century. This war on terror was one detail in a larger struggle between states and anarchist terrorism during the 1890s. In Spain, a special police unit, the Brigada Social, was created to investigate bombings and prosecute terrorists. Special laws passed in 1894 and 1896 permitted the government to disrupt anarchist activities and working-class organizations indiscriminately. 84 These actions were replicated and expanded upon elsewhere, in some cases compelling state authorities to create international policing agencies and cooperate with authorities abroad. 85 In November 1898, an international congress was convened in Rome by the European powers to address the anarchist threat, with proposals given for staunching the flow of anarchist periodicals and ending asylum for political prisoners that facilitated the creation of conspiratorial societies abroad. These cooperative efforts were largely unsuccessful, but it did not prevent states from pursuing independent measures to bolster internal security and insulate themselves from the anarchist peril. Governments compiled registers of known anarchist suspects, preparing dossiers with biographic information, physical descriptions, and profile photographs. Changes in state surveillance accompanied changes in immigration policy as well. In 1905, Britain, traditionally a haven for asylum seekers, passed the Aliens Act, which established a system of modern immigration control and facilitated extradition procedures for anarchist suspects. 86 Leftist organizations across the continent confronted severe laws that constrained their activities and subjected them to extra-legal punishment. In meeting the challenges posed by the threat of international anarchist terror, authorities began to establish the architecture of a global security network that exists to this day. The making of an anarchist community. Beginning in the late 1870s, the anniversary of the Paris Commune became an annual celebration observed by partisans of the left. Leading radical figures gave speeches at these gatherings, expressing sympathy for oppressed workers and urging audiences to remember the communards. Revolutionary songs were sung and familiar slogans chanted. These fetes were staged in cities across the world as a testament to the international dimensions of radical liberation. The Commune became a collective symbol of the international left, a means of honoring fallen heroes and keeping the fight alive. Causes ranging from worker empowerment to feminism drew upon and perpetuated the symbols and rhetoric of radical internationalism, generating a global radical movement extending from Europe to the Middle East and Americas. 87 During the 1890s, the Red Virgin Louise Michel re-emerged as a spokeswoman for the international feminist movement by delivering speeches in France and England. After fighting in the Commune, Michel had been exiled to New Caledonia with other fellow communards. There, she had taken an interest in the plight of the native Kanak people and made connections between the colonized natives and the oppression of French workers. 88 This experience imparted a more global and universal scope to her radicalism. The revolution is larger, it includes the world, she insisted in 1895, it is not only against Caesars but against everything which limits the happiness of man. 89. While the IWMA may have been suited for the task of directing a global radical movement, Marx and Engels abruptly moved to kill the organization in 1872. Weary of the ceaseless factionalism and infighting, Marx motioned to transfer the IWMA headquarters to New York, knowing quite well this decision would divide the organization and prompt its dissolution. The International limped on for another 4 years, but in the end Marx attained the end of slavery, as he put it. 90 By the 1870s, anarchism was well positioned to supplant the IWMA and brand itself as an anti-authoritarian international. Bakuninists had successfully established branches in Spain and Italy, giving the socialist movements in these countries a patently anarchist character. Anarchism also had a flexible ideology sensitive to the particular circumstances found in proto-industrial countries. Unlike socialism, it was not exclusively oriented toward a skilled labor force. Its growing popularity among rural agitators gave it a broader appeal outside industrialized countries, while migrant laborers, a growing portion of the global workforce by the late 19th century, espoused anarchist ideas and carried them across borders. 91 As the first transnational movement organized from below, anarchism progressed in tandem with the evolution of transnational labor migrations and global capitalism. 92 Facing persecution and the threat of arrest at home, anarchist ideologues were equally mobile, and their peregrinations helped transform anarchism into a mass social movement with a global reach. 93 During the 1870s and 1880s, Italian anarchists left the peninsula and took up residence across Europe, the Americas, and North Africa. 94 The internationalist Niccolò Converti fled Italy in 1887 to avoid imprisonment for his journalistic activities. Arriving in Tunisia, he founded the anarchist organ El Operaio, which attracted an audience in both North Africa and southern Italy. Converti's experience was not unique. Fleeing Italy in 1878, Enrico Malatesta went to Egypt, where he would remain for the next 5 years. On the banks of the Nile, he discovered a thriving anarchist community directed by Italian migrant laborers and exiles. Political clubs in Alexandria discussed the latest international news, while underground anarchist printers freely circulated newspapers in Cairo among the European population. By the turn of the century, Arab journalists were printing socialist articles and disseminating these ideas among a rising generation of Egyptian radicals and nationalists. 95 Departing Africa, Malatesta moved through Romania, Switzerland, France, and England, where he collaborated with anarchist exiles like himself. By the mid-1880s, he was busy setting up militant worker unions in Argentina. The preoccupations of men like Converti and Malatesta revealed that Italian anarchism was a transnational movement spread through exile and diaspora. 96 Their activities challenged popular perceptions of Italian revolutionaries clinging to overly idealistic views of spontaneous uprising informed by earlier Carbonari and Mazzanist prescriptions. Failed uprisings and police pressure at home motivated anarchists to go abroad, where they applied themselves to the hard work of political organization and journalism to mobilize supporters. 97 French, German, Belgian, and Spanish radicals were no different. England was a particularly popular destination for political refugees attempting to avoid capture. Some 3,500 people fled to England after the suppression of the Commune. This number increased as governments across Europe cracked down on radical organizations in the coming decades. French anarchists ran newspapers, participated in labor organizations and took jobs as language teachers, bakers, and construction workers in London to make ends meet. 98 The London-based German Communist Workers' Education Society provided German socialists with a support network upon arrival, but it equally serviced French refugees and furnished an environment in which Poles, Russians, Italians, French and German radicals congregated. 99 Émigré socialization extended to organizing anarchist meetings, running mutual aid societies and publishing short-lived newspapers that were smuggled abroad when possible. The Rose Street Club in Soho and the Autonomy Club located on Charlotte Street were popular meeting places for London's polyglottic revolutionary community, but they were two among many. Clubs and meeting houses were an important aspect of exile life. Members and guests discussed politics, read newspapers, and even put on plays and performances with anarchist themes. These extra-political activities played a key role not only in spreading anarchist ideas and forms of organization, but also in establishing a subculture and community shared among militants of different national backgrounds. 100. By the 1880s, Paris sported a significant number of enclaves that nourished a strong anarchist culture through political clubs, cabaret performances, and a host of popular newspapers. Between 1880 and 1900, approximately 15 anarchist groups existed in the city comprising about 500 members in total. This relatively small membership belied, however, the extent and reach of anarchist influences in Europe's famed revolutionary capital. 101 Newspapers and print media circulated among the popular classes outside clubs and organizations. Jean Grave, a shoemaker and former communard, edited the newspaper Le Revolt from his headquarters in the Latin Quarter. With well-established connections to international anarchist luminaries like Elisee Reclus and Kropotkin, Grave commonly presented readers with the most up-to-date views on the anarchist movement and saw himself as a chief publicist for the cause both in France and abroad. His plain style of prose and use of colloquial speech attracted a broad international readership while his fiery rhetoric bristled with all the fury for which anarchists were becoming notorious. 102 Revolution, he informed readers, must bring about a complete transformation of all social relations, a sweeping away of all present institutions. 103 Like many of his cohorts, Grave looked ahead to the coming storm, but he never abandoned his veneration for the French revolutionary tradition. Anarchism was interpreted as the logical extension of the Great Revolution, a movement heralding the completion of its lofty principles. 104. Grave's network of friends and collaborators extended beyond the explicit world of politics to French artistic and literary circles. Grave's scandalous book The Moribund Society and Anarchism was prefaced by the writer and art critic Octave Mirbeau, a self-declared anarchist sympathizer. Critics like Mirbeau and Félix Finian championed movements such as neo-impressionism and social realism as veritable anarchist movements in their own rights. They linked rebellion against established art forms with the violence and search for social justice that anarchism embodied. In 1884, self-identified anarchist artists such as Paul Signac and Camille Pissarro joined together in the Société d'Artistes Indépendants, a collective dedicated to aesthetic experimentation that would organize independent art exhibitions and put the principle of artist control into practice. 105 These efforts, harkening back to Courbet's Artist Federation during the Commune, celebrated the radical freedom promised by anarchism and inscribed it within the contexts of destabilizing aesthetic standards and artistic expression that fueled modernism and the avant-garde at the turn of the century. 106 The link between the arts and revolution was not lost on leading anarchist theorists either. Kropotkin readily urged artists and writers to apply their talents in the service of the revolution. The arts have a mission to accomplish for the achievement of the future society, he affirmed. 107. Anarchism was a cultural movement just as much as a political one. 108 This culture extended from elite to popular society, and in many instances had the potential to bridge the two. A common stock of myths, slogans, symbols, and practices shaped an anarchist subculture shared by itinerant exiles and people coming from different national and social backgrounds. The press also played a critical role in broadcasting anarchist ideas and popularizing its heroes and martyrs to an international audience. In 1887, anarchists accused of detonating an explosive at Haymarket Square in Chicago during a labor protest were put on trial and hanged. Newspapers across the world carried stories of the trial and printed the defendants' impassioned speeches denouncing the state and all forms of social injustice. Portraits of the 8 anarchist culprits were circulated in the press, depicting them as martyrs for the cause of universal freedom. Anarchists raised collections for the families of the martyrs while clubs across Europe organized public demonstrations of support, chanting slogans such as "Eternal Praise to the Chicago Martyrs." Love live anarchy. Long live the social revolution. 109 The event spurred an International Day of Recognition, with the 1st of May chosen by leftist organizations to commemorate victims of injustice and promote international solidarity. 110 Commonly referred to as May Day, International Workers' Day quickly became another commemorative ritual in the political culture of the global left. Commemorations, newspapers, common practices of association and a shared corpus of works translated into multiple languages constituted the glue that bound the anarchist movement together across continents. These cultural forms helped create and sustain an imagined transnational community that reinforced ties between mobile revolutionaries across diverse centers of activity. 111 Even if the International had ceased to exist, anarchists continued to share in a common ideology and culture that transcended national borders, strengthening perceptions of a universal republic rooted in humanitarian and emancipatory values. The left and the revolutionary tradition reconsidered. Celebrations of global fraternity and solidarity could not, however, expunge the persistent shadow of terror and political violence that lingered over anarchist politics. The brutal tactics directed against politicians and civilians alike put the left in a new situation. Socialists and labor organizers claiming to fight against injustice and inequality were compelled to denounce anarchist bombings as incompatible with their basic values. Terrorism proved counterproductive, as states began taking a harsher stance on all types of political organization, seeing worker protests and strikes as possible hotbeds of anarchist radicalism. As early as the 1880s, many leftists committed to improving labor conditions and achieving social equality were beginning to tone down their radical rhetoric. To save socialism and maintain it as a just cause required dissociating it from the anarchist rabble. It meant organizing workers, not blowing up buildings, pressing for incremental and tangible changes, not overthrowing society. In short, anarchist violence was pushing socialist leaders to reconsider their own tactics and objectives, generating support for reformist, legalitarian and gradualist platforms. Socialists subsequently organized respectable political parties that would seek to win votes and gain a voice in parliaments. Many of these leaders themselves were not necessarily factory workers, but journalists and politicians. While they still employed the rhetoric of class struggle and worker revolution, their actions were becoming less radical and more in tune with bourgeois parliamentary politics. Socialism was becoming a normalized political movement like any other, albeit one that spoke for workers and social reform. The social revolution would still come, they claimed, but in the distant future. In the meantime, it was better to work for practical goals at hand and improve the situation of workers who, as electoral reforms proceeded apace, were now becoming political constituents. To hardline radicals, this position was nothing short of a betrayal. However, it was difficult to argue with the results obtained by socialist moderates. In 1902, the historian and former Republican Jean Jaurès assumed leadership of the French socialists. Elected to parliament, he assembled a strong coalition under the Bloc de Gauche that was able to negotiate social legislation. The German Social Democratic Party was even more impressive. As a political party, it relied upon grassroots organization and trade union connections to become a leading party in the Reichstag. By 1912, it was the largest parliamentary party and achieved a variety of social and political reforms at the state level. While German socialists preached Marxist revolution, their actions were quite different. They organized social welfare programs for workers, sponsored adult education courses, opened libraries, and had their own newspaper. Through these types of activities, they were able to command the loyalty of the German workers, making them an influential political presence in the German Reich. 112. Even anarchist organizers saw the utility of distancing themselves from terrorist groups and directing their energies toward organization and collective action. Exiles in England had been impressed by the labor militancy of the late 1880s and the ability of trade union leaders to mobilize large shows of support. The dock strike of 1889, in which some 100,000 strikers took on employers and garnered national sympathy for their cause, was commended by ideologues like Kropotkin and Malatesta and drew praise from radical newspapers like Freedom, The Torch, and The Tocsin, run by the French exile Charles Méliteau, who counseled his fellow anarchists to rethink their aversion to trade unions. Enter them, he implored, not so much to dissolve them but to transform them from top to bottom and raise an army of insurgents. 113. French anarchists obliged. In 1895, French organizers formed the Confédération Générale du Travail, a labor federation focused on trade unionism. The CGT retained an anarchistic sentiment in its opposition to the state and its commitment to revolutionary liberation. However, its methods derived from trade union organization. Social theorists like Georges Sorel criticized revolutionary violence and the Jacobin tradition, arguing that one could not simply liquidate the present order through hasty methods and revolutionary tribunals. 114. Sorel gave this rejection of revolutionary violence and dictatorship a new term, syndicalism. Syndicalism preached collective labor action, not lone adventurism. Rather than the propaganda of the deed, syndicalism saw the general strike as the most effective means of overthrowing capitalism and challenging the state. It proposed direct worker control and the reorganization of society around the structures of unions and labor councils, adhering to an anti-authoritarian platform that replaced the commune with the trade union. Syndicalists did not align themselves with the reform-minded socialists who collaborated with the government. They did, however, seek to organize labor with the goal of effecting revolutionary change. The strike was the means to this end. If controversies over propaganda of the idea and propaganda of the deed had divided anarchist circles of the 1880s and 1890s, syndicalism offered an alternative tactic and rhetoric that were anarchist in spirit and focused on positive social change through collective organization. By 1900, organizations like the CGT and the Federation of Workers in Spain were on the ascent and imparted a new radicalism to organized labor. 115. It was evident that the left was in a period of transition. Nowadays parliamentary socialists no longer entertain the idea of insurrection, Sorel claimed. If they still occasionally speak of it, it is merely to give themselves airs of importance. They teach that the ballot box has replaced the gun. Eschewing Jacobin-style revolutionary dictatorship as a means of viable social change, Sorel and his followers sought to outline a third way between the old revolutionary tradition and the moderate socialism and middle-class cowardice of parliamentarians. 116. This approach raised questions regarding the cult of violence and the very methods and ideologies central to European radicalism since 1789. The rhetoric and practices of radical movements were changing. The revolutionary script was undergoing a process of revision and re-evaluation. On January 22, 1905, a crowd gathered at the Levallois-Perret cemetery in Paris to pay their last respects to Louise Michel. The legendary Red Virgin of the Commune, Michel had been an icon of the radical left throughout the last quarter of the 19th century, and her funeral was certain to serve as a moment to commemorate the communard cause and by extension the revolutionary tradition itself. Although all the major left newspapers carried her obituary and those in attendance gave moving speeches, references to the Paris Commune and its legacy were noticeably muted. The socialist organ El Humanite remarked tepidly on the importance of the Commune as a period of transition between the era of traditional and classic revolution and the current era of social transformation. Others extolled the heroism of the communards. Yet many were hesitant to illustrate or draw out any concrete lessons that the experience of the Commune held for the current situation. If the Commune's symbolic importance was recognized, speakers nonetheless appeared to agree that it belonged to a former era and could not serve as a blueprint for the future. In a period when workers were forming their own political parties and labor organizers were pursuing legal avenues of opposition and reformist platforms, French critics were reluctant to revive the bloody memories of the Commune as a model of action. 117. The French left was seemingly losing its appetite for revolution. By the turn of the century, the French Revolution was undergoing a process of demystification as leftist critics and intellectuals attempted to shape new forms of political engagement through party affiliations and strikes. They found it essential to distance themselves from the old revolutionary tradition and assenter the French Revolution as the common historical reference point of the left. 118. Coincidentally, the same day Michel was interred, workers in Russia began staging protests and defying state authority, portending a general political crisis for the Tsarist autocracy. Such contrasts were certainly a telling sign of the times. Conclusion. Writing toward the end of his life, Bakunin gave what might arguably be considered a succinct declaration of his radical political philosophy. Revolution requires extensive and widespread destruction, a fecund and renovating destruction, since in this way, and only in this way, are new worlds born. 119. Bakunin came of age in a period where memories of the French Revolution continued to exercise a powerful influence over generations of radical thinkers and romantics. Yet by his death, the centrality of the French Revolution as a model was being eclipsed by more recent events and concerns. Bakunin himself had a part to play in this development. Political violence had been a staple of the revolutionary tradition since its origins. The wave of anarchist terror that consumed fin de siècle Europe was, however, unique and cast radical political practices in a new light. Anarchist terror was motivated by personal initiative just as much as concerted effort. Men like Vaillant and Ravicole were the face of a powerful idea capable of inspiring isolated individuals to act out the propaganda of the deed. This phenomenon was distinct from the state-directed violence employed by the Jacobins, distinguishing revolutionary terror from the isolated radicalized terrorists who disrupted daily life and wreaked havoc on civilians. Anarchist theorists attempted to distance themselves from such demonstrative violence, emphasizing anarchy's value as a political philosophy of activism and self-liberation. It was, as Kropotkin claimed, more than a mere mode of action or a mere conception of freed society. 120. This, after all, was the shortcoming of Marxism, with its speculative theories and dialectical principles. Anarchy was a living idea based upon actual social principles. Anarchy is no longer a utopia, insisted Kropotkin, it is a philosophy which impresses itself on our age. 121. This living philosophy was, ultimately, found in the social organization of communal life. We recognize that in associating their efforts individuals will increase their well-being and develop their autonomy, explained Jean Grave in 1893. We are therefore partisans of association. 122. At its core, anarchy proposed a novel idea of community rooted in localized forms of political, social, and cultural autonomy. Yet this emphasis on local engagement and organization was never construed in a parochial sense. Never will we separate ourselves from the world to build a little chapel hidden off in some vast darkness, contended Elise Reclus. 123. Anarchism remained committed to social revolution on a large scale, envisaging a world liberated from oppressive state structures and connected through common practices of self-management and mutual independence. These dual themes of the local and the global were key ideological components that constructed and sustained a transnational anarchist community during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Taking courage from the experience of the 1871 Commune, radicals departed from the neo-Jacobin model of revolution and embraced currents of internationalism, collective ownership, and decentralized power that would play a vital role in the leftist programs of the fin de siècle. And yet the devolved nature of the anarchist movement presented one of the most formidable challenges for militants. As individuals waged campaigns of terror in the name of anarchist principles, Theorists were powerless to reprimand such acts as incorrect or heretical. Anarchists were bound by a vague set of principles that lacked a manifesto or central doctrine. Theorists could pronounce on the propaganda of the deed, but they could not prevent others from interpreting this to include bombings, robbery, and murder. The line between propaganda of the deed and terrorism perennially remained ill-defined and left a tainted legacy of violence and destruction that became increasingly difficult to reconcile with humanitarian and emancipatory values. In the end, anarchism came to occupy an ambivalent place in the politics of the left, even as it awakened what Kropotkin deemed the spirit of revolt in those who dreamed of a new and liberated world. Chapter 9. The Revival and Failure of Revolutionary Constitutionalism, the Russian and Ottoman Empires. "It makes me sick to read the news," wrote Tsar Nicholas II in October 1905. "Nothing but new strikes in schools and factories, murdered policemen, Cossacks, and soldiers, riots, disorder, mutinies." He was not exaggerating. Since the start of the year, Russia had been engulfed in a series of protests and pitched street battles that brought the empire to its knees. Across Russia, protesters called for a constitution and civil liberties. They spoke in the name of the people and made appeals to workers and Democrats tired of the ineffective and oppressive Tsarist autocracy. The various demonstrations and strikes revealed that the left had entered the age of mass politics. In this frenzied atmosphere, Marxists, Democrats, and nationalists all competed for loyalties and support. Above all, however, the salient cry resounding throughout Russia that year was for rights and representative government. A renewed age of constitutional revolution was being born. Unlike the anarchist underground, constitutionalists did not seek the complete overthrow of society. On the contrary, they adhered to a program of political reform and changes to existing political structures. Although reform was intended to transform the locus of sovereignty and state power, it was not, in theory, interpreted as a radical break with the past. Too many activists looked back to the French Revolution with its demands for liberty and equality while minimalizing the role that terror and political violence had played in these. 3 In their support for political rights and responsible government, revolutionaries acknowledged the need for popular support and placed their faith in the broad attraction of such principles. As protests brought established models of sovereignty into question, revolutions opened up a new public space in which ideas of liberty and citizenship could be actualized. Even those who continued to stress conspiracy and top-down revolutionary tactics came to appreciate the importance of mass mobilization in the revolutionary process. Geography also played a role in this latest revolutionary wave. Constitutional movements gained momentum in states on the European periphery undergoing economic and bureaucratic modernization. In Russia and the Ottoman Empire, absolutist regimes were developing industries and building state institutions similar to those found in Western Europe. Yet these modernizing initiatives were never intended to increase political freedoms or diminish personal power. If anything, they aimed to strengthen the power of the state. These objectives were, however, complicated by the fact neither Russia nor the Ottoman Empire were nations in any meaningful sense. They were multi-ethnic empires that resisted unitary state and legal structures. This feature gave constitutional demands a particular character. Liberals and Democrats opposed to absolutist rule saw constitutionalism as a way of diluting royal power, but they also understood that principles of common rights and citizenship could serve to bind together populations that had traditionally been separated and unaccustomed to thinking of themselves in national terms. As modernizing policies generated new social and political cleavages, revolutionary reformers became all the more convinced of the need for greater social cohesion. Constitutional revolution held out the prospect of imagining new concepts of sovereignty that sustained and hypostasized the idea of a unified body politic and people. These goals were most pronounced among circles of political exiles that made their way to Europe. On the continent, Democrats found the necessary freedoms to publish newspapers and vocalize their discontent with absolutist regimes reluctant to cede power. Young Turks, Russian Marxists, and radical liberals built movements abroad, using the press and political networks to retain contact with their native countries. Life abroad also introduced exiles to new ideas as elites adapted their own platforms to evolving European and global models of revolution and resistance. This creativity and cross-fertilization gave the constitutionalist movements of the early 20th century a measure of consistency despite their divergent aims and aspirations. As modernizing policies disrupted traditional social structures and power arrangements, elites in Russia, the Ottoman Empire and elsewhere came to believe in the transformative potential of revolutions grounded in basic principles and empowered through mass support. These efforts, they assured, would not only bring their respective societies into the modern age. They would create a single, unified people from the detritus of benighted empires out of touch with the currents of modernity. Tradition and change in the Russian Empire. Russia was distinct from other European powers politically, socially, and culturally. Whereas even the absolutist regimes in Central and Northern Europe had quasi-parliamentary systems, Russia was an autocracy. The Tsar was the unquestionable sovereign authority who alone enacted laws and personally selected ministers to carry out his will. Autocratic ideologues legitimate this system of rule by invoking the Tsar's paternal relationship with the people and his scared character. As head of the Orthodox Church, the sovereign was the guardian of true Christianity who, much like a suffering Christ, took upon himself the burdens of humanity. 4. Given this strong link between church and state, orthodoxy was integral to Russian identity. Yet social distinction was equally mapped according to a rigid hierarchy of orders. One soslovy indicated whether they were a noble, a clergy member or a peasant, with certain laws and privileges pertaining to each group. Until the 1860s, the peasants were bound to the aristocracy as serfs, providing cheap and exploitable labor. The result was that Russia's economy remained predominantly agrarian in a period of economic industrialization. 5 Soslovakia also made distinctions based upon religious and ethnic identification, with the category of inorodцы demarcating non-Christian subjects living within the imperial territory. Herein was another aspect of Russian uniqueness when compared with Western Europe. Stretching from Poland and the Ukraine to the Pacific coast, Russia was a vast multi-ethnic and multi-confessional empire populated by Slavs, Germans, Turkic populations, Caucasians, nomadic tribes, and Asiatic peoples. 6 In an age when the nation-state was becoming a symbol of political modernity and progress, Russia was a Baroque imperial mosaic. No other state on earth contains such a variety of inhabitants, wrote the ethnographer Heinrich Storch in 1797.7. Over the course of the 18th and 19th centuries, various efforts were undertaken to assimilate and consolidate the sprawling Tsarist domain. In an attempt to Russify the administration, Catherine the Great had created a system of provincial governorates that would pave the way for the enlightened bureaucratic state. 8 Yet these policies never resulted in the rational and uniform structures the government desired. By the late 19th century, Turkestan resembled a colony with a native administration and settler community similar to British India or French Algeria. 9 Colonial policies and fears of ethnic separatism spurred a change toward cultural Russification, obliging schools and local governments to adopt the Russian language. Yet attempts to impose Russian culture provoked the inevitable pushback and served to politicize ethnic minorities, further exacerbating the situation. 10 Outside of dynastic identification, there existed no strong sense of cohesion or community binding the empire. It remained disjointed and plagued by confusing administrative structures that often proved ineffective when it came to collecting taxes or enforcing law. Centrally appointed governors ruled over populations they hardly knew and saw as alien. As Prince Lvov, a local official in Tula, remarked in the 1890s, "We know as much about the Tula countryside as we know about Central Africa." 11. For a minority of enlightened nobles, Russia's perceived backwardness was an obstacle to overcome. 12 They welcomed Alexander II's reforms of the 1860s, which abolished feudalism and established the groundwork for greater liberalization. The Zemstvo Statute of 1864 was in many ways a signature piece of this reform package. The act created elected provincial assemblies in most imperial districts. Reformers saw the Zemstva as a vehicle for local self-governance and integration. The state, on the other hand, was guided by more practical considerations. The feudal system had to be replaced, and the imperial bureaucracy severely lacked the resources to administer such a vast empire on its own. Zemstva were charged with a variety of responsibilities, including maintaining roads, overseeing prisons, providing public services and running agricultural advisory boards. The problem with this plan was that the local assemblies had little control over taxation and few means of enforcing their policies. Reform amounted to empire on the cheap, with the costs and burdens of administration now delegated to the localities. Assemblies were typically dominated by the provincial nobility, the customary ally of the autocracy. As such, they were designed to reinforce the traditional power base of the autocracy in the countryside in addition to providing an administrative structure for post-emancipation Russia. 13. Even with these strictures in place, the autocracy persisted to see the Zemstva as a potential rival. In 1890, Alexander III set up a provincial bureau with the power to veto Zemstvo appointments and constrain their budgetary powers. Governors were given significantly more influence over peasant judicial proceedings and elected village officials. These measures aimed to ensure that local spending and decision-making remained in the hands of the nobility and that radical ideas did not permeate the lower levels of administration. Aspirations of integrating the provinces through local politics were given short shrift, demonstrating the autocracy's patent reluctance to carry through on the promise of reform as it attempted to preserve personal power and the old system of imperial rule. 14. Despite such obstruction, the Zemstvo reform did produce a substantial change in the autocratic structure. It opened new possibilities for engagement at the regional and municipal levels that had not previously existed. Teams of trained personnel were needed to run schools, supervise agricultural policies and administer populations. Progressive nobles committed to economic change saw opportunities in local autonomy, but so too did a generation of university-educated professionals inspired by desires to improve local institutions and transform rural life. The Zemstva became magnets for civic and reform-minded individuals. So-called Zemsti spearheaded various professional and public programs such as local medical and literary societies established to benefit the community. At a fundamental level, the Zemsti regarded the aristocratic bureaucrats of the Tsarist state with suspicion and saw themselves as true servants of the Narod and the community. They were guided by a conception of a modern civic society composed of active citizens which stood in stark contrast to the hierarchical and segregated society of noble privilege. As one historian has remarked, this new third element of Russian society standing between the nobility and peasantry amounted to a Russian variant of a middle class 15. Yet while reform empowered some groups, others continued to suffer as they had under the old system. Reformers contended that the abolition of serfdom would create a free and self-sufficient peasantry, but the realities of post-emancipation society were far from the ideal. Legal requirements forcing peasants to pay back the state for their emancipation left most rural landholders deeply in debt. Systemic decline in agricultural prices across Europe during the 1870s and 1880s saw a reduction in rural incomes while population growth in the countryside diminished peasant landholding and created a surplus of agricultural labor in need of work. Many peasants remained subject to the provincial nobility despite the end of feudalism. Redemption payments left them dependent upon their former lords, who often controlled the local courts and institutions in their vicinity. Serfdom had an afterlife in which the local nobility continued to wield its coercive power over impoverished rural communities. 16. In 1891, the dire situation in the provinces was brought to national attention when famine broke out across the arc of territory extending from the Black Earth region to the Black Sea. Epidemics of typhus and cholera followed, compounding the misery. The imperial bureaucracy struggled to manage the catastrophe, eliciting an energetic response from Zemsti who coordinated relief efforts, took up public subscriptions and organized aid networks. Where the Tsarist regime proved inadequate, a bourgeoisie civil society filled the gap. More to the point, the intelligentsia expressed outrage at the government's seeming incompetence, entailing that the public efforts organized by the Zemsti both activated Russian society and politicized it. 17. What appeared a petrified political order on the surface was not, however, necessarily a completely stagnant one. Although 4/5 of the empire's population was rural, the state had begun taking an active role in developing industry. By mid-century, the Baltic provinces possessed modern ports and industrial centers. Cities like St. Petersburg and Moscow had growing industrial sectors, and the state was boosting mineral extraction in Ukraine and petroleum production in Transcaucasia. During the 1890s, the ambitious finance minister Sergei Witte outlined a state-sponsored modernization program with the intention of expanding the empire's rail infrastructure and encouraging foreign investment. Witte was conscious of the economic shortfalls afflicting the empire. Under his stewardship, rapid industrialization became the objective and foreign capital the means to fulfilling it. In 1890, Russia had a little over 30,000 kilometers of rail track. By the end of the decade, this number had virtually doubled, and work on the Trans-Siberian Railroad was well underway. Coal output in southern Russia jumped during these same years, as did the production of steel and iron. The state participated directly in many of these endeavors, running most of the rail lines and owning a majority of the oilfields, mines, and forest lands. By 1900, state industrial holdings accounted for nearly 25% of the government's annual income. At this same time, some 2.5 million people were employed in mining and industrial manufacturing, with another 500,000 employed in transportation. This impressive growth was, however, relative. The entire population of the empire stood at 129 million, while less than 13% of the Russian population lived in urban areas. Russia's industrial labor force was a small minority when compared with the vast agrarian countryside populated by peasant farmers. 18. Nonetheless, an industrial labor force was emerging, and rapid industrialization resulted in the labor conflicts familiar to Europe. Low wages, unsanitary conditions, and poor living standards were common features of the worker experience. Peasants driven by rural poverty migrated to cities in search of factory work, creating overcrowding and slum-like neighborhoods in urban areas. In 1885, Russia got its first taste of worker discontent when widespread strikes broke out in Moscow. These disturbances were soon followed by others. In 1897, 30,000 workers employed in the cotton and spinning industry collectively walked out of their mills in a demonstration of trade solidarity. For the government, labor agitation posed a very real threat to stability. Also concerning was the fact that industrial workers were taking up radical ideas. With labor organizations and unions deemed illegal, labor groups had few channels through which to express their grievances and found common accord with underground revolutionaries. It was not unthinkable that migrant workers would return to their villages when their seasonal contracts expired and bring with them the radicalism they had been exposed to in the cities. 19. On the whole, the government was sympathetic to plant and factory managers. The profits that came from private enterprise were central to the state's plan of fast-paced industrialization. The fact that roughly 40% of Russian industry was financed by foreign shareholders also influenced policy. If wages increased, foreign investors would simply move their businesses elsewhere. Cheap labor coming from the countryside was one of the primary attractions of investment. The government permitted entrepreneurs to make higher profits through exploitative practices and typically sided with employers. Authorities were not reluctant to use the army to suppress protests. A special police force was even created to monitor plants and keep a watchful eye on the more rowdy elements of the working classes. 20. This is not to imply that urban workers were a socially homogeneous group. Peasants from different regions retained their localism and typically congregated with other migrants from their home villages. There were also variations in the conditions of employment across trades and industrial sectors. Laborers could and did find a sense of identity through shared experiences and social interactions with fellow workers in their crafts. They defined themselves in opposition to their employers and plant managers, but also through their relationships to other workers and trades. In appealing to workers as a unified proletariat, radicals were going to have to find means of transforming this mixed and heterogeneous labor force into a unified social group through labor activism and political propaganda. Point 21. The diversity found among workers was indicative of Russia's changing social landscape by the turn of the century. While institutions continued to reflect the former feudal hierarchies with their well-defined orders and estates, these categories were beginning to seem outmoded. They did not reflect the changes wrought by a mobile and industrialized labor force. Nor did they correspond to the emergent intelligentsia of provincial capitals participating in local assemblies and organizing civic associations. Point 22. In a broader context, the Russian Empire was a composite of varying interests and policies. In turn, it resembled a dynastic empire, a colonial regime and a nationalizing state. These competing polities were a reflection of Russia's historical development but also revealed deep fault lines running through the entire imperial edifice. What constituted the Russian community was never clear. As the Tsarist government committed itself to rapid modernization in the image of the West, however, these tensions came into sharp relief and exposed the precarious position of the imperial autocracy. The genesis of Russian Marxism. With labor exhibiting its radical stripes, the Russian intelligentsia abandoned hopes of a peasant-led insurrection. In the closing decades of the century, certain theorists professed that it was the workers who were the true revolutionary force of the future. It was this precise subject which prompted the populist Vera Zasulich to write to Marx in 1881 regarding the potential of social democracy in Russia. Point 23. Zasulich was among a small number of Russian émigrés in Switzerland slowly coming to espouse a Marxist position. Socializing with notable German social democrats in Geneva and Zurich, exiles formed the first Russian Marxist group in 1883, Liberty of Labor. The group was headed by Georgy Plekhanov, a former populist turned Marxist who could not abide the terrorist tactics of underground revolutionaries. Populists, he charged, refused to acknowledge the impact of Russian industrialization and persisted to cling to notions of peasant socialism that appeared out of touch with current realities. For him, it was the Russian proletariat, a concept that he developed and popularized in his writings, that would be the true revolutionary agent. Point 24. Plekhanov summed up his views succinctly in 1889, telling an international gathering of socialists, "The Russian Revolution will either succeed as a workers' revolution or it will not succeed at all." 25. For all their confidence, however, Russian Marxists had to admit that Russia appeared an odd choice for a Marxist-style proletarian revolution. Marxism rested upon a belief in material laws of historical development. It posited that societies moved through stages and that these stages were fundamental to the proper consciousness that drove revolt. With a non-existent bourgeoisie and an underdeveloped industrial economy, Russia hardly fit the Marxist mold. Exiles emphasized, therefore, the need for a preliminary bourgeois revolution that would pave the way for Russian socialism. Plekhanov even insisted that workers should assist the advent of capitalism and aid their class enemies in securing bourgeois democracy. These ideological contortions naturally raised a number of questions. How were workers to relate to the mass of Russian peasants? Should workers collaborate with their natural class enemies? How much time was to pass before the First and Second Revolution? These and other matters frustrated Russian Marxists to no end, but they were not necessarily divorced from broader questions troubling Marxist ideologues or the wider context of European socialism at the end of the 19th century. Point 26. Marxists relied on a set of canonical texts like the Communist Manifesto and the writings of Engels to hash out these issues, but they especially looked to the rising Social Democratic Party in Germany as a source of inspiration. Marx and Engels had speculated that an independent worker party would bring about the merger of socialism with the labor movement, leading workers to the end goal of socialism. It was through this schema that workers would conquer political power, as Marx had it. Point 27. During the 1890s, the SPD appeared the epitome of just such a worker party. Its organization and prominence were unmatched across Europe, and its efforts at mobilizing workers and sustaining the movement in exile made it a model to emulate. Point 28. The SPD was not only active in political agitation and parliamentary politics. It was also committed to forging a proletarian consciousness among German workers. Its various activities, ranging from newspaper printing to organizing cultural events, created a veritable alternative culture that was consciously attempting to bring forth the merger of socialist leadership with grassroots organization prophesized by Marx. 29 This active, party-led approach fed upon the political freedoms and liberties that bourgeois democracy afforded, entailing that the Marxist political strategy could only thrive in a liberal capitalist society. It was unsurprising therefore that thinkers like Plekhanov supported the struggle for political freedom and insisted that social emancipation necessitated bourgeois liberty. For Russian intellectuals of the 1890s, the SPD, with its robust press, public meetings, and well-oiled party machinery was the model par excellence of a Marxist party. 30. This was true of the Liberty of Labor group as it was of other activists gravitating toward Marxism at this time. In 1898, the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party was formed among émigré intellectuals in Germany and Switzerland. It attracted younger Marxist ideologues such as Julius Martov and the firebrand Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, who soon adopted the name Lenin. Yet for all its hope of becoming a mass worker party, the RSDLP remained a clandestine circle of exiles with few connections to the workers. Headstrong and convinced of the correctness of their views, the various members quickly divided over key issues. Plekhanov steadfastly retained his Marxist orthodoxy, warning against the threat posed by reformist socialists who he branded economists. Others grappled with questions of allying with class enemies and the role of the peasants in the coming revolution, both of which encouraged abstract theorizing on the nature of proletarian revolt. For their part, Russian workers expressed interest in the RSDLP, although they were cold to the idea of local branches being dominated by intellectuals or the thought of obeying leaders abroad. 31. Social Democrats did have cause for optimism, however. The creation of the party corresponded with a wave of mass strikes and labor disturbances throughout Russia that bolstered radical projections of an imminent revolutionary upheaval. Yet these disturbances also brought to light further problems with which SDS would have to contend. By 1900, a populist revival was in full bloom led by the radical journalist Viktor Chernov. So-called socialist revolutionaries modified the former Narodnik platform, blending it with Marxist ideas of class struggle. Chernov urged workers and peasants, the toiling people, to unite for the purposes of obstructing capitalism and overthrowing the autocracy. These views found support in the countryside where SRS backed land reform and politicized the nagging agrarian question, although the party's terrorist tactics and brash politics also attracted urban workers. Beginning in 1901, a series of violent attacks on government and public officials carried out by the SR Combat Organization brought the party to public notoriety, announcing a potential rival revolutionary faction that threatened to divide worker loyalties. 32. Equally disturbing was the rise of national tensions creeping into labor unrest. Poland was a particular hotbed of strikes and agitation, with the city of Lodz popularly referred to as the Polish Manchester. The recently formed Polish Socialist Party had put national independence at the forefront of its program, refusing to collaborate with the RSDLP unless it recognized Polish national sovereignty and the right of the PPS to conduct all revolutionary activity on Polish soil. In Latvia, Georgia, the Ukraine, and Azerbaijan, nationalist politics similarly fused with labor disturbances, setting a precedent that threatened to fragment the nascent SD movement. Noting the mobilizing potential of nationalism, Martov initially encouraged it as a means of spurring worker opposition against the state. In 1895, he advised Jewish workers to form their own party, insisting, the growth of national and class consciousness must go hand in hand. 33 2 years later, Samuel Gozansky and Aaron Kremer took a leading role in creating the Bund, a party designed explicitly for Jewish social democrats in the western borderland. The Bund had its own official organ printed in Yiddish and an impressive network that stretched across cities like Vilna and Minsk into the Polish territories. Its leaders accented Jewish cultural identity to compete with Zionism and provided Jews with a sense of cohesion and belonging rooted in distinct ideas of Jewish enlightenment and social life. When the RSDLP formed in 1898, the Bund joined the party as an autonomous entity. 34 Whether the RSDLP leadership liked it or not, it would have to confront the nationality question, and to this end the party manifesto drawn up in 1898 supported national self-determination as one of its chief goals. Taking account of this situation, a core group of SDS, among them Lenin and Martov, felt the party was losing its cohesion. A former law student from Samara whose brother had been executed for seditious activity against the government, Lenin was by this time a devoted Marxist and political activist. In the early 1890s, he had organized Marxist circles in St. Petersburg with the goal of forming a social democratic party in Russia comparable to the SPD. His political activities led to arrest and exile, and during his time abroad he joined with other émigré circles aspiring to direct a worker movement from Germany and Switzerland. Convinced of the need for greater organization and tactical deployment, Lenin and Martov established the newspaper Iskra with the assistance of the German SDS. The paper aimed to promote a comprehensive party program and defend social democracy from its critics. 35 As Lenin saw it, the RSDLP was losing ground to the rubbish of populism and agrarianism. 36 Russian SDS had to augment their organizational strength. They had to build up a party structure and clearly define their mission in order to serve the worker movement. Yet if Lenin desired to replicate the success of the SPD in Russia, the chances of achieving this goal were minimal. Building a mass national worker party was a fantasy in Russia's oppressive and illiberal political environment. In 1902, therefore, Lenin laid out a program of action in his pamphlet entitled What is to be Done, a deliberate reference to Chernyshevsky's 1863 novel of the same name. Issues of organization and revolutionary activism were placed front and center, with Lenin regretting that when we talk about organization, we literally talk in different tongues. He concluded that party structure was essential, lest the worker movement remain focused on battles over wages and working conditions. Trade union consciousness, which would only benefit the bourgeoisie, had to be combated. To do so required a cadre of party leaders explicitly committed to revolutionary activity and agitation. As Lenin explained, the struggle against the political police requires special qualities. It requires professional revolutionaries. 37 Under the Tsarist autocracy, a mass party like the SPD had no chance of survival. It therefore fell to a small group of militant revolutionaries to ensure that the worker movement could in fact thrive underground and create the conditions for socialism. 38 Trade unionism alone would not achieve these ends. Socialist consciousness cannot exist among the workers, Lenin argued. This can be introduced only from without. 39. Nothing in what Lenin proposed significantly deviated from Marxist principles or prevailing ideas of the party's world historical mission in the march towards socialism. Yet at a time when many Marxist ideologues were calling for patience and urging followers to allow objective factors to take their natural course, Lenin suggested that willed action and subjective factors could accelerate the forces of history. 40 His call for revolutionary activism and professional revolutionaries restored Marxism to a revolutionary position. 41 Lenin's emphasis on party organization and combating vociferous influences reflected the position of the RSDLP as it struggled against the autocracy. Centralized control, discipline, and finely tuned organizational tactics, these were the essential needs of a party operating underground and constantly at war with the state. Mass democracy was to be replaced temporarily with a style of organization that Lenin would soon define as democratic centralism. The implications of Lenin's program would become clear the following year when the leadership convoked the Second Party Congress to vote on a uniform party platform and iron out evident differences. Meeting in Brussels and London that summer, the RSDLP quickly divided over issues of party membership and questions of who would officially speak for the party. Demands for party centralization alienated groups like the Bund, who summarily walked out of the Congress. However, the Iskra group was likewise divided. In a reversal, Martov refused to endorse Lenin's program and scoffed at his attempt to sideline opponents sitting on the Iskra editorial board. He placed his faith in a broad mass party, and Lenin's insistence on a strictly proletarian party seemed to preclude any hope of widening the party base. Lenin even found himself at odds with Plekhanov, whose insistence on a two-stage revolution clashed with Lenin's belief in nurturing labor militancy and fighting against capitalism. Each side attempted to mobilize support within the party, but in the end Lenin's position passed by a slim majority, earning Lenin and his supporters the title of Bolsheviks. Consequently, Martov and others assumed the position of a minority. If the Second Congress had planned to unify the party, it had drastically backfired. The meeting engendered a schism that would remain central to the RSDLP for the remainder of its life. 42. The rift was by no means unbridgeable. Bolsheviks and Mensheviks continued to expound their positions within a common Marxist framework, and the factions exhibited a fair amount of interdependence after 1903.43, yet the immediate fallout left its mark. Menshevik opponents did not hesitate to criticize Lenin's overbearing nature and desires for complete control over the party. In a private letter, Plekhanov readily compared Lenin to Robespierre. Pavel Axelrod, a founder of the Liberty of Labor group in the 1880s, was more assertive in his attacks. In the pages of Iskra, he blatantly compared the Bolsheviks to a Jacobin club and warned of an impending dictatorship that would stifle all dissenting voices within the party. 44. These invectives invented what until then had not existed, a Russian Jacobin identity. It helped that Lenin himself espoused the label affixed to him by his enemies. A Jacobin who is inseparably linked to the organized class-conscious proletariat is a revolutionary social democrat, he shot back defiantly. 45. If he was to be branded a Jacobin, then the Mensheviks were nothing more than perfidious Girondins. New political identities sprang forth as each faction attempted to speak for the party. Yet oddly these divisions did not drastically hamper the party's expansion at the turn of the century. Local party committees were set up in Russia, Ukraine, and the Caucasus. Committee leaders printed up the latest editions of Iskra and disseminated them to workers. They organized factory cells and oversaw recruitment in their jurisdictions. Although committees exhibited a great deal of regional variation and local leaders often pursued their own agendas in contravention of Lenin's expressed demand for party discipline, the RSDLP did make inroads within European Russia and the periphery. Much like the Jacobins of the early 1790s, the SDS built a party network with the potential to mobilize supporters. And as Lenin envisaged, it was a party capable of working in the shadows of an oppressive autocratic state. An ambiguous revolution. The splintering and factionalism that divided the RSDLP were broadly symptomatic of Russian society in the late 19th century. Tsarist officials agonized over pernicious centrifugal forces just as much as conspirators. They grappled with problems of administrative integration, imperial assimilation, and economic development, believing that modernization was the perceived antidote to the chronic difficulties facing the empire. Yet the Tsar who took the throne in 1894, Nicholas II, was a conservative with a profound appreciation for tradition and Russia's autocratic heritage. Economic modernization proceeded apace, but existing social and political institutions remained unaltered. Industrialization fueled the nascent socialist movement, but it simultaneously gave rise to liberal groups demanding political reform and social change. 46 These competing and overlapping movements challenged the autocracy on numerous fronts but exposed the difficulties associated with forging a united opposition to the autocracy. Liberals founded the loose-knit Coalition Union of Liberation in 1903. While it sprang from the Zemsty activists of the 1890s, its orientation was noticeably more left-leaning. The Union's program spoke of social and political reform, self-determination for imperial nationalities and appeals to social unity in the name of constitutional democracy. Constitutionalism became the watchword for Russian liberals. They sought a political program that could transcend the constraining factors of class and ethnicity and represent the Russian narod in all its diversity. Universal suffrage and rule of law were principles that every imperial subject could rally behind, or so it was believed at least. 47 Between 1904 and 1905, liberals were given a chance to test this premise. In 1904, the Tsarist government became embroiled in a war with Japan over claims to Manchuria. What was initially assumed to be a quick and easy military operation became a protracted and humiliating defeat for the Russian government that seemingly validated charges of government incompetence. At this critical moment, the SR Combat Organization carried out a well-timed assassination against Vyacheslav von Plehve, the Minister of Internal Affairs, that summer. Nicholas II was conscious of the growing discontent and replaced Plehve with the more amenable Peter Sviatopok-Mirsky, a man who favored reconciliation and was not averse to the reformist ideas of the Zemsty. 48 opponents took this as a sign of impending change. By November, liberals had organized a Zemstvo Congress in the capital with Mirsky's tacit consent, believing the assembly might provide a base from which a popular and elected government could be created. People throughout the country sent telegrams declaring their support for the Congress. Newspapers publicized liberal goals and various groups allied themselves with the delegates. Imitating the French Republicans of 1848, the Union of Liberation staged a banquet campaign with the objective of uniting the intelligentsia around the constitutional banner 49. At these gatherings, men and women gave critical speeches and shouted, "Long live the Constitutional Assembly." Unions followed suit and staged strikes in solidarity with the liberals, while student activists organized demonstrations in the streets. The Congress even produced a resolution demanding greater local autonomies and a constitution. Russia was no longer the personal property and fiefdom of the Tsar, delegates claimed. It was a nation with its own body politic. 50. Constitutionalism became the basis of unity for an opposition movement spanning social and ideological lines. While Nicholas II made vague promises of reform to appease the sudden popular upsurge, he remained reticent when it came to talk of constitutional rule or limiting his personal power. Moreover, he relied on the tactic that had served his predecessors best. No sooner had he recognized the oppositional demands than he ordered authorities to begin clamping down on liberal organizations to staunch popular mobilization. Liberals responded with increased agitation, intent on pressing their demands upon the reluctant monarch. Figure 17. Tsar Nicholas II and the Tsarina. Copyright the British Library Board. In early 1905, tensions between state and society came to a head. Neither the Marxists nor the liberals had very much to do with escalating the situation. Rather, the necessary spark came from an unlikely source, a St. Petersburg priest and prison chaplain named Georgy Gapon. Father Gapon was an instrumental leader in the worker movement. Through meetings held in tea rooms across the capital, he had drawn together an assembly of Russian factory workers dedicated to educating laborers and instructing them in methods of orderly protest. Certainly not a radical, Gapon preached loyalty to the Tsar as a chief responsibility of the working classes. His goal was to draw workers away from radicals, and in this capacity the Tsarist government was willing to tolerate and even occasionally fund his endeavors. Above all, Gapon believed in the traditional relationship between Tsar and people and saw worker protest as a means of restoring this sacred bond. Pressuring the administration would encourage a policy of state-sponsored reform that was neither radical nor revolutionary. 51. On January 9, Father Gapon led his followers in a march to the Winter Palace. There, workers made appeals to Nicholas II for higher wages, better working conditions and civil and political liberties. There was nothing overtly revolutionary in the gathering. However, greeting them at the palace was a line of soldiers. Upon seeing the crowd, the troops attempted to disperse the workers with rifle fire. In the process, some 150 protesters were shot dead. The opposition dubbed the event Bloody Sunday. Reformers and workers alike criticized the handling of the protesters. More significantly, the event destroyed the popular image of the good Tsar that had sustained the regime. Bloody Sunday sent the protest movement along a new dynamic. While the opposition of 1904 had been confined to political conflict, after Bloody Sunday protests disintegrated into lawlessness and violence on a large scale across the empire, fomenting a revolutionary situation that threw the autocracy into a momentary state of crisis. 52. Workers from St. Petersburg to Baku staged mass strikes and brought industry to a halt. For the most part, these strikes were spontaneous since the radicals were too weak to organize or play a leading role in them. Radical leaders such as Lenin, Plekhanov, and Chernov were all in exile and could only watch in wonder from afar as this veritable proletarian revolution unfolded. Student organizations also partook in the disturbances, and by February institutions of higher education were completely shut down. Liberals stepped up their organizational efforts and continued forming clubs with the anticipation of creating a constituent assembly. As Tsarist authority melted away, various groups seized the initiative to vocalize their discontent. Protesters representing the Women's Union for Equality called for equal voting rights and pay. Trade unions coalesced in a national union of unions with the goal of rallying workers behind liberal demands. These political activities drew in nationalist grievances that overlapped with protest movements. Jews took to the streets in Warsaw, and Poles set up barricades in Lodz that required military force to suppress. In August 1905, Tatar nationalists in the Volga region convoked a union of Russian Muslims demanding a representative body of their own and greater autonomy in educational and cultural affairs. 53 The many fault lines and inequalities dormant within Russian imperial society stunningly opened up a chasm and created poles of opposition around which militants and protesters now rallied. Figure 18, Student demonstration in St. Petersburg, 1905. Copyright Dia/Biblioteca Ambrosiana/contributor/Getty Images. The countryside was not immune to these disruptions. By the spring, riots and rent strikes were destabilizing rural districts. Peasants occupied landed estates and pillaged manor houses. As nobles fled and authority collapsed, peasants set up their own cooperatives and filled governmental posts in villages. In some areas, peasant republics were temporarily established that oversaw local services and enacted various types of agrarian social reform. Goaded by the SRS, that July peasant radicals declared a peasant union with the stated aim of directing rural affairs and linking peasants with the all-nation struggle for constitutional and political rights. 54 Suppressing these outbreaks proved exceedingly difficult. Soldiers, many of them conscripted from peasant ranks, refused to crush the riots. This development foreshadowed the wave of mutinies that would occur during the summer and fall as low morale and the humiliations of the Japanese War destabilized the military. In various locations, military discipline broke down and the autocracy lost control of the armed forces. 55. Law and order dissolved as riots and vandalism became the order of the day. During late September and into October, Russian society was virtually paralyzed when unions organized a general strike across industries. The participation of the railway union was particularly effective as transport came to an abrupt halt. To coordinate activities, workers formed councils, which sprang up in approximately 50 cities. These elected worker bodies ran newspapers, carried out public services, and even organized militias for public defense. The St. Petersburg Soviet became the fulcrum of the Soviet movement, creating an alternative authority and source of sovereignty against the autocracy. The revolution had inadvertently brought forth a revolutionary government with delegates elected at mass meetings held in factories and plants. Representatives were primarily union leaders and workers, although Bolshevik, Menshevik, and SR agents also attended. Leon Trotsky, a Menshevik with a penchant for giving dramatic and fiery speeches, encouraged the Soviet to pursue a radical course of action, although he and his cohorts never managed to convince the leadership to accept the RSDLP party platform. 56 There are no parties now was the response they received, indicating the Soviet was not to be an instrument of revolutionary party politics. 57 With the general strike in full effect, Nicholas II had little choice other than to concede. Ordering Count Witt to form a new cabinet, Nicholas issued his October manifesto, promising a representative parliament, a constitution, and political amnesty for exiles and prisoners. For many observers, the manifesto was far from an ideal solution. "There is a revolution going on," one journalist remarked to Witt during a press conference held the next day. "What the country needs is not promissory notes, but hard currency 58 yet hard currency was not forthcoming. Nevertheless, the opposition interpreted the October Manifesto as a clear victory for its cause. Upon hearing of its proclamation, people took to celebrating in the streets and printed lofty editorials in newspapers acclaiming Russia's entrance into the modern era. According to one report, the capital was in a state of frantic and effervescing enthusiasm 59 within days. This enthusiasm quickly spilled over into violence and disorder. Since the spring, conservative monarchists had been watching events unfold with anxiety. The October Manifesto made apparent that the Tsar no longer possessed the ability to withstand the forces threatening Russian society. According to the monarchist Vladimir Gringmet, a self-proclaimed Russian traditionalist and devout Orthodox Christian, autocracy was the alpha and omega of Russian state and public life. Every Russian had a moral obligation to defend the country from anarchy. Gringmet was symptomatic of the right-wing nationalism growing up over the course of 1905. He and fellow monarchists spearheaded a grassroots campaign to reunite a fractured Russian society around the traditional base of orthodoxy and autocracy. The Union of the Russian People was the most prominent monarchist party that took shape, with branches springing up throughout Russia. At meetings, members sang "God Save the Tsar" and listened to energetic speeches. Those who did not attend the rallies could get a flavor for this inspired rhetoric in the various newspapers published by monarchist factions. Branches also organized paramilitary wings that took it upon themselves to harass strikers, beat up Jews and patrol city streets. In many instances, local authorities turned a blind eye to the violence perpetrated on radicals in the quest to save Russia, one and indivisible 60. In actuality, the October Manifesto was designed to split the opposition. As expected, liberals immediately rallied behind it. As Pavel Milyukov, leader of the newly formed Cadet Party, explained, "We are against those that pronounce the revolution continuous." 61 constitutionalists were willing to hedge their bets with the promise of a Duma rather than risk a revolutionary uprising led by radicals. SDS denounced the cadets as traitors and affirmed their commitment to revolutionary politics. To protect themselves from right-wing militants, local party committees employed similar strong-arm tactics, forming their own paramilitary units that exacerbated the street violence. Radicals were right to suspect the government. As the strikes lost momentum, officials began rounding up activists. In early December, the ringleaders of the St. Petersburg Soviet were arrested. Fearing a general counter-revolutionary coup, Bolsheviks took control of the Moscow Soviet and urged workers to seize power. In their call to arms, they declared a resolute and merciless war upon the autocracy in the name of the proletariat. 62 The uprising lasted a mere week, and in its aftermath the leadership once again fled into exile. 63 Despite the impressive organizational skills exhibited by the RSDLP in the closing months of 1905, the SDS misunderstood the import of the revolutionary events that year. The dominant discourse had been citizenship and constitutionalism, not socialism. 64 Any hope of creating an all-nation struggle faced an uphill battle. Political reform and constitutional rule were the central themes in the various overlapping protest movements that broke out in 1905. Once it appeared constitutionalism had prevailed, the opposition predictably fragmented, setting the stage for repression and counter-revolution. The October Manifesto made provisions for new freedoms, but authorities were given broad powers in determining what exactly constituted seditious activity. 65 Electoral laws for the Duma announced in early December strongly favored the nobility and conservative elements. The Duma itself was denied any constituent functions and was designed to be a purely advisory body. The fundamental law decreed in the spring of 1906 drove home the shortcomings of the revolution. The Tsar was still recognized as an autocrat while ministers remained responsible to him alone. It was under these severely restrictive conditions that political opponents would have to pursue their liberal and nationalist agendas. A shaky liberal monarchy had been brought into existence as Russia limped toward a new age of constitutional rule. 66 Yet it was hard to deny that the revolution of 1905 had been an ambiguous one at best. Confronting Ottoman modernity. Every European newspaper reported on the events taking place in Russia. Headlines reading "Strikes in Petersburg" and "The Death of Tsardom" attracted readers curious about the fate of the empire. As 1906 progressed, radicals on the continent despaired at learning of Nicholas II's determination to scale back reforms and dissolve the Duma. The drama of Russian constitutionalism had turned out to be yet another tragedy. Readers in the Ottoman Empire were particularly interested in these turbulent events, and not necessarily out of a sense of schadenfreude either. Liberals hopeful for a constitutional regime of their own saw a lesson in Russia's constitutional experiment. "Seeing the events in Russia, we should awaken," urged one newspaper in November 1905. "If we do not know how a nation obtains its civil freedom, we should learn." 67 The injunction was clear. Russia's constitutional revolution was a potential model for its neighbor also suffering under the yoke of autocratic absolutism. Much like Russia, the Ottoman Empire was a multi-ethnic and multi-confessional society. The empire had been stitched together over centuries of conquest and by 1900 stretched from the borders of Persia to Eastern Europe. The head of state claimed both temporal and spiritual powers, serving as the imperial sultan and the caliph of the Muslim world. Although the ruling dynasty was Turkic and the official religion of the empire was Islam, this did not imply the empire was a Turkish state. Ottoman never correlated with an ethnic Turkish identity, nor were Ottoman elites a homogeneous group. Loyalty to the center rather than kinship or ethnic ties was the primary criterion that bound together a cosmopolitan imperial elite class. The empire itself was organized around the principle of the millet system, which extended official recognition to religious minorities. Despite the empire's Islamic identity, Jews and Christians were permitted to worship freely and maintain their communities in exchange for paying a special tax. This brand of tolerance provided a framework for a supranational imperial polity governing a diverse population, and bore a resemblance to the empires ruled by the Habsburg and Romanov dynasties. 68. Yet by the 19th century, this imperial structure was showing signs of strain. Confronted with aggressive European expansion and national separatist movements, Ottoman officials were haunted by fears of imperial decline and proposed Western-style reforms as a panacea. Ottoman reformers, however, faced serious challenges. Entrenched elites resisted centralization from Istanbul, while ethnic minorities espoused nationalist ideas emanating from Central Europe. Forward-looking political elites had hopes of strengthening the state. Yet they came up short when it came to fostering a sense of shared community among the empire's disparate power brokers and ethnic groups. Beginning in the 1840s, reformers endeavored to replace the old millet system with an idea of a modern Ottoman citizenry. They promoted a policy of Ottomanism that outlined a brand of imperial patriotism rooted in assurances of legal equality and civic attachment to a modernizing state. As the reformer Ali Swabi explained, all the populations which today compose the Ottoman Empire constitute only one nationality, the Osmanli. 69 For all its progressive elements, Ottomanism was not revolutionary. It sought to rally the imperial community behind the reigning dynasty and bureaucracy, offering a unique style of official Ottoman nationalism believed capable of papering over existing ethno-national divisions. Liberal-minded elites coming together under the banner of the Young Ottomans lent support to this program. Their name was suggestive of the novelty and sense of modernity these men coveted. In Muslim societies, youth traditionally implied inexperience and immaturity, while age commanded respect and authority. 70 Reformers were intentionally employing the language of the revolutionary West, taking their cue from movements like Mazzini's Young Europe. They asserted the primacy of modern society over religious and authoritarian traditions. They backed Westernization where necessary but eschewed unconditionally aping European values as they brought the empire into the currents of modern civilization. 71 Such aspirations, however, fell far short of their mark by mid-century. Promised reforms failed to materialize and conservative politicians suppressed talk of liberalism and secular citizenship. By the early 1870s, the reform movement had stalled. Worse still, the government increasingly appeared directionless as it grappled with a ballooning state deficit and outside pressures from the European powers. The shortcomings of reform were all the more evident as uprisings and nationalist movements began to erode the empire. Serb, Greek and Bulgarian nationalists had little tolerance for Ottoman rule and were quick to support peasant unrest when it erupted in 1875. They fomented irredentist movements in Macedonia and Rumelia, seeking to chip away at the empire's western border and create independent nation-states in the Balkans. The intervention of foreign powers, most notably Russia and Britain, did little to curtail the violence that was unleashed, and even catalyzed it. Local conflicts quickly morphed into international crises. Frustrated by the situation, young Ottomans mounted a protest movement and imposed a constitution on the reluctant Sultan Abdulaziz in 1876. However, this measure did little to halt the slide into the abyss. In 1878, Serbia gained independence from the empire. Austria occupied the province of Bosnia-Herzegovina while France and Britain gained a controlling influence over the Ottoman state debt, and hence the Ottoman economy. On all fronts, it looked as though the royal court was losing control. To make matters worse, in a moment of reaction the new Sultan Abdulhamid revoked the constitution and suppressed the young Ottoman opposition. Following the crisis of 1875 to 1878, the message was clear: nationalism and great power politics posed an imminent threat to the existence of the empire, and the state had little faith in constitutionalism as a remedy to the dire situation it faced. 72. The Ottoman Empire certainly faced a more hostile environment after 1878. It was racked by internal conflicts and on the verge of becoming a European protectorate. Neighboring Serbia had aspiration of carving out a greater Serbian state in the region and kept close ties with Bosnia and adjacent Ottoman territories inhabited by ethnic Serbs. Greek nationalists were similarly determined to incorporate the Greek-speaking populations of Thrace and Anatolia into an enlarged Greek kingdom, while Bulgaria continued to assert influence in Macedonia. Irredentist nationalism would pose a problem for Ottoman authority in the Balkans right up until the First World War. The situation inside the empire, moreover, hardly gave reformers cause for optimism. Having stifled the liberal opposition, Sultan Abdulhamid pursued a policy that blended modernization, absolutism, and a marked pan-Islamic ideology oriented toward the empire's Muslim population. While the state invested in railroads and attracted foreign investment in industry, it remained cold to political liberalization. Constitutional Ottomanism, the program liberals believed most capable of saving the empire, was a dead letter. 73. Opponents kept the constitutionalist movement alive from abroad, publishing newspapers in London, Paris, and Switzerland critical of the Hamidian regime. In exile, many Democrats also expanded the scope of their ideas as they attempted to reach out to their fellow Ottoman citizens back home. Constitutionalism was combined with Islamic principles, linking concepts of parliamentary democracy with Quranic teachings. In translating Western concepts into an idiom that a Muslim Ottoman citizenry could accept and relate to, Hamidian opponents invented an Islamic constitutional tradition that drew upon both Ottoman and European influences. 74. Critics also began to rethink their former Ottomanist platform over the coming decades, bolstering a stronger sense of national patriotism. Namik Kemal, a leading voice among the Ottoman opposition camp, now spoke of the empire as the fatherland, incorporating elements of European nationalism into his rhetoric. 75. In time, these sentiments fused with currents of pan-Turkic nationalism popularized by Tatar nationalists in the Russian Empire. As Turkism percolated into Ottomanist ideology, differing conceptions of the Ottoman community came to the surface. 76. Despite their commitment to constitutional liberalism, Ottomanist thinkers showed a willingness to endorse radicalized forms of nationalism, especially as ethno-national separatist movements ate away at the base of the empire. These shifts occurred as the composition of the opposition movement changed. By the turn of the century, the older generation of young Ottomans was being replaced with a new wave of exiles arriving on the continent. These men came from small circles formed within the Royal Medical School and War College of Istanbul. Their oppositional politics had drawn the wrath of the Hamidian state, forcing them to flee the country and join the Ottoman diaspora abroad. In 1895, they regrouped in Paris, taking the name the Committee of Union and Progress under the direction of the activist and savant Ahmet Riza. Like earlier reform movements, the CUP was motivated by desires to salvage the empire. Outspoken émigrés were not reticent when it came to placing blame for the nationality problem squarely on the inept Hamidian government. "It is not shameful for us," one newspaper thundered. "How can the Ottomans who once ruled the world become servants to their own shepherds, slaves and servants?" 77 Modernization and constitutionalism offered the remedy to this sad state, they contended. However, these young Turks had little intention of serving as a mere voice of opposition abroad. From the start, the group demonstrated a talent for organizing and publicizing its message. Unlike their predecessors, the CUP leadership was a conspiratorial party. It acted as an umbrella organization for various political groups back home, the most important of which were factions within the military. Disillusioned with the Sultan's ability to keep nationalism and the predatory European powers at bay, military commanders back home were growing restless. For all their complaining, however, they lacked the organizational skills necessary to translate this disaffection into a political movement. The CUP provided the cohesion. It supplied the crucial organizational links that brought together officers and military cells with political elites in the capital. 78. Allied with the military, many CUP leaders professed revolution from above as the party's operative strategy. They openly supported constitutionalism, but never lost sight of their end goals of administrative reform and centralization. Modernization and military reform, these were the elements that would strengthen the empire internally and provide the necessary unity for a multi-ethnic society. From abroad, Ottoman radicals also kept a close eye on international events, often developing their ideas in light of foreign influences. From the 1905 Russian Revolution, they came to understand the power that elite demands could possess when backed by mass support. Events in Iran the following year impressed the CUP leaders, as Iranian protesters and religious authorities championed ideas of Islamic constitutionalism against the ruling Qajar dynasty in Persia. In drawing upon these contemporary lessons, CUP organizers consciously situated themselves within a global wave of constitutional revolution spanning from Europe to Asia. They adapted and modified these models to the particularities of the Ottoman context, coming to believe that military authority from above could organize and mobilize support for political change from below. 79 In outlining this revolutionary strategy, young Turk radicals even considered political violence an effective means of revolutionary change, a position which had been largely absent among CUP ideologues a decade earlier. This shift in perspective was also a response to events taking place within the Ottoman Empire itself. By the turn of the century, the Balkans was sliding into anarchy. Bulgarian and Russian agents persisted to aid secret guerrilla bands and criminal organizations in Macedonia. Serbian support for underground nationalist cells in the region was suspected, while Greek activists were urging co-nationals to Hellenize the region. In April 1903, a faction of anarchists calling themselves the Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization momentarily wreaked havoc in Salonika when it coordinated a series of brutal terrorist attacks across the city. Provocateurs dynamited a French ship in the harbor and proceeded to destroy city infrastructure, detonate explosives at popular hotels and cafes and blow up the Ottoman Bank. Through this reign of terror, the IMRO hoped to attract the attention of the European powers and inflame ethnic strife in the region. It achieved both objectives. 80 Ottoman authorities retaliated, sparking resistance. The fighting became so intense that Muslims formed defense committees to protect themselves from rebel gangs. The powers interpreted this latest surge in violence as a further sign of Ottoman decline and did not hesitate to intervene. That October, an international police force was charged with taking control of Macedonia and restoring the order the Ottoman regime could not provide. While the imperial government did not welcome the entrance of foreign powers into the affair, there was little it could do to prevent it. 81. European intervention hardly improved the situation. The Turkish populations inhabiting the area were irate. They despised being supervised by a foreign police force and demanded that their sultan protect them from nationalist terrorism. In this growing chorus of discontent, the army as well showed signs of protest. The Turkish military stationed in Macedonia was growing hostile to bureaucrats in the capital. Troops had been waging a war against Balkan nationalists for over a decade, oftentimes going for stretches without pay or adequate supplies. Under the circumstances, commanders stationed on the western fringe of the empire increasingly pursued policies independent of the military administration in Istanbul, revealing a disconnect between the government and its forces in the field. The Balkan garrisons became a hotbed of young Turk sympathy, and the arrival of foreign forces in Macedonia only exacerbated these tensions. The army command spoke out openly against the weakness of the Sultan who, they believed, could no longer hold the empire together. It was, they insisted, time for genuine reforms, and if the Sultan did not consent he would have to go. In the summer of 1908, this situation reached a definitive head. That July, Abdulhamid dispatched forces to Macedonia with the plan of removing rowdy commanders and reasserting his authority. When his men arrived, the troops garrisoned in the Balkans mutinied. Military commanders immediately began rallying soldiers and citizens to their side with calls for a constitution. In Salonika, crowds gathered in the streets shouting "Long live the Constitution," and "Long live the Fatherland." Officers and civil servants made impromptu speeches on squares and in cafes, threatening to march to Istanbul if their demands were not met. Abdulhamid had overplayed his hand and had few options available to him. The prospect of a widespread military mutiny would only invite further unrest and foreign intervention. The Constitution of 1876 had to be reinstated and a parliamentary chamber convened to appease opponents. 82 In Salonika, crowds celebrated the victory with parades and banner waving. A few days later, Enver Bey, a staff officer in the mutinous Third Army Corps, addressed an enthusiastic crowd on the newly christened Place de la Liberté and offered his expectations for the constitutional era about to dawn. "Citizens, we are all brothers," he stated. "There are no longer Bulgarians, Greeks, Serbs, Romanians, Jews, Muslims under the same blue sky. We are all equal, we are all proud to be Ottomans." 83. A charismatic figure with a knack for speech-making, Enver Bey commanded attention as a chief spokesman for the new revolutionary vanguard committed to leading a decaying empire into the modern era. Yet it remained uncertain whether the revolution would conform to the Ottomanist ideal presented in his speech that jubilant afternoon. Evolving between 1895 and 1908, the CUP strategy had envisioned a popular movement organized and controlled by the military. This plan had been executed in Macedonia, but could it be applied to the overall empire? Within a short period, this question would be answered with devastating consequences. The Young Turk Revolution. The revolution begun in July was inspired by faith in a renewed Ottomanism emphasizing imperial loyalty and constitutional rule in the name of the Ottoman people. That autumn, the theater of politics shifted from the Balkans to Istanbul, where crowds celebrated the regeneration of Ottoman society. State censorship was ignored as newspapers printed editorials and carried stories on the political events of the day. Public speeches and gatherings were organized throughout the empire in which all nations, all religions, and all classes mixed together. Flag waving, chants of "Long live the Constitution," and even the singing of the Marseillaise were common occurrences. "What changes," remarked one observer. "Souls were suddenly set free. There is now a general neglect everywhere. We speak in raised voices and the street is animated with a candid and sincere sense of life." 84 After years of divisive authoritarian rule, Ottoman citizens were coming together in a moment of national fraternity to signal the rebirth of public life. CUP spokesman intent on sustaining mass support for the revolution repeatedly assured crowds that political reform would reunify a fractured community. Religious and legal equality, rights for women, secularization and economic improvement, these were the broad goals championed by Young Turk activists. Ottoman society was not incompatible with modernity and could be brought into line with the currents of civilized Europe, they argued. 85 Such pronouncements were aimed at foreign audiences just as much as domestic ones. It was imperative to allay European anxieties, and revolutionaries did their best to convince foreign governments that reform was in their best interest and that Christian minorities would be protected. Meeting with French representatives that October, Nazim Bey claimed that the empire was no longer a purely Muslim power. He closely tied Ottoman regeneration with French values of secular liberalism, citing France as an intellectual and moral influence on the movement. The new Turkey is the intellectual daughter of France and it wants to develop and prosper by its example, he stated. 86 statements to this effect did not prevent other CUP leaders from reaching out to the empire's Muslim majority or hailing the revolution as a victory for Islamic civilization. Constitutionalists saw no contradiction in their support for civic Ottomanism and Islam, and in many ways these contradictions were inherent in the CUP strategy of mass mobilization. Difference of opinion within the Young Turk leadership and desires to win support from wide sections of the public brought forth these ideological divergences. 87. This dualism was evident on the ground as well. The events of 1908 invigorated public life as voluntary associations and new journals sprang up and engaged citizens in a variety of activities. Political revolution brought forth a social revolution of sorts that saw a range of merchants, professionals, and local notables take a leading role in politics. 88 In certain cases, the sudden swell of political activity cut across sectarian and class lines. In Macedonia, labor organizations drew in Bulgarians, Jews, and Greeks that partook in strikes and work stoppages. 89 New elites from Anatolia to Syria lent support to Ottoman cosmopolitanism and publicized their message in the emergent public sphere. Through civic associations and the press, they promoted a shared vision of Ottoman modernity that drew upon Western models and gave new meaning to concepts of sovereignty and citizenship. Yet in other instances, activists appealed to ethnic and religious solidarity. Various Turkish and Arab spokespeople translated ideas of equality and rights into terms compatible with Quranic principles and customary religious discourses. 90 Creative adaptation was a hallmark feature of revolutionary activities ranging from CUP ideologues to provincial reformers in Jerusalem, Aleppo, and Cairo. Yet it also highlighted potential points of division between Muslims and non-Muslims, especially in predominantly Muslim areas. Elites reformulated ideas of progress and modernity in an Islamic idiom, hoping to unite Arabs, Turks, Kurds, and other Muslim groups into a common citizenry. To what extent these activities could draw in Christian populations was uncertain. These discrepancies were not unresolvable as long as the initial euphoria of the revolution lasted and constitutional reform proceeded apace. Elections to the Chamber of Deputies were held in late 1908, ushering in a multi-party political system. The CUP won a majority of the seats and prepared to fight the government legally through the press and parliament. They applied pressure to force the resignation of top officials who enjoyed the favor of the Sultan. The office of Grand Vizier was their first target. According to CUP deputies, it was the chamber, as an extension of the nation, that had the prerogative to appoint the highest imperial official, a claim foreshadowing later squabbles over ministerial and lower-level appointments. By submitting the issue to a vote, the CUP gave its demands an air of legality. As a precaution, however, they ordered a naval ship anchored in front of the Yildiz Palace with its guns trained on the Sultan's residence. 91 Despite a stated commitment to parliamentary politics, the CUP continued to act like a conspiratorial party and was not above flexing its muscles to force compliance. Strong-arm tactics went hand in hand with a full frontal assault on the state apparatus. The Sultan's regime had been propped up by a cadre of imperial bureaucrats, many of whom were notorious for their corruption and malfeasance. Once in power, the CUP organized a purge that targeted key officials in the state and military bureaucracies with ties to the old regime. Hundreds of seasoned officials were released from service as hard-line reformers declared war on tyrants and men who did not place importance on the reforms of the people. As one critic asserted. 92 The old guard was replaced with new men backed by the CUP. Talat Pasha, a member of the Salonika party branch, was charged with overseeing this administrative reshuffling in the summer of 1909 when he assumed the post of Interior Minister. The purges allowed the CUP to penetrate deep into the state administration, making government officials dependent upon the party's Central Committee. 93 The party also expanded its networks and created organizational structures that competed with the state. Party branches assumed a more active role in the provinces and appropriated local functions, acting like a quasi-governmental organization. Liberals who had gathered around the Arar party headed by the reform-minded Prince Sabahaddin watched in horror as the CUP came to resemble a government inside the government. Fears of a CUP dictatorship elicited calls for decentralization that divided constitutionalists and exposed growing divisions between reformist and revolutionary camps. 94. Liberals were not the only ones agitated by the purges. Soldiers alarmed by the administrative reorganization rebelled against their new officers, demanding an end to partisan staffing policies and the reinstatement of military personnel. To add moral support to their ultimatum, soldiers petitioned the Sahil-Ilam, the highest religious authority in the empire, whose support garnered the sympathy of thousands of religious students and Muslim officials. Organizing under the Society of Muhammad, conservative elements railed against the government's secular and anti-Islamic policies, calling for the restoration of the Caliph and Sharia law. In April 1909, pro-Hamidian protests surged when some 3,000 theological students and soldiers stormed the parliament in the Sultanate district of Istanbul and demanded the surrender of leading CUP politicians. Facing a potential counter-coup, CUP members regrouped in Salonika and assembled an army of deliverance that summarily crushed the conservative backlash. Mutinous soldiers and Islamists were arrested and executed. On April 27, Abdulhamid was officially deposed and replaced with his brother, who was to serve as little more than a puppet for the regime. Martial law and military force had saved the revolution, but the CUP no longer had illusions regarding its popularity. The party stepped up its purge of the bureaucracy but softened its secular and liberal agenda. Pacifying conservatives and Muslim opinion encouraged a more Islamist rhetoric, marking a significant shift in the political orientation of the Young Turks. 95. This change in focus was equally dictated by the international conflicts convulsing the empire. European powers exploited the instability generated by the revolution from the start, using it as a pretext to seize further Ottoman territory. In 1908, Austria annexed Bosnia, Bulgaria declared outright independence and Cretan insurgents announced union with Greece. The CUP's ability to defend the empire was immediately cast into doubt, and this doubt festered over the coming years. In 1911, Italy violated international law and launched an invasion of Ottoman Libya, forcing the Ottoman military to mount a resistance movement in conjunction with regional Arab clients. Pan-Islamic sentiment was employed to mobilize troops, strengthening the Islamic rhetoric of the military and government. Between 1912 and 1913, Greece, Bulgaria and Serbia occupied parts of Macedonia, effectively ending Ottoman rule in Europe. As these crises unfolded, the government became reliant on the military. Men like Enver Bey, who commanded forces in both Libya and the Balkans, progressively assumed a more direct role in state affairs, diminishing liberal rule. 96 In a more general sense, territorial losses reshaped perceptions of Ottomanism and the state as its Christian population shrank. After 1912, demographic realities dictated that the empire was now a primarily Turkish and Arab-speaking Muslim state. 97 If Ottomanism had constituted a strategy for binding together a multi-ethnic population, Islamism was now consistent with this objective. Map 10 The area in dark gray indicates the losses incurred by the Ottoman Empire during the Balkan Wars, 1912 to 1913. The persistent threat posed by secessionist nationalism also nurtured a pathological suspicion of ethnic minorities. CUP radicals were inclined to look upon ethnic Turks as the only reliable population in the empire. Consequently, a more pronounced sense of Turkish nationalism took root with organizations like Turk Akagi exhorting a turn away from the previous Ottoman-centric worldview. Ziya Gökalp, a key advocate of Turkish nationalism within the CUP, was instrumental in promoting an ethnic nationalist ideology against minorities and Islamic clerics that would come to inform government policies in the years ahead. Ottoman regeneration was recast as a myth of national revival and the renunciation of cosmopolitan liberalism. 98 This reactionary utopianism found its way into state social and economic projects. Policy-makers endeavored to create a Turkish-speaking middle class by resettling refugees and expelling undesirable Slavs, Armenians, and Kurds. Interior Minister Talat Pasha played a leading role in designing these policies as the state condoned ethnic cleansing to create a homogeneous Anatolian core that would ideally provide a basis of support for a Turco-Islamic empire. 99 This defensive strategy revealed the extent to which the Young Turk Revolution had morphed into a distinctly different type of modernizing project by 1914. The revolutionary elan of 1908 was extinguished as the government's nationalist platform alienated non-Turkish elites across the empire. As war and centrifugal ethno-national contentions spread, the cosmopolitan Ottomanism of 1908 fell to the wayside. By January 1913, the constitutional government was utterly debilitated. Revolution, warfare, and ethnic strife had enervated liberals, leaving them impotent. With the empire on the verge of complete collapse, Cup radicals resorted to a coup, with Enver seizing the war ministry and Talat clamping down on internal affairs. Constitutionalism was put on ice as the government of the Pashas took control of the fragile situation and pursued their modernizing revolution from above. Looking back at the period of the Young Turk Revolution during the years of the First World War, the author Halid Ziya Yüzükligil confessed that a persistent shadow of sadness loomed over his memories. The new government promised us freedom and equality, reconstituted justice and civilization, he reflected. The nation was celebrating nothing other than its own awakening. Yet nearly a decade of conflict and warfare had eclipsed the revolutionary enthusiasm generated in 1908. There was no time for us to approach out goals by even a step, Yüzükligil lamented. Tragedies scattered across other nations during the course of a century were crowded together for us in the span of 6 years. New wounds were opened before the old ones had a chance to scar over, adding new agonies to old ones. 100 Writing in 1917, his words possess the ring of an epitaph. Conclusion. The nationalist, illiberal turn taken by the Young Turk Revolution provides a cautionary tale of the dynamics latent within radical modernizing ideologies. This outcome, however, should not overshadow the aspirations present at its origin. Young Turk revolutionaries professed a commitment to cosmopolitan ideals and saw themselves as participants in a global wave of constitutional revolutions based upon broad principles of equality and national unity. At the turn of the century, constitutionalism had become a global doctrine attractive to many activists on the periphery of Europe who were conscious of the difficulties that a multi-ethnic citizenry and industrial underdevelopment posed for their societies. Modernizing states sought to transform diverse empires into national ones. However, as absolutist regime proved unreliable partners in this endeavor, elites showed themselves willing to entertain more radical options. They mobilized mass support behind promises of citizenship and representative government that acquired their own particular and local dimensions. From St. Petersburg to Istanbul, crowds celebrated the entrance of the people into political life and the unity that constitutionalism promised, if only briefly. These festivities marked efforts at revolutionary community building rooted in shared visions of modern, progressive society. Modernization, however, contained both centripetal and centrifugal potentialities. The Balkans became a staging ground for these two interrelated processes at the turn of the century as ethnic and national politics splintered communities and unleashed instability. As Ottoman authority in the region disintegrated, irredentism and the anarchic violence it bred were transformed into a European problem. Following Austria's annexation of Bosnia in 1908, Serbian nationalism increasingly took a more radical turn as South Slav and Bosnian patriots refused to countenance the loss of an ethnically Serb territory. Activists formed underground groups like Young Bosnia and the Black Hand that fomented agitation from Belgrade to Sarajevo. The Balkan Wars inspired a new sense of urgency as young nationalists took up arms and joined the Serbian military in its effort to liberate their fellow brothers. Emboldened by success on the battlefield, militants now endeavored to liberate Bosnia in a similar fashion. 101 Serbian military commanders were happy to accommodate. Over the coming year, they extended aid to terrorist organizations that might secure Greater Serbia or, at the very least, sabotage the Austrian administration. In the summer of 1914, this policy fueled the advent of a Third Balkan War. On June 28, Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austrian throne, arrived in Sarajevo to oversee a routine military inspection. That afternoon, he and his wife were shot dead by Gavrilo Princip, a student and Serb radical tied to the Bosnian political underground. Anarchist doctrinaires had repeatedly insisted that propaganda of the deed was more effective than 1,000 political manifestos, a creed that Princip had clearly taken to heart. Austria condemned the act, claiming it opened the eyes of the entire civilized world to the threat posed by an anarchic Balkan nationalism. The government's response was clear and unequivocal. No civilized country possessed the right to stay the arm of Austria in this struggle with barbarism and political crime, it concluded. Cannot permit regicide to become a weapon that can be employed with impunity in political strife. 102 Having abetted revolutionary conspirators across its border, Serbia would receive its just punishment. Austria was declaring a renewed war on terror, one that within months would metastasize into a global conflict. Chapter 10. Forging the New Regime, War and Revolution in the Russian Empire. The Balkan War that began in the summer of 1914 was unlike its antecedents. Through a mix of complex alliance systems, great power politics and misguided policies, Europe slid into one of the most devastating conflicts in modern history. Over the next 4 years, war would claim roughly 17 million lives, leaving European society devastated by its conclusion. As the conflict dragged on with no resolution in sight, states were compelled to mobilize all available resources and prepare for total war. Between 1914 and 1918, governments exerted exceptional controls over industries to manage wartime economies while military authorities took charge of civilian affairs. At the same time, organized labor acquired greater bargaining powers in certain countries and women entered the workforce in unprecedented numbers. By 1918, state administrative capabilities were left significantly enhanced as total war encouraged bureaucratic restructuring and reorganization on a vast scale. In no uncertain terms, the First World War ushered in a radical economic, social, and political transformation across Europe. 1. This environment saw a corresponding radicalization of political movements and ideologies, and governments were not above exploiting these developments if possible. From the start, Germany spearheaded a far-reaching plan of subversion aimed at destabilizing its Entente enemies. The scope of these activities was impressive. German agents liaised with Polish, Flemish, Georgian, and Ukrainian elites, bolstering nationalist resistance. Throughout Central and Eastern Europe, the military promoted liberation movements designed to dismember the Russian Empire. With an eye to Great Britain, German authorities aided the creation of an Irish brigade assembled from prisoners of war held in German war camps and funneled arms to Republicans during the Easter Rebellion of 1916. 2 To obstruct the Entente war effort, German Undersecretary of State Arthur Zimmermann coordinated seditious undertakings on a global scale and extended the war into the colonies. As part of this objective, the Orientalist scholar and consular agent Max von Oppenheim was instructed to provoke anti-imperial jihadist movements within the British, French, and Russian empires. Heading a propaganda bureau in Berlin, Oppenheim spent the war years working with sheikhs, Ottoman officials, and Islamic insurgents from Morocco to India in an effort to inflame the whole Muslim world. 3. Map 11 Europe in 1914. For the German Foreign Office, revolution was a strategic means of warfare. German war aims consciously stoked the flames of global insurrection, stimulating nationalist and anti-imperial movements that would extend into the post-war period. 4 Yet if military conflict abetted revolution, it also militarized revolutionary movements themselves. As war disrupted societies and established models of authority faltered, radicals were keen to exploit the crisis. They promoted rival conceptions of sovereignty that promised to restore unity to shattered societies. At the same time, radicals adapted their outlooks and strategies to the new conditions of total war, giving rise to circumstances that rationalized and even encouraged extreme forms of political violence. This pattern became most evident in Russia, where war and the decay of state authority brought forth a revolutionary holocaust that would permanently transform Europe's revolutionary tradition. Tsarist authority in crisis. Russia was ill-prepared to confront the German military in 1914. Facing munitions shortages and poorly organized supply lines, the Russian army endured a series of humiliating defeats along the western borderland that shook confidence in both the state and military. By September 1915, Austro-German forces had occupied the Baltic territories and large parts of Belorussia. As Austria pushed up from Galicia and German forces closed in from the Baltic, the Russian army was forced to abandon Poland and continue the fight within Russian territory. The retreat elicited criticism over the management of the war, as progressive parties like the Cadets and Octoberists used the occasion to wrest concessions from the government. Unwilling to compromise, Tsar Nicholas suspended the Duma, provoking a constitutional crisis that only further aggravated the situation. Political feuds inside the Duma were only one facet of the mounting crisis facing the empire as the war progressed. With Russia's military in retreat, sections of the empire came under enemy control. Abandoning these territories, commanders instituted a scorched earth policy. Whole villages were burned to the ground while livestock and material goods were requisitioned. To prevent the German military from conscripting civilians into the army, officials forcibly evacuated populations and relocated them to central Russia. By 1917, some 6 million refugees had been displaced. Resettled groups generated a host of ethnic and political tensions as they sought access to shelter and already strained resources. 5 Popular anger was particularly directed at Germans living within the empire. Officials and Russian nationalists argued that Russian Germans posed a potential security threat to the country. The government passed legislation authorizing deportation and the confiscation of property belonging to German citizens. In cities, mobs attacked German neighborhoods and lynched people with German-sounding last names as part of a general struggle against German predominance. 6. Map 12 Russian territory occupied by Germany during the First World War. Wartime demands also destabilized Russian society as the state attempted to exploit all available manpower to the fullest extent. In 1914, the Russian military numbered around 1.4 million men. However, this number drastically increased as the conflict continued. In total, roughly 16 million people would be mobilized during the conflict, with the need for men and labor spurring aggressive conscription campaigns. Populations traditionally exempt from military service proved especially resistant to these demands. When the imperial government announced it was going to draft Central Asian subjects into labor battalions in June 1916, Kazakh and Kyrgyz populations rose up in revolt. Prodded into action by protesters in Tashkent, bands of native insurgents began destroying infrastructure and launching attacks on Russian settler communities. Violent retribution followed as the military massacred entire villages. 7 The breakdown of order in Central Asia was symptomatic of a larger phenomenon. The war years and the demands they placed on the population eroded the traditional political and social relationships that held the multi-ethnic Russian Empire together. As civilian authorities fled combat zones, military commanders assumed control and took charge of ethnic minorities. Their domineering attitudes alienated native elites whose cooperation had long been essential to local stability. Martial law and military governance dissolved the links between state and imperial society. As authority crumbled in peripheral regions, opportunities arose for individuals and groups who could offer protection or provide basic services that the state could not. Such conditions reshaped understandings of authority and furnished contexts for imagining new forms of sovereignty that challenged imperial rule from the center. 8. Managing the war became a crucial test of authority, one which often exposed the limitations of the imperial government. Like every European power, the Russian state mobilized its economy for war. Basic comestibles such as grain and meat were subject to procurement by state agencies. The newly created Council of Defense oversaw state-owned industries and had the power to force private enterprises to fulfill government contracts and ensure all necessary resources were channeled into war industries. These measures resulted in chronic shortages, inflation, and food riots, all of which alarmed civilian organizations fearful that the government was giving priority to military affairs at the expense of social stability. Merchants and liberal elites attempted to compensate for government shortcomings by setting up an unofficial union of zemstva and urban municipalities under Prince Georgy Lvov. Among other responsibilities, Zemgor associates attended to a variety of war-related activities ranging from organizing military supplies to providing medical services. In a similar fashion, the Moscow-based War Industries Committee was created the following year to supervise government work orders and coordinate with workers employed in war industries. These types of public initiatives challenged the state's exclusive control of the war effort and frequently instigated arguments regarding military and civilian jurisdiction. Yet more to the point, civilian actors were motivated by the perceived mismanagement of the war effort. They took a critical stance on state policies and endeavored to elaborate more efficient ones, often challenging state authority in the process. 9. Requisitioning had a particularly adverse effect on the countryside where grain production was steadily declining. Peasants showed little inclination to comply with requisitioning, which many saw as an imposition placed on them by the cities. Coupled with an inadequate transport system for moving goods across the empire, urban and country relations broke down. Soldiers fighting at the front felt the pinch as scarcity and lack of supplies further undermined military morale. The capital, rechristened as the more Russian-sounding Petrograd, faced the continuous threat of food shortages by 1917. Strikes, primarily concentrated in Moscow and Petrograd, began to rise in response to hunger, inflation and the general demands placed upon labor. More ominous, it was evident that worker militancy was acquiring political dimensions. Workers struck in 1915 when the Duma was temporarily suspended, and they did so again in December 1916 when the Duma attempted to press itself on the unpopular government. 11 Protesters could sympathize with the leader of the Progressive Bloc, Pavel Milyukov, who assailed the state's handling of the war with the pointed question, "Is this stupidity or treason?" 12 Weary of the troublesome Duma, Nicholas eventually closed it down indefinitely. Yet this was hardly a manageable solution. Growing criticism and lack of confidence were taking a toll on the government, prompting some within the higher echelons of society to contemplate regime change if necessary. It was not, however, the political elite who would ultimately provide the spark that would set the Russian Empire ablaze. In 1917, International Women's Day, an important day of recognition in the socialist calendar, fell on February 23. Female textile workers used the occasion to take to the streets, protesting bread shortages and rising prices. The demonstration quickly drew in other workers. Over the coming days, 200,000 strikers occupied the streets of Petrograd waving banners, singing the Marseillaise and chanting "Down with the war! Down with the Tsar!" Crowds were emboldened when troops stationed in the capital flagrantly disobeyed orders to fire on the people and join the demonstrators. With the military in open revolt, crowds stormed prisons and defaced symbols of the Tsarist regime in a veritable anti-monarchist rage. Officials watched in disbelief as Tsarist authority melted away overnight. The defection of the Petrograd garrison effectively transformed the February strikes into a revolutionary movement, one which showed signs of spreading to Moscow by the end of the week. Those observing the situation had few illusions concerning what was required to halt the slide into complete anarchy. Nicholas II had to abdicate and a new government be formed with popular support. 3 centuries of Romanov rule was coming to end, but what might replace it still remained unclear. 13. Revolutionary activism and authority. It was presumed that Grand Duke Michael, brother of Nicholas II, would supplant the Tsar and inaugurate a liberal monarchy. Michael, however, refused to take the throne without a popular mandate. This prospect was not completely out of the question. Days before Nicholas' formal abdication, a provisional committee had formed in the Duma under the chairmanship of Prince Lvov, a long-standing liberal involved in the Zemstvo movement since the 1880s. The body was in a position to assume power and serve as a caretaker government. 9 of its 12 members were Duma deputies, the majority of which were drawn from the cadets. 14 Taking on the role of a provisional government, the committee passed a string of legislation over the coming weeks that allowed for civil and political rights, universal suffrage, and a general amnesty. Plans were made for a constituent assembly that would crown the Great Russian Revolution, as Lvov claimed. 15 Contrary to initial expectations, Russia was to be a republic. In essence, the new program reiterated everything demanded in 1905 without the fear of counter-revolution coming from the Winter Palace. February was not to be a replay of the abortive 1905 revolution. The collapse of the autocracy had been hastened by events in the streets, but the new regime hardly signified a spontaneous revolution in any meaningful sense of the word. A revolutionary government had not been forced upon the state by the protesters but rather organized and negotiated behind closed doors. The February Revolution was, ultimately, one precipitated by political elites. 16 In one sense, this denouement assured a different outcome than what occurred in 1905. Yet it simultaneously raised doubts regarding the legitimacy of the government from the start. In the absence of a popular mandate, liberals fell back on promises of democratic reform, vesting their authority in the confidence of what their revolution could deliver. The victorious revolution doubtless will bring a cleansing and renewal, one cadet newspaper assured. The age of autocracy would be followed by a time of independent activism as former subjects came to see themselves as free citizens of a restored and sovereign national community. 17 Independent activism was, however, something that a regime with questionable legitimacy might also learn to fear, and this prospect too was evident from the start. Concurrent with the declaration of a provisional government, organizers within the Central War Industries Committee exhibited the exact type of independent activism alluded to by liberals. Gathering workers and socialist deputies together, they revived the Soviets of 1905 in order to manage the strikes convulsing the capital. Workers and soldiers gravitated toward these new organs, with some 3,000 deputies elected to the Petrograd Soviet alone. Socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks made a strong showing in the new Soviet and secured a predominant position in its executive committee. Socialist spokesmen pegged February a bourgeois revolution and questioned whether liberals would in fact work in the interests of the people. Fear of counter-revolution from within the military encouraged a cooperative position vis-à-vis the provisional government. Yet the Soviets let it be known that their support was conditional and should not be taken for granted. According to militants, it was the Soviets that reflected the will of the people. With hundreds of Soviets established by the fall of 1917, the councils were a formidable political force with the potential to challenge the legitimacy of the provisional government and promote forms of democratic activism outside state institutions. As was evident, the February Revolution had brought into existence two poles of sovereignty, establishing the conditions for dual power that would subsequently drive events in the capital. 18. Liberals were conscious of the need to court popular support. In the euphoric days following Nicholas' abdication, they remained mute on the issue of the war and, in fact, believed that the war effort itself might provide a common patriotic platform capable of rallying the nation to the government. In the weeks following the February Revolution, patriotism ran high. Even the Soviet leaders were supporting the unpopular war effort, insisting the people's revolution needed to be defended from German invasion. In his proclamation to the people of the world published that March, the influential Menshevik Irakli Tseretil addressed the international left with his appeal for a fair peace without annexation. In the meantime, he urged Russians to throw their support behind the war. Touting the slogan "Defense of the Revolution," Tseretil framed the conflict as a defensive war that would ultimately secure worker emancipation across Europe and the world. 19 If liberals believed they could harness this patriotic ebullience, they also remained conscious of the need to draw socialist leaders closer to the government in order to broaden their base of support. The provisional government may have been able to claim formal authority, but the Soviet Executive Committee commanded the loyalties of workers and the garrisons. 20 Making overtures to the left, The government found an ally in Alexander Kerensky, a moderate SR and vice-chairman of the Petrograd Soviet. It was primarily through Kerensky's cooperation and rise within the government that dual power became a workable solution in the short term, creating a weak but nonetheless vital connection between the central authority and popular movements. Dual power has typically been used by historians to examine the conflicts over revolutionary sovereignty and authority that came to the fore in 1917. While applicable to events in Petrograd, this framework tends to obscure the multiple points of authority that emerged throughout the empire as the Tsarist regime collapsed. The tensions that arose between the government and military were a telling indication of the complexities that revolutionary politics invited. Control of the military was of critical importance. The mutinies had provided the catalyst for the revolutionary momentum of February, and liberals recognized the need to assert control over the military if they were to govern. On February 28, the government ordered troops to return to their barracks and obey commanding officers. The response, however, revealed the tenuous hold the government had over the military. Soldiers protested, complaining of inequality between soldiers and officers and the heavy-handed treatment meted out by superiors. The Petrograd garrison had already begun forming councils to speak on behalf of disgruntled soldiers, and on March 14 the Petrograd Soviet energetically endorsed their program. Issuing Order No. 1, it demanded freely elected Soviets be established within the army. The order was an affront to the provisional government. However, it had little choice other than to accept the directive, lest the government risk losing support among the troops. In the coming weeks, other barracks and regiments made similar demands, with soldiers requesting greater decision-making powers and democratization. While the Petrograd Soviet backed these demands, soldier councils and committees remained independent and tended to push diverse agenda responsive to particular situations. 21. Evident tensions between central and localized authority manifested themselves across the empire. As imperial authority dissolved, militias sprang up and local actors took control of government offices to attend to immediate problems of resource management, law, and policing. This radical decentralization was not part of a revolutionary program so much as a response to collapsing institutions and power structures at the local level. The Russian Empire had never been a cohesive and unified community. Its varying minorities and social groups had been held together by the imperial state and a common recognition of dynastic sovereignty. Once these broke down, Russian society fragmented into a constellation of autonomous bodies representing a range of interests and aspirations. Strongmen and newly minted citizens appeared ready and willing to speak out on behalf of their constituents in the name of revolutionary emancipation. They appropriated the functions of government and attempted to provide the order that the state no longer could. 22. Figure 19. The Civil Guard in Petrograd, 1917. Copyright Dia/G. Dagley ORTI/Getty Images. Socialists hailed the worker Soviets set up that spring as instruments of revolutionary democracy, but these bodies were never defined by strict adherence to a particular revolutionary platform or ideology. 23. Worker radicalism was motivated more by growing production quotas and falling wages than by radical Marxist ideology. With the Tsarist police gone, workers began to organize themselves. They formed factory committees, took control of plants and attacked hated foremen and managers. Armed worker brigades defended factories from looters and patrolled working-class neighborhoods in an effort to keep the public peace. Red Guard squads grew up in various Russian cities staffed by volunteers. These activities challenged the traditional social hierarchies and power relationships that laborers found so degrading. However, they also saw workers stepping into authoritative roles out of necessity and taking upon themselves political and organizational responsibilities that they alone could fulfill in the power vacuum opened by the revolution. As Chris Reed has claimed, worker revolutionary and political consciousness was shaped through the evolution of everyday experiences. It was not ideologically predetermined. 24. Worker Soviets reflected a broad range of interests shaped by factors such as trade, locality, sociability, and circumstance. They provided channels through which organizers could influence worker radicalism and communicate with laborers, but they were hardly instruments that could be expected to follow directives and party initiatives blindly. The empowerment that the revolution offered extended to gender hierarchies just as much as social ones. With the advent of war, conventional gender roles and identities were thrown into flux as men departed for the front and women filled jobs in industrial plants and rail industries. Women found opportunities to participate in the political agitation of the day, whether by protesting against food rationing or demanding an increase in family allowances provided by the state. 25 Militant feminists like Matriana Zaleskaya and Maria Bakareva made names for themselves organizing all-women militia units and embodying virtues of feminine self-sacrifice and patriotism. The government even encouraged the creation of female battalions as a means of shaming Russian men who performed poorly on the battlefield or attempted to skirt military responsibilities. 26 In general, the government was receptive to female activism. It granted certain civil liberties that opened up new avenues of social and political engagement for women. Yet activists rarely promoted ideas of explicit female emancipation. By and large, women espoused a discourse of class identity and solidarity, allying themselves with worker politics. They linked their struggle with the broader struggle of the oppressed masses, thereby claiming inclusion in an imagined universal community that transcended gender lines. 27. This assimilation of particular and universal grievances proved more problematic in the countryside, where peasants began forming their own committees and addressing long-standing rural complaints over land and poverty. Wartime demands on the provinces had driven a wedge between the government and countryside, portending a split between urban and rural interests. Peasants took control of communal and regional administrative organs, rejecting the authority of land captains and village elders alike. They put forward programs of agrarian reform and self-governance, in some cases hijacking land committees and summarily dividing up communal lands in accordance with their own notions of equality and the peasant moral economy. In many instances, SR activists took a leading role in these activities and goaded peasant radicalism. The provisional government treated acts of rebellion seriously. Cooperative urban-rural relations were essential to maintaining the grain supply that fed the cities and sustained the war. The government could not afford to ignore issues of agrarian reform, and yet it had little taste for getting involved in rural politics. Land reform would not only alienate the landed elite. It would encourage desertion in the armed forces as peasant conscripts abandoned the front to claim land in their home regions. Unable to frame a coherent rural policy, the provisional government dithered. Consequently, both landowners and peasants began to look elsewhere. 28. No less intractable, nationalism likewise posed a problem as war and revolution disrupted the empire. 29 Taking control of Latvia, White Russia, and Poland, the German military pledged to liberate these territories from Russian rule. The Oberost command funneled aid to nationalists and Polish separatists with the goal of securing German influence in the region. 30 These policies had a ripple effect across the empire as movements for national autonomy broke out from Ukraine to the Caucasus. By early March, nationalists had convoked a central Ukrainian Rada in Kiev to demand cultural and administrative autonomy within a reworked Russian Federation. The cadets opposed making any national concessions before the Constituent Assembly was convened. More vocal opponents accused the Rada of being a German ploy to dismember the empire, an allegation that drew withering criticism from Ukrainian nationalists. Even the socialist newspaper Izvestia lashed out at national autonomists, affirming unambiguously the revolutionary democracy of Russia stands for the indivisibility of the state. 31 For populations subject to foreign occupation and general wartime hardships, national self-determination acquired a certain saliency as the empire buckled under the accumulated weight of protracted combat and political instability. In this context, revolutionary democracy had the potential to translate into forms of autonomy and independence that challenged the very foundations of imperial sovereignty. Rebuffing national autonomists, government leaders showed themselves committed to preserving Russia as a great imperial power. The nationality question added yet another layer to an already tension-ridden situation as liberals contended with the hazards of revolutionary democracy. By the spring, the provisional government faced criticism for everything ranging from its handling of the provinces to its imperialist war policy. These criticisms were all the more alarming for a government lacking a popular mandate. As protests and strikes resumed, confidence in the government waned. The government needed to secure its authority and channel the aspirations unleashed that February into a model of revolutionary sovereignty that could sustain and unify the empire. Failing to do so would continually leave the government at the mercy of rival points of authority claiming to speak for the people and promising the revolutionary democracy that the government appeared unwilling to deliver. The Bolsheviks' ascendant. The growing number of street protests and strikes that spring highlighted the government's weakened position as calls of "down with the provisional government" provoked panic among liberals. The need to re-establish confidence in the midst of rising inflation and a failing war effort was acutely felt, and Alexander Kerensky intended to rise to the occasion. Eloquent, pragmatic, and possessing a flair for dramatic speech-making, Kerensky was popular with workers and the liberal-minded intelligentsia. That March, his decision to join the government had boosted its legitimacy and won the tepid support of the Soviets. There is only one name that unites everyone, the socialite Zinaida Gypius claimed, and that is the name of Kerensky. 32 Yet the Kerensky cult was not enough to sustain the government indefinitely, and the statesman knew it. Following street demonstrations that May, Kerensky understood the need to draw the left closer to the government and set out to form a new coalition with greater socialist participation. Appealing to the Soviet Executive Committee, he offered 6 ministerial positions to the Mensheviks and SRS which, after some deliberation, they accepted. Hedging their bets, the left believed it could push for reform within the government as a minority party. This assessment proved inaccurate, however. Socialists were given limited influence over government policy but strapped with full responsibility for any decisions made by the bourgeois government. They had tied their fate to the fortunes of the provisional government, and as confidence continued to erode so too did the credibility of the socialists. The Bolsheviks proved the exception. At the start of the revolution, the party was unprepared to direct the popular movements. Its leadership was in exile and Bolshevik influence over workers in the major cities paled in comparison to the other socialist parties. In early April, however, the Bolsheviks received an impetus when Lenin returned to Russia. Since 1905, the Bolshevik firebrand had led his party from abroad, speaking at socialist congresses across Europe and writing prolifically. The start of the war found him in Switzerland where he published his views on the imperialist conflict and confidently prophesied on the coming proletarian revolution ahead. 33 His return to Russia was facilitated by the German government, which clearly understood the strategic value of releasing a radical like Lenin into the volatile political situation unfolding in the country. Germany intended to let loose the furies of radical revolution on the shaky provisional government. For his part, Lenin was happy to oblige. 34. In his April theses written en route to Russia, Lenin laid out his future plans for the Bolshevik Party. Insisting that the war was a product of an imploding capitalist system, he proclaimed the start of a global socialist revolution in which he foresaw Russia inspiring other revolutionary movements abroad. 35 He denounced the Mensheviks and SRS for collaborating with the government and called for the transfer of power to the Soviets, the only organs capable of inaugurating a truly revolutionary democracy. All power to the Soviets was the resounding cry, a slogan that unconditionally staked the Bolsheviks to a policy of opposition. 36 These were strong words meant to rally party members to an uncompromising platform, and strong words and actions were needed if Lenin intended to lead. He was a virtual stranger to Russia, having spent the majority of his life abroad. "I know very little of Russia," he once confessed. Simbirsk, Kazan, Petersburg, exile, that is all I know. 37 It was also difficult to ignore the fact that the Bolshevik party Lenin assumed control of in 1917 was not the same party he had left behind in 1905. If Lenin had imagined a tight-knit conspiratorial party, by 1917 this organizational structure was no longer the reality. After February, thousands of workers and soldiers had swelled the ranks of the Bolsheviks, transforming it from a revolutionary vanguard into a mass party. By the fall of 1917, it possessed over 350,000 members. 38. Figure 20 Vladimir Ilyich Lenin Copyright Keystone/Staff/Getty Images. Nor was Lenin's outlook necessarily the same as it had been in 1905 either. His thinking and political theories had matured during his years of exile, a fact made evident in his forthcoming work State and Revolution. Through debates with other prominent radicals, Lenin began to give serious consideration to the development and goals of a communist society. Like Marx and other prominent radical thinkers, Lenin believed that the Paris Commune of 1871 was a model for proletarian revolution that promised decentralized authority and worker control. Yet unlike many anarchists, Lenin was not concerned with the myth of the Commune as such. It was its practical applications that interested him, and more importantly its ultimate failure. 39 Taking his cue from Marx, Lenin argued that the Commune had failed to dispense with the instrument of bourgeois government, namely the state. The principal objective of proletarian revolution was not to assume control of the state, it aimed to smash the bureaucratic military machine and create a new type of power and organization reflective of worker control. 40. The proletariat would be wise to heed this lesson in the coming struggle, Lenin insisted. As he saw it, the state was a special repressive force, one which the proletariat had to seize control of in order to push through its revolutionary program. While this injunction agreed with Jacobin political philosophy, Lenin showed that he was not simply the Russian Jacobin many of his critics claimed. This dictatorship of the proletariat was only a period of political transition in the evolution toward communism. In this transitional period, the state would attend to organizing industries and forming socialist citizens as people became accustomed to observing the elementary rules of social life. Once this task of social leveling and renovation was accomplished, the state would wither away and provide the conditions for a radically new type of freedom. It was at this juncture the revolution could be considered achieved in the most meaningful sense. Only in a communist society, when the resistance of the capitalists has been completely crushed, when the capitalists have disappeared, when there are no classes, only then the state ceases to exist, and it becomes possible to speak of freedom, he affirmed. While the state exists, there is no freedom. When there is freedom, there will be no state. 41. Lenin was offering his adherents a vision of the anarchist utopia, albeit one achieved through Jacobin-style revolutionary tactics. His program laid out a strategy for how workers might seize control of the state while at the same time use it as an instrument in pursuing their own emancipatory goals. The advent of this coming revolution was, however, explained through the historical dialecticism and laws of Marxist theory. As a revolutionary program and ideology, therefore, Leninism adeptly synthesized competing revolutionary traditions and combined them into a new synthesis. It tied these various traditions to a radical revolutionary party with ambitions of leading the proletariat to the end goal of socialism. In the short term, Lenin and his allies framed an agenda promising worker control, land reform, national rights and a just end to the war. They aligned their message with the demands of activists and political organizers across the empire, and by doing so showed themselves willing to engage with the various revolutionary centers that had grown up since February. Workers and peasants had already begun formulating their own localized conceptions of Soviet rule without the aid of the Bolsheviks. The task for Lenin and his cohorts was to harness this momentum and make the Bolsheviks the party of the revolution as it was broadly understood. Yet if the Bolsheviks courted popular support, such populist rhetoric did not signal a change in ideological perspective. Lenin never modified his position on party discipline or democratic centralism. Bolshevik control and single-party rule by the proletariat remained the objective. 42 Party ideologues consistently spoke for the proletariat, but in the atmosphere of 1917 proletariat and people became easily fungible concepts in leftist discourse. Allusions to the toiling people and the working classes often functioned as shorthand for the Russian nation itself, equating revolutionary nationhood with the idea of a community of workers. 43 Bolshevik speeches and slogans gave the semblance of a popular democratic movement. Nonetheless, Lenin persistently saw the popular movements as a vehicle for achieving the aims of his revolutionary party, speaking in the name of the proletariat. For Lenin, the party, as the embodiment of proletarian consciousness, was the true revolutionary force. The Bolsheviks were not representatives of popular opinion, they were the vanguard driven by historical necessity. 44. Despite this robust activism, the Bolsheviks profited most from the government's diminishing credibility. In June, a disastrous military offensive in Galicia resulted in yet another humiliating retreat that generated riots in Petrograd. Kerensky responded to the unrest by announcing the creation of a government of salvation committed to protecting the state and inflicting severe retribution on the forces of social disorder. Carrying out this task fell to the new Supreme Commander-in-Chief, Lavrov Kornilov. A seasoned military veteran with powerful conservative backers, Kornilov had a particular interpretation of what salvation implied for Russia. He had little patience for soldier committees and Soviets, both of which were ruinous to the empire in his opinion. Conservatives looked favorably on the new appointment, seeing Kornilov as the man who could save Russia from socialism and imperial collapse. With their encouragement, Kornilov consolidated his position over the next month and warmed political elites to the idea of a military dictatorship. Kerensky had few illusions as to Kornilov's ultimate designs, and in late August the situation reached a head when Kerensky accused the ambitious commander of plotting to overthrow the government. Refusing to step down, Kornilov decided to make a show of force. On August 27, he ordered troops into Petrograd with the intention of crushing the Soviets, putting an end to dual power and installing himself at the head of the government. Kerensky had little choice but to turn to the Soviets for assistance, urging railway workers to divert trains from the capital and halt the coup. The tactic worked, but the damage had been done. In the wake of the Kornilov affair, Kerensky and the government were completely discredited. 45. The crisis equally tainted the Mensheviks and SRS, both of which had participated in the coalition government. That August and September, the Bolsheviks racked up electoral victories in the city dumas and councils. More importantly, they took a commanding position within the Soviet executive committees. Political crisis and lack of faith in governing institutions produced a swell of radicalism from below as workers and soldiers turned to the Bolsheviks. Leon Trotsky was front and center in this grassroots Bolshevik resurgence. Whereas Lenin was distant and prone to abstraction at times, Trotsky possessed the qualities of a charismatic politician. As one of the principal speakers for the Bolsheviks in the Petrograd Soviet, he mastered the crowds with his oratory. Night after night, Trotsky appeared before workers and organizers, condemning Kerensky as a counter-revolutionary and leading the cry of all power to the Soviets. Given the swell of support within the Soviets, Lenin and the party leadership were confident that all power to the Soviets would in actuality translate into all power to the party, an assumption that had yet to be tested. 46 For the moment, however, the Bolshevik ascendancy left the party in control of the Petrograd Soviet and the Red Guard. The time for action had arrived. History will not forgive us if we do not assume power now, Lenin brazenly remarked. 47. Many Bolshevik leaders were stunned by this latest declaration. The Congress of the Soviets was scheduled to meet on October 25. Settling the issue at the Congress would invest any transfer of power with an air of legitimacy, not to mention ensure Menshevik and SR support for the action. Lenin, however, wanted to present the overthrow as a fait accompli to the Congress rather than leave it open to debate and negotiation. The night before the Congress, Trotsky mobilized military units and Red Guard battalions with warnings of an impending counter-revolutionary strike by the government. As Red Guard units seized control of key strategic points in the capital, Kerensky fled. The following day, Bolshevik forces stormed the Winter Palace and arrested the provisional government. Lenin had forced the issue, leaving the Bolsheviks in a strong position to dictate the new political program of Soviet power. When the Congress met, the Mensheviks and SRS denounced the act and walked out of the assembly. "Go where you ought to be," Trotsky famously called out after them, "into the dustbin of history." 48. Trotsky's knack for extemporaneous yet memorable speeches conveyed an air of triumphant confidence as the Bolsheviks took power. However, as events would soon reveal, neither party was willing to consign themselves voluntarily to the dustbin of history. The Bolshevik Revolution effectively ended dual power, but it failed to create a single point of revolutionary sovereignty. The precious balancing act that dual power had invited was about to fragment into a thoroughgoing civil war pregnant with its own revolutionary and violent dynamics. Consolidating revolutionary dictatorship. The October revolutionaries wasted little time validating their radical credentials. It was agreed elections for a constituent assembly would go ahead as planned. In the meantime, a governing body was required. With leading socialist delegates protesting the Soviet Congress, the Bolsheviks had a relatively free hand in determining the course of action. Over the next week, the Congress passed a series of sweeping decrees authorizing an 8-hour workday, worker control of industries, the abolition of social classes and the expropriation of all land by the state. A Council of People's Commissars was created to implement these measures, its 15 members all Bolsheviks. Lastly, the Congress announced it would begin conducting peace negotiations and seek a just end to the war. The dizzying speed with which the Bolsheviks acted stood in stark contrast to the staggered pace of reform under the provisional government. Pushing through this program did not come without difficulties. Lenin's power grab and authoritarian temperament were dividing the party internally. In a preemptive strike on opponents, Lenin stacked the executive committee with loyalists and on November 5 imposed a ban on inter-party talks, effectively silencing any opposition. It was not, however, only party members who needed to be disciplined. Officials and civil servants were equally problematic. Immediately after the seizure of power, public officials walked out, mounted strikes and refused to obey what they saw as an illegal government. More alarming, the State Bank and Treasury refused the new government's demands for cash, without which it could not hope to operate. Rebuffed, the Bolsheviks resorted to demanding the money at gunpoint, putting an end to the issue. Yet the revolt of the bureaucracy was indicative of the government's tenuous position. Lenin and his associates had few means at their disposal of enforcing compliance other than overt force, and in the coming weeks force became their modus operandi. Resistant civil servants were arrested and new commissars were appointed to take their places. Naturally, these new appointees were party loyalists. In consolidating their power, the Bolsheviks hijacked the state administration. 49. The Soviet Executive Committee was also targeted as decision-making was progressively transferred to Sovnarkom. By early November, Sovnarkom was issuing decrees and imposing martial law without bothering to consult the Executive Committee. Soviet power turned out to be a farce, reducing the Executive Committee to nothing more than a sorry parody of a revolutionary parliament. In the words of the Menshevik Nikolai Sukhanov. 50 Socialist opponents did not remain inactive. Indeed, the October Revolution drove a wedge between socialist parties and signaled a general realignment of the left. In an emergency meeting called by the Mensheviks in late November, Mikhail Liber, a leading spokesman for the Bund, condemned the Bolsheviks, professing they had nothing in common with the class dictatorship of the proletariat. Liber's reference to the right to insurrection elicited murmurs, as it seemed he was declaring war on the Bolsheviks. 51 Martov proved more cautious when it came to outright confrontation. With the Constituent Assembly set to be called, popular democracy could be used to blunt the Bolshevik dictatorship, he believed. Martov could not help but consider the fate of the SRS who had revolted earlier that month. Mounting an anti-Bolshevik movement in Moscow, Right SRS had declared a committee of public safety only to be summarily crushed by the newly created Military Revolutionary Committee. Bolsheviks were busy shutting down opposition newspapers and tarring opponents as counter-revolutionaries and enemies of the people. The Constituent Assembly was the only feasible means of reversing this judgment. 52. Having won previous elections in the Soviets, Lenin felt confident that a second electoral victory was assured. Elections to the Constituent Assembly that November were widely interpreted as a national referendum on the Bolshevik government. In permitting the first freely democratic election in Russia's history, the Bolsheviks were calling upon the people to bestow the new Soviet government with popular legitimacy. When all the votes were cast and the ballots counted, however, the result was a stunning defeat for the Bolsheviks, who won a mere 22% of the electorate. By far, the SRS were the clear victors with 39% of the vote, much of their support coming from rural areas. While the policies of the Bolsheviks were in line with worker and peasant demands, the elections revealed widespread reservation toward Lenin's single-party dictatorship. Bolshevik popularity among urban workers and soldiers was not replicated in the countryside where the vast majority of voters resided. The rural areas remained SR strongholds and the election results proved it. 53 Learning the results of the election, Lenin had two choices. He could either share power with the other parties or ignore the elections and run the government without a mandate. He opted for the latter and dissolved the convention that January after a single meeting. According to Lenin, class struggle and the defeat of bourgeois enemies were required to consolidate Soviet power. There was little need for bourgeois parliamentary government. 54 The message was clear. Rather than a popular revolution, the Bolshevik Revolution would be a revolution by decree. The closure of the assembly triggered protests and open rebellion. A general wave of arrests followed as counter-revolutionaries, cadets, Mensheviks, SRS, and others were jailed and executed. Mensheviks and SRS had a strong presence in the Soviets. Yet demobilized soldiers returning from the front and urban garrisons added a Bolshevik element to village life that was now poised to generate violent conflicts at the local level. Veterans formed paramilitary factions, set up their own Red Guard units and moved to eliminate political enemies. 55 To carry the war directly to the counter-revolutionaries, Sovnarkom created a secret police, the Chayka. Directed by Felix Dzerzhinsky, a Polish aristocrat converted to communism, the Chayka was given broad powers to liquidate class enemies and saboteurs. It was staffed by men ready to do anything in defense of the revolution, as Dzerzhinsky claimed. "It is war now," he implored his men. Face to face, a fight to the finish, life or death. 56 This agonal view of the world was one shared by many Bolsheviks as the revolution splintered. The left opposition was not the only threat, nor was it the most dangerous. Remnants of the Tsarist military were actively forming volunteer armies in the Baltic, Don and North Caucasus, and their anti-communist banner was drawing an array of supporters. Led by former aristocrats and imperial officials like Kornilov and Anton Denikin, the white opposition gave the appearance of a counter-revolutionary monarchist movement. In reality, however, it rallied traditionalist, patriots, and Cossack regiments through appeals to Orthodox Christianity and cries of Russia one and indivisible. Local populations welcomed the security that the white military bureaucracies provided at first as commanders restored temporary order to war-torn regions of the empire. 57 Although the movement was riven by constant infighting between the leading generals, many saw the whites as the only alternative to Red Bolshevism. France, Britain, and the United States supplied anti-Bolshevik forces with aid and weapons as the movement grew, making it a formidable threat by late 1918. 58 Bolshevik ideologues agonized over whether the party should form a traditional army for defense or rely upon revolutionary partisans to carry out guerrilla attacks on enemies. Trotsky took the initiative to mold the assemblage of citizen militias into a revolutionary Red Army, a decision that worried certain party members. 59 Trotsky's volunteer recruitment campaign was ultimately disappointing, forcing him to draft workers and peasants into military service. Recruits were given basic training and threatened with harsh disciplinary measures for insubordination or desertion. The soldier councils and elected military committees of 1917 were abolished to the dismay of many troops who had looked upon these institutions as the embodiment of revolutionary liberty. They found themselves once again placed under military officers and specialists, many of them drawn from the ranks of the former Tsarist army. 60 The demands incurred by defense were already exposing the gap between the promises of 1917 and the realities of running a revolutionary state. With limited control over the provinces, the Central Committee relied upon distant Soviets to mobilize support in the Crimea, Caucasus, and Urals where White armies operated. This inability to command the situation directly produced one of the most infamous tragedies of the revolution. Since August, the royal family had been residing in the Urals. The provisional government evacuated the Romanovs from the capital in the summer of 1917 as uprisings threatened to topple Kerensky's government. With the Bolsheviks in power, the fate of the royal family was placed in the hands of the local Soviet. By the summer of 1918, anti-Bolshevik forces were making gains in the Ural region and threatening to take Ekaterinburg, the town where Nicholas and his family were being held captive. As the Ural Soviet became uneasy, Yakov Yurovsky, the local Cheka boss, decided to dispense with the prisoners. On the night of July 16 to 17, Nicholas, his wife and 5 children were led to the basement of the Ipatiev house and informed they had been condemned to death by a revolutionary tribunal. The executioners fired their pistols at close range before bayoneting the bodies. According to the official announcement made by the Presidium of the Ural Region Soviet, Tsar Nicholas II had been guilty of violent crimes against the Russian people. In putting him to death, the Presidium had been fulfilling the will of the Revolution 61. The rationale was telling. For a government that lacked a popular mandate, the will of the revolution was the only thing capable of providing the Bolshevik dictatorship with any semblance of legitimate authority. Much as Robespierre and the Jacobins had claimed over a century before, revolution could be an end in itself. Of course, the Jacobins had demonstrated the inverse of this logic as well. If revolution was deemed an end in itself, it could also justify any end. Militarized socialism and terror. Explanations for the civil war and the political violence it unleashed have proven to be a bone of contention among Russian historians no less than a judgment on the Russian Revolution itself. One camp has traced the roots of Bolshevik violence to the origins of the movement, citing Lenin's illiberal views and justification of force as core tenets of a Bolshevik ideology disposed toward extremism and authoritarian rule. The Soviet totalitarian state was, in this context, the logical outcome of the Bolshevik Revolution. 62 Those presenting a counterpoint to this view have argued against strict ideological readings of the revolution, insisting that the experience of the Civil War influenced the authoritarian and centralized nature of Bolshevik rule. Taking this line of argument, the Civil War marked a baptism by fire, as Sheila Fitzpatrick has claimed. Bolshevik leaders and administrators were forced to adapt their revolutionary government to the exigencies of war and political instability as they sought to maintain control over the country. 63. In these debates, it is important to keep in mind the context in which the Russian Revolution unfolded. Unlike the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution evolved out of an ongoing global conflict the likes of which Europe had never seen. In many respects, the revolution can be considered part of a prolonged experience of militarization and combat, the coda to Russia's long First World War. 64 Total war had been the order of the day since 1914. Taking control of the state, the Bolsheviks found themselves in possession of a centralized administrative apparatus geared toward war and the management of national resources. The consolidation of Bolshevik power simply accelerated this process. To meet the demands of war and economic crisis, the Bolsheviks had to mobilize industry and agriculture. A Supreme Council of the National Economy was created with powers to confiscate, requisition and forcibly sequester any goods deemed necessary for production and distribution. Under this policy of war communism, the state built up an economic administration with nationalized industries and a monopoly over agricultural production. Although these policies were intended to address problems stemming from the war years, they were not devoid of ideological reasoning. Nationalizing industries and managing state production would, it was believed, lay the foundation for a socialist economy. Fighting the war and facilitating the transition to communism were not mutually incompatible. 65. Whether a practical solution to economic necessity or a model of socialist transformation, war communism had a profound impact on how ordinary men and women experienced the Bolshevik Revolution. Factory workers found the promise of worker control violated as state-appointed economic commissariats began monitoring industries and subjecting factory labor to a disciplinary work regime. Grain requisitioning in the countryside sparked conflicts as peasants protested against the Bolshevik food dictatorship announced in 1918. Patrols scoured towns and villages in search of grain and other commodities, with those accused of hoarding labeled enemies of the people and subject to disciplinary measures. Violence broke out in the Black Earth and Volga regions as peasants refused to turn over food and resisted state requisitioning detachments. 66 Bolshevik ideologues translated peasant resistance into the Manichean terms of class struggle and counter-revolutionary subversion. According to Alexander Tsyuropa, the Commissar for Food from 1917 to 1921, state efforts to quell peasant unrest and forcibly extract grain from the countryside amounted to a war on the rural bourgeoisie. 67. The militarized atmosphere of the war years provided an environment in which a radical Bolshevik ideology could flourish, and this concurrence of war and revolution fueled political violence. 68 Prior to 1917, Lenin had outlined his views of revolution as a militarized conflict requiring guerrilla actions and mass violence to succeed. Revolution was war, in his estimation, and the proletarian dictatorship was the instrument for implementing state terror on a mass scale. 69 The Civil War merely offered the conditions under which this brand of militarized socialism and system of organized violence would find its truest expression. 70 As an ideological outlook, Marxism had the potential to rationalize acts of violence against imagined class enemies that posed an existential threat to socialist control. For Marx, the goal of social revolution was the dissolution of all classes and the realization of absolute equality across the social body. 71 Class struggle may have been the vehicle for social and political change, but it was not an end in itself. In imagining a community of workers as a universal class, Marxism encouraged a totalizing vision of society that eschewed social pluralism. 72 With the Bolsheviks claiming to represent the proletariat, any resistance to the party was interpreted as resistance to the revolution itself. Such logic possessed grave consequences for the future direction the Russian Revolution took. Resistance exposed the absence of a developed proletarian consciousness among the population. Accordingly, the Cheka and the party would have to be its substitute and defender. The proletarian dictatorship thus became a disciplinary state. 73 Guided by Marxist principles, the Bolsheviks strove to enforce an absolute equality that refused to tolerate other social groups. Here was the Rousseauvian general will inflected with a pronounced sociological reasoning, and in the context of militarized social struggle the drive to forge a unified proletarian community justified, if not celebrated, the annihilation of class enemies. War to the death against the rich and their hangers-on, the bourgeois intellectuals, war on the rogues, the idlers, and the rowdies. Lenin exhorted in late 1917. All of them are the same brood, the spawn of capitalism, the offspring of aristocratic and bourgeois society. 74 It was through these measures alone that the universal worker community would be protected and the revolution safeguarded. Let blood flow like water, claimed a Cheka newspaper. Only through the death of the old world can we liberate ourselves from the return of those jackals. 75 Although such injunctions to cleanse the country of class enemies found expression at the top levels of power, oftentimes terror assumed its own localized dynamics. For the first year of the revolution, the Bolsheviks had only a tenuous hold over the provinces and areas outside the major cities. The Cheka may have been conceived of as an arm of the political state, but in reality the structure of the police force remained decentralized and in the hands of local party bosses throughout much of 1918. Local bosses pursued their own agendas, responding to pressures for justice and revenge exerted by the workers and soldiers they served. Attacks against social betters, the plundering of shops and homes belonging to bourgeois residents, violence directed against foreign ethnic groups, these and other acts constituted a red terror from below as communities sought retribution following years of oppression and social alienation. Only slowly would the Bolshevik central authorities come to exercise greater control over the Cheka and redirect it against politically defined enemies. At the close of the Civil War, over 60,000 personnel were employed in the Cheka. By this point, the security forces were responsible for the deaths of some 280,000 people. 76 The Bolsheviks had been aware of their limited reach and endorsed independent action in the defense of the revolution where necessary. A decree of 1918 stated as much, authorizing the extermination of counter-revolutionary rabble, without having to defer to anyone's authority at all. 77. The Bolsheviks were conscious of what Trotsky in 1910 described as the proletariat's unfulfilled feeling of revenge. This desire for vengeance was a powerful tool, he believed, one that the party ought to stir up again and exploit. 78 With conscription for the Red Army underway, Trotsky turned to drafting bourgeois labor from the populace in order to demonstrate this proletarian wrath firsthand. Former factory owners, professionals, and priests were forced to take up menial tasks and perform labor before crowds of spectators. They dug ditches, cleaned out barracks and swept the streets in public displays that inverted familiar social hierarchies. Aristocrats, what the regime now labeled former people, were obligated to open up their homes and mansions to workers and share their households with strangers. These tactics were designed to humiliate and degrade nominal class enemies, but they also reflected Bolshevik assumptions that underpinned the logic of social and political violence during the revolution. Under the new regime, class was a key marker of identification. It dictated how one was to be treated and what rights, if any, they possessed. 79 These gestures symbolized the revolution's empowerment of the working class and its triumph over its oppressors. They exhibited the justice perpetrated by the socialist state and the values of the new society based upon the virtues of the proletarian masses. Through public degradation and collective punishment, the revolution became a lived experience. It gave shape and form to the worker community, crystallizing the dimensions of class and social identity inherent within notions of Soviet citizenship. Not all punishment was public theater, however. More frequently, disciplinary punishment and violence were ideologically conditioned responses to disorder and social fragmentation. As food shortages resulted and authority broke down, areas succumbed to crime waves and mob violence. Local militias were ill-suited to contain these outbursts, prompting the state to step in and impose a system of proletarian justice through the Cheka and revolutionary tribunals. Sentences were typically more lenient for workers and the poor, while groups branded class enemies faced harsh punishments and even death for a wide range of offenses. The justice system became an arm of state terror as the regime attempted to impose order on chaos and further solidify its vision of a class-based society through punishment and systematic retribution. 80. One of the most pressing aspects of social fragmentation concerned the status of the Russian Empire itself. German occupation and the growth of nationalist movements during the war had eroded imperial authority. By 1918, the Ukrainian Rada was conducting independent peace negotiations with the Central Powers in a bid for complete independence. In Central Asia, tensions between Russian settlers and native populations were on the verge of igniting an ethnic war, while Bolshevik control in Transcaucasia was being undermined in an ongoing struggle between Georgians, Armenians, and Azeris. It did not help that white forces were operating in many of these areas, threatening complete collapse in the borderland provinces. To court the allegiance of national minorities, the Bolsheviks issued a Declaration of Minority Rights in November 1917. The measure abolished all discriminatory legislation and recognized the right to national self-determination over Great Russian chauvinism. 81 While Lenin endorsed self-determination, he insisted that it must be subordinate to proletarian self-determination. In other words, even if a national group opted for independent statehood, the Bolsheviks had a right to intervene on behalf of the toiling masses that populated these areas. 82 Joseph Stalin, the Commissar of Nationalities, gave a blunter assessment that January. The principle of self-determination must be a means of struggle for socialism, he asserted, and must be subordinate to the principles of socialism. 83 Simply put, the Bolsheviks intended to retain the empire and wed it to their emancipatory and anti-imperialist platform. The status of imperial territories was of vital importance when it came to ending the war with the Central Powers. Germany had no plans of vacating the territories it occupied. The peace treaty signed at Brest-Litovsk in March 1918 stripped Russia of its western borderland and secured independence for Poland and the Baltic states under German protection. The Bolsheviks refused to accept this proposal and negotiations stalled until the German command applied military pressure. As German troops occupied eastern Ukraine and Belorussia and threatened to close in on Petrograd, the Bolsheviks fled to Moscow. 84 It is a question of signing the peace terms now or signing the death sentence of the Soviet government, Lenin conceded, dispelling any hopes the Bolsheviks might wage a revolutionary war against the German war machine. 85 As former imperial territories were relinquished under duress or declared independence of their own accord, Bolshevik promises of self-determination became meaningless. If the carrot had failed, the stick was the alternative. Between 1918 and 1921, the imperial borderlands were transformed into a battleground between volunteer armies, local warlords, nationalists, and Red battalions. In Ukraine, the Red Army carried out a vicious reign of terror against anti-Bolshevik forces. Be merciless, the commander Mikhail Muravev instructed his men as they marched on Kiev. His declaration that Soviet power would only be established with fire and sword proved accurate, and when white forces under General Denikin marched through central and eastern Ukraine a year later they were just as ruthless. 86 In Central Asia, political violence fused with ethnic tensions stemming from years of colonial rule. Russian soldiers and settlers compared land-rich Kalmyk pastoralists in the steppe to feudal landowners and whipped up a rabid nationalist hatred. Bands set fire to Kalmyk homes and unleashed a racially charged fury on non-Russian inhabitants of the region. In late 1917, Russian settlers aligning themselves with the Bolsheviks carried out a coup in Tashkent, setting up a council of people's commissars for Turkestan that looked to Petrograd for support. As a settler regime, it denied natives political rights and forbade them from serving in the Soviets on the grounds that Muslims lacked the necessary proletarian organization to participate in a socialist government. Native elites withdrew to Kokand in the Ferghana Valley and there declared a rival autonomous Turkestani government. Unwilling to tolerate this affront, the Turkestani Soviet dispatched forces to Kokand. Soldiers carried out a campaign of murder and pillage before dousing the city in petrol and setting it ablaze. By the end of 1918, Basmachi guerrilla bands composed of Bashir and KYRGHYZ fighters were wreaking havoc across the steppe in struggles against pro-Bolshevik forces. 87 National and ethnic violence shaped the contours of revolutionary terror in the borderlands where the legacies of empire ran deep. These existing tensions equally informed Bolshevik responses as Moscow attempted to come to grips with anti-imperialist movements. When the hardline military approach proved ineffective, the Bolsheviks switched gears. Between 1919 and 1922, Moscow negotiated the creation of autonomous socialist Soviet republics for the Kazakhs, Tatars, Bashkirs and other native groups. The ASSRs guaranteed autonomy for former imperial peoples while integrating them into a communist party system tied to Moscow. This federal solution was amenable to ethnic elites and struck a balance between centralized rule and self-governance. After a prolonged period of revolutionary upheaval and war, the Bolsheviks managed to elaborate a unique brand of imperialism that reconciled aspirations for self-determination with the principles of socialism and democratic centralism. The creation of the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics in 1922 brought the Russian Revolution to an effective close as the Bolsheviks suppressed the resistance movements and outlined a model of revolutionary sovereignty capable of binding a multinational society together. 88 This restructured empire of nations embodied values of internationalism and self-determination central to the left. Yet if the Soviet Union was nationalist in form, it was to be unquestionably socialist in content. In the coming years, Bolshevik ideology was communicated through an idiom of national emancipation as native party members spread the gospel of Marxist-Leninism and assisted in the historic project of building socialism. 89 If the Bolshevik Party championed the vision of a universal proletarian community, the Soviet Union was the personification of this universality. It presented an imagined community of peoples living out the Marxist dictum, workers of the world unite. Messianic socialism. In spite of their professed atheism, the Bolsheviks were slow to attack the Orthodox Church, a traditional pillar of the Tsarist autocracy. Through a series of decrees issued between 1917 and 1921, the regime chipped away at the religious establishment. It confiscated parish and monastic lands, rescinded state pensions for religious officials and placed religious schools under state control. Lenin had little desire to provoke a religious conflict while the Civil War raged. Only after consolidating power did Lenin, Trotsky and the Bolsheviks launch a full assault on the church. Beginning in 1922, counter-revolutionary priests and bishops were hauled before tribunals to answer for their crimes. Parish churches were looted and public demonstrations of religion banned. The teaching of religion was made a criminal offense. A socialist society was a secular society, and the church was the last citadel in the Bolsheviks' aggressive war against the past. 90. The new regime replaced the messianic outlook of Orthodox Christianity with a variety of messianic socialism, offering a surrogate religion that venerated the revolution, the proletarian state and its historic mission to spread the gospel of worker emancipation. 91 Although the proletarian revolution had begun in Russia, it was never intended to simply be a Russian revolution. The Bolsheviks saw themselves as taking the first step in fulfilling the world revolution prophesied by Marx. Final victory is only possible on a word scale, Lenin explained to his colleagues, and only by the joint efforts of the workers of all countries. 92 From the outset, the revolution was communicated in terms of a global struggle against capitalism that was destined to liberate the oppressed classes of all nations. As early as 1914, Lenin had pushed for an aggressive communist internationalism aimed at inciting civil wars and class struggle within European countries. Appalled by the pacifist stance taken by socialist parties across the continent, he argued for waging guerrilla wars rather than patient reform. 93 His call to action went largely unheeded during the war years. However, with the collapse of the Central Powers in November 1918, the moment appeared ripe for spreading social revolution throughout Central and Eastern Europe as political and economic turmoil engulfed the region. Germany was the most promising candidate. In the closing months of the war, Germany had been racked by strikes and labor protests as the demands of total war generated social conflicts. As the German warfront crumbled, soldiers mutinied and workers imitated the Russian-Soviet movement by setting up right-to-air grievances and organize opposition. With the abdication of Kaiser Wilhelm on November 9, Germany was declared a republic and the Kaiserreich was brought to an unceremonious end. The German left was divided between Social Democrats seeking a constitutional regime and independent socialists calling for revolutionary democracy. While the leader of the SPD, Friedrich Ebert, had momentarily placed himself at the head of a revolutionary government, he and his cohorts planned to await the election of a National Assembly and establish a legitimate parliamentary regime. For the Right, this scheme appeared too moderate and left the door open for compromise with the old nobility and military command. Mimicking Russian communists with the slogan "All power to the councils," radicals demanded a decentralized and egalitarian society that a bourgeois parliamentary regime could not deliver. As the SPD attempted to form a coalition government and push a constitutional agenda, the radicals walked out. 94. In the closing days of 1918, it appeared that Germany might be on the verge of a Soviet-style communist revolution. Observing the situation, Lenin dispatched Karl Radek to Berlin in an effort to stir the pot. A Jew from Lviv with a long history of activism in Polish and German socialist circles, Radek had made the acquaintance of Lenin in Switzerland. He accompanied the Bolshevik leader back to Russia in 1917 and eventually received an appointment as Vice Commissar of Foreign Affairs. Radek's instructions were simple: engage with the German communists in Berlin and provoke revolution. He courted the most radical wing of the USPD, the insurrectionary Spartacus League led by Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. In early November, Liebknecht had aimed to lead the German radicals by declaring a free socialist republic from the balcony of the Berlin Stadtschloss. The declaration failed to attract popular support, but this did not imply that the Spartacists abandoned their hope of a communist Germany. With its newspaper The Red Flag, the Spartacus League agitated for worker revolt and pushed the Social Democrats into a defensive crouch as they attempted to manage an orderly transfer of power. Strikes and protests were not enough, Liebknecht and his cohort argued. It was time to arm the workers, and the Bolsheviks were ready and willing to supply money and aid to this end. 95. In the days leading up to the revolt, Rosa Luxemburg expressed doubts over a call to arms. It was too precipitous, she warned. The Communists did not enjoy widespread support, and without popular support it was difficult to see how they could seize power. 96. Her warnings fell on deaf ears. On January 5, the Communists staged their insurrection, coordinating the uprising with a massive worker strike in the capital. As Luxemburg predicted, the uprising was a disaster. The SPD turned to the military for assistance and urged war veterans to organize voluntary Freikorps battalions for national defense. It did not matter that the generals and veterans were conservative monarchists. Freikorps commanders crushed the strikes and rounded up the radical leadership. Liebknecht and Luxemburg were found hiding in an apartment and handed over to the Freikorps, who exacted a brutal vengeance. Months later, Luxemburg's body was discovered floating in the Landwehr Canal with a bullet wound to the head. Liebknecht was similarly beaten and shot. The German communist leadership had been decapitated in one swift blow. 97. Severe repression followed, and the beleaguered Republicans increasingly found themselves reliant on former elites and generals with little taste for democracy. The German Revolution was finished. 98. In his haste to foment European revolution, Lenin failed to realize that post-war Germany was not 1917 Russia. German radicals borrowed the political vocabulary of the socialist labor movement, but most were radical Democrats at heart. Moreover, unlike the Russian provisional government, the German government had not hesitated to crush leftist attempts to undermine the state. Impatience and miscalculation resulted in a foreign policy debacle for the Soviets, an outcome that was reproduced in Hungary in the following months when Moscow encouraged the left socialist Bela Kun to take power in Budapest and establish a communist dictatorship. Kun had been a POW captured by Russia during the First World War. Upon his release by the Bolsheviks, Kun fought in the Russian Civil War and assisted in forming a Hungarian section within the Russian Communist Party. He took up a radical stance, advocating the doctrine of the revolutionary offensive favored by Nikolai Bukharin, a Bolshevik politician and fervent proponent of active messianic socialism. 99. Returning to Hungary at the behest of the Soviets, Kun used money supplied by Moscow to put his revolutionary offensive into action. That March, Hungarian communists set up a Soviet republic and imposed a program of rapid nationalization on land and industry. Kun also harbored aspirations of stirring revolutions in neighboring Czechoslovakia and Romania with the goal of recapturing Hungarian territory lost during the war. These aggressive tactics backfired. Facing mass protests and the threat of invasion from Romania, Kun turned to terror and intimidation. By August, the communist experiment had been thoroughly discredited and Kun fled into exile. 100. Once again, Soviet foreign policy objectives had miscarried. At the moment Kun took power, however, the Soviets were already beginning to recalibrate their revolutionary strategy. With a socialist international scheduled to be held in Bern that spring, Lenin decided to convoke his own international congress at the Kremlin. His aim was to split the left and direct the allegiances of radical communists toward Moscow. The Communist International gathered in March 1919, bringing together 35 delegates, most of whom were already stationed in Russia. Despite the small number of attendees, the Comintern signified a re-evaluation of Soviet foreign policy. Rather than relying upon POWs and foreign agents with questionable ties to labor movements abroad, the Bolsheviks opted to take an active role in building and training communist movements in order to promote Bolshevik-style revolutions on a global scale. As its opening resolution declared, the Comintern pledged to fight by force of arms for the overthrow of the international bourgeoisie and the creation of an international Soviet Republic. 101. The organization was to function as the World Party of the Proletariat, with Moscow serving as a revolutionary metropole. Grigory Zinoviev, the acting Comintern chairman, conveyed the messianic sentiment underpinning the new international movement when he called upon delegates to ignite a general holy war against capitalism in 1920.102. Overly optimistic, Zinoviev conjectured that within a year all of Europe would be communist and the theater of struggle shifted to America and Asia. For Lenin, the party had always been the revolutionary vanguard. The Soviet Union was now staking its claims as the vanguard of world revolution. As the hearth of socialism, it was charged with the mission of building and maintaining an international radical network consisting of European leftists, anti-colonial fights and third world intellectuals to different degrees. Training, arms, and funding for propaganda and party functions were all on offer, making Moscow a center of subversive world politics. Lofty declarations of internationalism and revolutionary fraternity aside, the Bolshevik leadership intended the Comintern to serve as an extension of the Russian Communist Party with branches subordinate to the Central Committee. 103 Democratic centralism, with its emphasis on party discipline and unity, constituted the acting policy and provided an organizational structure for a new breed of revolutionary politics. The Communist Party was envisaged as a global model for the left. 104 The objective of the Comintern was not to support international struggles for freedom as such, but rather to Bolshevize world revolution. The revolutionary tradition inherited from the French Revolution was being supplanted. The Bolsheviks were rewriting the revolutionary script for the drama of 20th-century radical politics. Conclusion. Taking advantage of the amnesty granted by the government in 1917, Peter Kropotkin returned to his native Russia after 4 decades of exile. 74 years of age, the anarchist veteran saw much to admire in the Soviet movement taking shape throughout the country. The Soviets were emblematic of the free, self-governing communism he had advocated for over his political career, and throughout the summer of 1917 Kropotkin lent his pen in support of Soviet freedom and the expectant future he foresaw for Russia. As the revolution progressed, however, optimism turned to despair. Following the Bolshevik seizure of power, Kropotkin found his ideas of mutual aid and federalism ignored. He was harassed by party officials and his anarchist meetings were broken up by the police. Everywhere he looked, party bosses and political committees were rapidly undermining the freedoms gained after February. The state communism favored by the Bolsheviks was an example of how not to introduce communism, in Kropotkin's opinion. 105 Under the Soviet regime, he warned, the very word socialism will become a curse. Kropotkin did not live long enough to see whether his prediction would prove accurate. He died in February 1921 and was buried in a secret funeral in defiance of Bolshevik authorities. Thousands of people attended and black anarchist flags were hung in commemoration. Within a year, the Russian anarchist movement would be non-existent, with many of its adherents fleeing into exile. Those who remained would fall victim to Bolshevik purges and terror. 106. The Bolsheviks and anarchists had had their ideologically squabbles in the past, but after 1917 these divisions acquired a more lethal dimension. Lenin and the Bolsheviks brought into existence a single-party state, a dictatorship that fashioned itself as both a repository of the proletarian will and a guardian of the revolution that had elevated the working masses to its proper place in history. The revolutionary community imagined by the Bolsheviks was inspired by socialist ideas of worker solidarity and internationalism. However, it would be a community constructed through coercion, extreme violence, and the obliteration of former people. For a party that claimed to embody rather than simply represent proletarian consciousness, minority opinion or deviation was anathema. To tolerate the minority was to tolerate class enemies and deny historical truth. In a worker state, only the unified will of the proletariat could prevail, and this will was expressed through the party alone. While the socialist revolution was always envisaged as a process, in time it became a permanent state of affairs as the Soviet regime anchored its raison d'etre in the building of socialism and the defense of a revolutionary program constantly imagined to be threatened from without. It was a scenario for perpetual revolutionary government, that concept first elaborated by the Jacobins during the convention. Of course, the Jacobin dictatorship endured for 15 months. The proletarian dictatorship would last over 40 years, implementing a revolutionary terror that would claim millions of victims by its conclusion. If the logics of Jacobinism and Bolshevism were comparable, the Bolshevik Revolution was not a continuation of its French antecedent. Worker solidarity and internationalism offered a new ideological horizon that looked more to Marx and the Paris Commune of 1871 than it did to 1789 for inspiration. As a vanguard movement directed toward the future, the Bolsheviks consciously eschewed what Marx once referred to as the poetry of the past. They placed their faith in the laws of history and the ideological certainty these offered rather than appealing to a revolutionary tradition. Supplanting concepts of natural rights and national sovereignty with a discourse of class identification, the Bolshevik Revolution indicated the extent to which 1917 engendered its own revolutionary culture rooted in the party, international solidarity, and the rhetoric of violent class struggle. These elements were written into the new revolutionary narrative. They not only sustained a vision of a multinational Soviet community, they positioned Russia at the head of a global revolutionary movement prophesied to lead humanity to the end of history. Epilogue: Revolutionary Currents Beyond Europe. Writing in 1907 with his typical air of certitude, Lenin insisted that Russian workers would never be appeased with promises of reform or parliamentary government. The proletariat will uphold the revolutionary tradition, he pronounced confidently, indicating that when it came to the task of social and political transformation there could be no half measures. As for his fellow Social Democrats, they too were beholden to a revolutionary tradition that had its origins in the late 18th century. Present-day Social Democrats attach so much value to the great fruits of the French Revolution, observed Lenin, not without criticism. 1 Whether in action or thought, revolution was continually being evaluated in light of past precedents and examples that imparted a sense of continuity across an otherwise tumultuous long 19th century. While hardly following a straight line, the path from 1789 to 1917 did trace the evolution of a European revolutionary tradition that influenced politics and political movements on the continent. European radicals possessed a set of shared discourses through which they articulated their revolutionary aspirations and programs. They had at their disposal a common stock of reference points, rituals, symbols, and memories that accumulated over years and fashioned a distinct radical political culture and ideology. These shared traditions did not imply uniformity, since they could be and often were adapted to local circumstances and particular ideas of community as needed. Yet assumptions of a common genealogy could not be ignored either. Bakunin was not entirely incorrect when claiming that revolutionary socialism was the latest offspring of the Great Revolution. Some feared the power exercised by the past, warning, as the anarchist Jean Grave did in 1893, that pale imitation would only serve to create a barrier to the future. Nearly a half-century earlier, Alexander Herzen had expressed similar reservations while chronicling the failed revolutions of 1848. The traditions of the First Revolution have been deeply engraved on our memories, he concluded as the revolutionary movements collapsed that year. Given the long shadow cast by the French Revolution over his generation, was it inevitable that revolutionaries sought to make a copy in the name of an original and nothing more? For all its shortcomings, however, the revolutionary wave of 1848 did demonstrate that these memories and political rituals inherited from the past were a continent-wide phenomenon. Europe's revolutionary tradition and the radicalism it sustained were transnational in nature. "We have all been educated by revolutions," Alexis de Tocqueville remarked in 1851, a comment that would be no less valid in the early 20th century as war and political upheaval profoundly transformed the continent once again. 5. It was not simply that the recognition of a revolutionary tradition provided a measure of cohesion that reinforced radical solidarity. The collective memoirs, practices, and discourses that underpinned this tradition were constantly invoked through the acts of community building that radicals engaged in and sought to actualize. Songs, symbols, grand gestures, iconography, and canonical texts, heroes and martyrs, these were just as important in shaping a common radical culture and identity on the continent as were the broader ideas and ideologies that informed radical politics. Together, they helped invent a tradition to which Europeans would continually appeal time and time again, whether in response to political crises or in seeking to mobilizing support against the reigning status quo. It is, however, important to recognize that this revolutionary tradition was one among others and that revolution was not solely the preserve of Europeans. Over the course of the 19th century, radicalism assumed different forms across the globe. In certain instances, non-European activists were inclined to blend European influences with indigenous elements, if not look elsewhere altogether for inspiration. In Latin America, revolutionaries like Bolívar had drawn upon European and Western models early in the century as they attempted to carve out post-colonial nation-states. Yet by the 1840s, a new generation of activists showed themselves less enchanted with the Old World. Confronted with the realities of institutionalized slavery in the United States and renewed European colonial expansion, Latin Americans placed their hopes in the promise of Atlantic republicanism as an alternative to the racism and monarchical absolutism endemic to European societies. Looking toward their own political institutions and revolutionary traditions, they believed that the rights of man would find its most complete expression in the democratic republics of Spanish America, not Europe, or the United States. 6 As one Colombian journalist claimed in 1864, Europe is the past, America the future. Latin American Republicans prided themselves on their robust political cultures, tolerance, and commitment to fraternity for all peoples and faiths. 7 This vision of Latin American vanguardism, rooted in the conviction that the post-colonial republics of the global South would establish a more perfect society free of racism and imminently more democratic than its North American or European counterparts, lasted well into the 1870s. During the mid-19th century, Latin American radicals repeatedly published pamphlets and took up arms against authoritarian regimes in defense of their vision of republican modernity. Iconic revolutionary heroes like Garibaldi, who fought in South America during the 1830s and 1840s, popularized the republican struggle among international audiences. These endeavors revealed that the values of liberty, equality, and fraternity were neither geographically confined to Europe nor exclusive products of Western, European political cultures. Having achieved formal independence from European rule, Afro-Caribbean and Latin American activists were perhaps at the forefront of a movement that would acquire a global resonance over the course of the 19th century, anti-colonial resistance. Yet following the age of Atlantic revolutions, the scope and terrain of this struggle shifted as European imperialism came to assert itself more forcefully in Asia and Africa. In 1857, Britain faced a massive uprising in India when units in the 3rd Native Cavalry revolted, setting off a chain of rebellions throughout the Upper Ganges region and central subcontinent. Provocation for the revolt stemmed from a variety of causes. The East India Company had progressively been eclipsing the traditional powers of the local Nawab princes, while the recruitment of British officers alienated local commanders who found themselves subject to overbearing foreign officials. What began as a localized mutiny that may rapidly metastasized into a widespread rebellion that would inspire calls for the restoration of Mughal sovereignty. The British reprisal was severe as the East India Company and British forces worked to re-establish control over the next year. 8 Although the anti-colonial elements of the rebellion became evident as British authority collapsed over the summer and fall of 1857 and the Islamic ulama assisted in setting up a new Mughal emperor in Delhi, the rebellion itself was not framed in a revolutionary context. As Jürgen Osterhammel has argued, Indian rebels did not outline a new or alternative vision of society. Nor did they actively attempt to build a counter-state to supplant the British administration. Calls for the restoration of the Mughal Empire looked back to a pre-colonial tradition of leadership, highlighting a distinction between rebellion and social-political revolution. 9. Yet the fact that anti-colonial rebellions drew upon indigenous and traditional models of authority to mobilize resistance should not imply all movements were devoid of revolutionary implications. On the contrary, many of the resistance movements that roiled colonial empires in predominantly Muslim areas challenged tradition and hinted at the emergence of an alternative Islamic revolutionary discourse. Beginning in the 18th century, Sufi brotherhoods began to espouse an activist religious message emphasizing the reconstruction of Muslim society through the political and military defense of Islam. Often branded as Neo-Sufism, this form of Islamic revivalism fed into a variety of popular movements across Africa and Asia that would mix with anti-colonial platforms. In itself, the ideology of Sufi revivalism was not explicitly radical. However, Sufi organizational structures provided vehicles for mobilizing wide-scale resistance through the interconnected networks of religious lodges and schools overseen by Sufi orders. By instrumentalizing the brotherhoods, anti-colonial leaders were capable of tapping into these pre-existing networks for the purposes of forging cross-tribal alliances and building broader regional movements. In this environment, community leaders and militants effectively politicized Islam, employing traditional religious discourses and concepts of jihad to oppose European colonialism. 10. During the 19th century, anti-colonial movements pressed traditional structures and discourses into service, in many cases to achieve new and potentially revolutionary ends. The Algerian resistance leader Abd al-Qadir enlisted the aid of Sufi brotherhoods and the Moroccan Sultanate in his campaigns against the French military during the 1830s and 1840s. As Ottoman authority collapsed and left a power vacuum throughout much of Algeria, Abd al-Qadir undertook an ambitious state-building program that envisioned a Muslim community unified under the pure law of God. His efforts enlisted Sufi networks and Moroccan bureaucratic structures to temporarily create an independent Algerian emirate with the powers of conscription and taxation. At its height, the emirate extended over two-thirds of Algeria and rallied supporters with calls of jihad against the French. 11 At approximately the same time, Imam Shamil was waging a comparable resistance movement against Russian forces in the Caucasus that would draw support from local branches of the Naqshbandiya Sufi Brotherhood. Like Abd al-Qadir, Shamil endeavored to create a centralized and modern government based upon the Quran and Sunnah. He imagined a state built upon pure Islamic principles that could unite and mobilize the tribes of Chechnya and Dagestan. 12 In the 1880s, British forces found themselves similarly confronted with an uprising in the Sudan that would have revolutionary implications as combatants attempted to create a Mahdiist state with the aid of regional Sufi SHYKHS. 13. Anti-colonial resistance movements employed traditional and religious rhetoric to frame political agendas against European invaders, but appeals to traditional sources of authority often veiled overtly revolutionary intentions. European expansion into regions of Africa and Asia disrupted old power arrangements and destroyed established economic patterns. As such, imperialism catalyzed the breakdown of regional authority and created the conditions under which new forms of society and sovereignty could be imagined. 14 Muslim anti-colonial movements during the mid-19th century encompassed acts of state-building and the reorganization of state-society relations. In many cases, militants appropriated and reformulated familiar concepts such as jihad and barakah for new ends, linking them to modernizing projects. As the century wore on, moreover, various radical and reformist movements across the Near and Middle East began wedding modernist and pan-Islamic currents to liberation and resistance platforms. Muslim intellectuals used the press and print media to spread their ideas and build transnational movements that were comparable in scope to the anarchist networks of the fin de siècle. 15 Mixing notions of secular progress with ideas of religious revivalism and unity, Islamic modernism developed a radical strain in the late 19th century that was just as critical of contemporary Muslim society as it was of the inimical influences of European imperialism. Cairo was a chief nerve center of Islamic modernism, and it was in this milieu that one of the leading Islamic modernist thinkers would find his voice. Sayyid Jamal al-Din al-Afghani had gained a reputation as a reform-minded activist prior to his arrival in Egypt in 1871. His advocacy of Muslim unity and modernization drew both praise and criticism from Muslim elites. Yet in Cairo, he became an outspoken critic of European influence on the Egyptian government. In print and speech, Afghani supported in turn nationalism, pan-Islamic affiliation, violent jihadism, and secular innovation. If his message was contradictory at times, his insistence on radical opposition to authoritarian regimes and European imperial power remained consistent. In 1879, he and his followers were expelled from Egypt for their open criticism of the reigning Khedive. They continued their political activities from Paris, publishing one of the first Islamic political newspapers with an international readership. Afghani was forced to watch from afar as patriotic Egyptian nationalists led a revolt against the Khedival state in 1881. British intervention and the brutal suppression of the uprising did nothing to mitigate his anti-imperialist rhetoric. Over the next decade, Afghani moved through Europe and the Muslim world, encouraging a vision of Islam as a global ideology of resistance against Western imperialism that would have repercussions in North Africa, the Ottoman Empire, Persia, and India. Although never succeeding in his goal of igniting a pan-Islamic revolution, Afghani's efforts popularized the anti-colonial cause and inspired a generation of Salafist modernizers and radicals. 16. In their most radical variants, Pan-Islamism and Islamic modernization constituted revolutionary forms of community building that stood opposed to Western hegemony and authoritarianism. By the 20th century, these themes were serving as the driving ideology for guerrilla fighters in North Africa, as loose-knit groups like the Maghreb Unity Society organized international recruitment drives and dispatched insurgents to Morocco and Libya where they took up arms against French and Italian forces. 17 The Young Turk Revolution further encouraged this brand of radicalism, providing a model of Islamic revolutionary modernization in action. Newspapers across the Muslim world hailed the event as a milestone in the development of Islamic civilization, while European designs to dismember the empire aroused international indignation. This image of the Young Turks continued into the war years and became a central theme in propaganda aimed at encouraging pan-Islamic uprisings in Entente colonial territories. As the German Ottoman periodical Die Islamische Welt reported in 1917, the rising development of the Ottoman Empire also means an uprising of the entire Islamic world. 18 Radical projects of Islamic modernization and unity found a place in the anti-colonial politics of the long 19th century. They were products of a Muslim revolutionary discourse that drew upon religious and traditional sources of authority in order to imagine a regenerated Islamic community liberated from colonial oppression. Islamic modernism and pan-Islamism were not the only forms of protest available to anti-colonial activists. Strikes and socialist-inspired worker demonstrations were on the rise across the world, as were various other movements ranging from nationalism to transnational ideologies like Pan-Asianism and anarchism. All of this fed into a broader climate of anti-colonial protest, with movements acquiring radical overtones as the 19th century neared its close. 19 Non-Western states increasingly found themselves pressured to carry out reforms in order to maintain their independence and compete with European imperial powers. Governments that refused to abide often risked radicalizing domestic reform movements and alienating elites at home, creating conditions under which revolutions could occur. The Ottoman Empire provided one such example of this process at work, although it was hardly the first. Indeed, the Young Turks themselves had looked to others for inspiration. 20 By the turn of the century, Japan had become the leading model of successful modernization by a non-Western power. It was also an international symbol for those protesting against Western imperial hegemony in the name of global equality. During the late 1850s, Japanese elites had been divided over how best to manage relations with the West. Pressure exerted by foreign powers to open Japan to Western trade placed the reigning Tokugawa Bakufu in a perilous situation. Reform-minded elites urged modernizing initiatives that would strengthen Japan vis-a-vis predatory imperial powers. More radical reformers went further and attacked the entrenched feudal hierarchies that empowered high-level samurai and noble families, insisting privilege had made the government effete and ineffective. For their part, conservatives in the government refused to entertain reform and summarily purged the government of all opponents. Over the 1860s, conflict between these two factions intensified, provoking violence that tore the shogunate apart. Lower-level samurai were particularly active among the opposition, promoting values of meritocracy and state service that broke with Tokugawa traditions of obedience and loyalty favorable to the upper nobility. Rather than loyalty to feudal lords, opponents preached loyalty to the emperor. In their perspective, the emperor could serve as a symbol of the Japanese community by embodying classical ideals of leadership and unity. Hardly Democrats, so-called restorationists did nonetheless seek to transform the social and institutional landscape of Japan. In 1868, the Tokugawa shogunate collapsed, and within 5 years those leading the imperial restoration were actively dissolving the feudal order, creating a new state bureaucracy modeled on the West and devising a new national education system. 21. The Meiji Isshin was framed as a return to ancient Japanese principles of imperial rule, but the coming years ushered in major changes in government and state-society relations that were nothing short of revolutionary. Meiji statesmen did not dispense with the imperial polity or traditional concepts of dynastic sovereignty. Yet within 30 years' time they managed to transform an assemblage of military fiefdoms into a modernizing imperial nation-state that claimed parity with the European powers. 22 Observers from the Americas to Asia invested the Isshin with political and world historical significance. According to one commentator from Delhi, Japanese modernization proved to all people suffering the injustices of colonial rule that progress was not the sole preserve of Europe. They have not only been able to accomplish the deeds that go to make a people civilized in the eyes of Europe, but they have done so without changing their creed, color, descent, or even their characteristics as an Asian nation, the author commended. 23 Others saw in the Isshin the promise of a new universal revolution focused on international equality and a turn away from the bourgeois liberalism of the West. The Russian populist and journalist Grigory I. Blagoslov was convinced that events in Japan constituted a moment of rupture with the past. In Japan, everything is being recreated anew, he remarked. 24 Other radical Russian thinkers were similarly excited about the new horizons opened by Japan's revolutionary turn and saw in it a model of transformation that could be adapted within a global, and hence human context. These expectations were also shared by Japanese activists, many of whom socialized with Russian émigrés and other radical exiles who ended up in Asia. During the 1880s, the freedom and people's rights movement pushed for constitutional and egalitarian reforms, arguing that the promises of the Isshin had yet to be fulfilled. The message of equality crept into various social and political movements across Japan, including peasant riots in the countryside, labor grievance in newly established industries, and even anti-imperial movements critical of Japan's policies in Korea and China. 25 By nature, human beings should be equal, proclaimed Fumiko Kaneko, a female anarchist whose plan to assassinate members of the imperial family led to her arrest and eventual suicide in prison in 1926. 26 An anarchist movement was well established in Japan by the 1890s, especially as Japanese socialists renounced revolutionary tactics and committed themselves to worker organization and legal opposition. Japanese anarchists took inspiration from Russian populism and European radicals, but they also engaged with a variety of popular causes closer to home. Despite its origins, anarchism was never a purely Western product, and radicals did not see it as such. By the 1890s, it had become part of a global radical movement that was channeled into a variety of political causes, whether anti-imperial, anti-statist or libertarian socialist in nature. Given its ideological flexibility and ability to adapt to local circumstances, anarchism was praised by adherents for its universal applications. 27 It was, moreover, this universality that bolstered a sense of solidarity among the international anarchist community and endowed anarchism with the status of a global political doctrine of the left. By the turn of the century, Japanese radicals were coming to see their country's revolutionary awakening as part of a global process of emancipation and social development shared with others. If Russian populists had hailed the Meiji Isshin as a transformative moment in world history, Japanese anarchists repaid the compliment when it came to the Russian Revolution of 1905. Russia at the beginning of the 20th century is like France at the beginning of the 19th century, claimed the socialist-turned-anarchist Koto Kushusui. All the lost countries of the East look for a sign from the Russian Revolution. 28 The Meiji Isshin, 1905 Russia, the Young Turk Revolution. These became models and reference points within a global revolutionary tradition being elaborated outside the Western world. It was evident that the geography of radicalism was shifting as anti-imperial and internationalist currents infused leftist movements from Buenos Aires to Tokyo with a new energy, dissolving conceptual boundaries such as East and West, modern and backward or civilized and savage. The class-conscious European worker now has comrades in Asia, Lenin chortled when taking note of the upheavals destabilizing world politics by 1908. Whether events like the Young Turk Revolution were precursors to an international proletarian revolution had yet to be seen, but Lenin was perceptive when it came to politics in the Far East. There was no doubt that a new spirit was presenting itself in China, he claimed. The old-style Chinese revolts were on their way to becoming a modern democratic revolution, entailing that China now stood poised to enter the age of global revolution. 29. China between tradition and radical change. Writing from Hong Kong in 1907, the journalist Douglas Story reported that for the first time in history the Chinese people appeared to find themselves united as grievances against the government brought together all sections of the community. As Story put it, unconsciously the Chinese have welded themselves into a nation. 30 The insistence that the Chinese were becoming a nation was novel, and many Europeans, let alone subjects of the Chinese imperial court, might have disagreed with Story's reading of events. A celestial empire in decline, perhaps, but it was difficult to see how China conformed to what most Europeans thought of as a national community. The ruling Qing dynasty was Manchu, a northern people who had conquered and occupied China in the 17th century. The court relied upon a hereditary military caste organized through a banner system that rewarded soldiers with salaries and land. While these banner people came from diverse origins, by the 19th century the majority Han population was coming to consider them as simply Manchu, a foreign ethnicity ruling over a subjugated native Chinese population. The Qing dynasty itself did little to discourage this impression. Manchus had a separate administrative and legal status compared to the civilian Han population. They lived in segregated communities and received preferential treatment in terms of recruitment and official appointments. Qing expansion over the 18th and 19th centuries had been impressive, doubling the size of the empire and tripling China's population. Yet it had also made it an exceedingly diverse state, bringing Tibetans, Uyghur, Muslims, Mongols, Burmese, and Thai populations under Qing rule. Aside from the court which presided over the Manchu and Han, a court of colonial affairs was responsible for dealing with the populations on the imperial peripheries. 31 Qing China was a multi-ethnic empire, and the Manchu court did not always prove effective at regulating ethnic relations within the imperial community. Figure 21 An image of the multi-ethnic Qing court in the final years of dynastic rule. The photograph shows a Tatar, Manchu, and Han official. Copyright the British Library Board. Tensions between the court in Beijing and the South boiled over at mid-century in a calamitous civil war that devastated large parts of the empire between 1850 and 1864. The Taiping Heavenly Kingdom movement began in the Guangxi highlands before spreading to surrounding provinces and the Yangtze region. The mix of millenarian and Christian elements preached by Taiping leaders was effective in mobilizing supporters. Yet perhaps more significant, the movement appealed to the growing anti-Manchu sentiment taking root among Han Chinese of the south. The fighting that ensued was vicious, tearing entire regions apart. At its height, rebels set up a counter-state with the capital at Nanjing that presented a serious challenge to Manchu rule from the north. Crushing the rebellion further exposed the limits of Qing power. Unable to topple the Heavenly Kingdom on its own, the court was forced to rely upon local and regional authorities. Provincial governors cobbled together militias and armies that subsequently broke up rebel strongholds and restored order through brutal military campaigns. Once the conflict ended, local and provincial authorities were hesitant to relinquish their new powers. A shift in metropolitan-provincial power relations became noticeable, exposing the gap between the Manchu court and Han officials in the provinces. Moreover, the anti-dynastic rhetoric, certainly evident prior to the Taiping Rebellion, was heightened during the Civil War, unleashing a racialized, Anti-Manchu opposition that lingered into the coming years. 32. Map 13. The Qing Empire in the 19th century. Domestic opposition to the Qing was compounded with the ever-present fear of foreign invasion and colonial subjugation. In the wake of the so-called Opium Wars, Britain secured territorial rights over Chinese land and forcibly imposed trade policies on specified treaty ports beneficial to British merchants. Other European powers followed suit in the coming decades, subjecting the Qing to unequal trade agreements that slowly eroded the dynasty's economic and eventual political sovereignty. In 1894, Japan, eager to extend its influence over mainland Asia, dealt a further humiliating blow to Qing prestige when it defeated Chinese forces in Korea. In addition to exposing the weakness of the Qing military, the Japanese forced the Chinese government to cede the Liaodong Peninsula and Taiwan, adding insult to injury. Europeans watched with a mix of awe and alarm as the Sino-Japanese War played out, and by its conclusion there was little doubt that the equilibrium of East Asia had shifted. With Japan entering the imperial game, the powers immediately began scrambling to secure further concessions and access to territory in the region. 33. In 1900, these tensions produced a violent xenophobic backlash as peasants organized into secret societies and rose up across the north. Christian missionaries were a primary target of these Boxer rebels, although foreign schools and homes were also attacked. As the movement overtook Beijing, the imperial court lent support to the Boxer cause, calling upon the people to rid the country of foreigners and liberate China. Europeans would have none of it and quickly dispatched troops to the scene, although not before a German diplomat was shot dead and paraded through the streets. The Boxer Rebellion marked a turning point in Sino-European relations. Henceforth, China was treated as a barbaric state, and the peace settlement following the uprising effectively reduced China to a European dependency. 34. The Qing had attempted to co-opt a popular and radical anti-foreign movement for its own end, and the tactic had severely backfired. Rather than liberating China from foreigners, the Qing now found its empire on the verge of being partitioned among the imperial powers. The weakness of the dynasty was evident for all to see. Elites were not blind to the impotence of the dynasty or the imminent threat of foreign occupation. Reform became the watchword of intellectuals and bureaucrats alike during the 1890s. The Cantonese scholar Kang Youwei was at the forefront of this initiative, insisting that industrialization and westernization were both necessary to rejuvenate Chinese society and save it from colonial servitude. For inspiration, Kang turned to classical Chinese heritage, asserting that modernization was consistent with tradition. In 1897, Kang left little doubt as to his position when he published his book entitled Confucius the Reformer. It was clear he envisioned a program for China similar to that of Meiji Japan. Yet it was also a program inspired by an idealized Chinese past in which enlightened local elites were free to set government policy uninhibited by a foreign northern court. Self-government, whether applied to the provinces or the individual, was a central theme of Kang's thinking. He imagined a social revival led by autonomous provincial governors and an energized citizenry, and he was not afraid to provide a model for this type of active citizen either. During the Sino-Japanese War, he led students in anti-war demonstrations. Afterwards, he took a leading role in setting up study societies in Beijing and Shanghai to promote reform. China had a tradition of study societies dating back to the late Ming dynasty. Yet these societies were distinct in their attention to political concerns and Western ideas. 35 Chinese substance, Western function became a slogan touted in reform circles, suggesting that China need not abandon its cultural and historical identity in the pursuit of a modern state and society. 36 Kang and his followers did have a specific vision for an imperial China. Rather than a state predicated upon militarized ethnic rule, they imagined a decentralized empire of autonomous provinces governed by enlightened statesmen. As a classically trained scholar, Kang had a deep veneration for the Confucian tradition as well as an appreciation for China's natural inclination toward voluntary association. He, like his disciple Liang Kikao, came from the southern province of Guangdong where Han proto-nationalism was taking shape against the Manchu court. The reformist camp valorized local governance and individual engagement with the locality. These elements would revive Chinese society, and they could only come about with a return to pure Chinese Reed-Han tradition and the end of foreign dominance. The Chinese state is the result of the conglomeration of localities, Liang argued. He traced this concept back through Chinese classical literature, finding in the past the aspiration of local governance evident in forms of philanthropy, study societies, and mutual aid organizations. 37 In proposing a counter-vision of the Chinese imperial community, reformers offered a liberalized, provincially based imperial system that was ultimately nationalist in sentiment. Such a polity might assist in resolving yet another pressing issue for reformers, namely how to dissolve Manchu-Han differences, as the writer Zhang Yuanji phrased it. 38 In the final judgment, revitalizing civic life and effacing ethnic differences were believed necessary steps in uniting China against aggressive foreigners and restoring Chinese sovereignty. Kang and other reformers did not present themselves as intransigent opponents of the Qing, but rather as potential allies in rejuvenating the state. Confronted with a dire situation, the young Guangxu emperor was willing to oblige. In 1898, he invited Kang to the court and invested him with the authority to implement a reformist agenda. That summer, plans were drawn up to streamline the administration, reorganize ministries, revise the educational and judicial systems and encourage industrial activities. Given Kang's political views, it was not unthinkable that plans for a constitutional government and dispensing with the old banner system might follow. The optimism was short-lived, however. That September, the Empress Dowager Cixi, a powerful woman committed to the existing Manchu imperial system, brought the ambitious 100 Days reform to an abrupt end. In what amounted to a palace coup, Cixi placed her nephew the emperor under house arrest, purged the government and proceeded to hunt down advocates of reform. Kang Youwei and Liang Kekao saw which way the wind was blowing and fled to Japan. They had believed they could work with the government in modernizing the empire. After the 100 Days reform, however, this expectation was dashed. Manchu rule itself was now the problem. Without destruction there can be no construction, Liang railed from Yokohama. We must shatter at a blow the despotic and confused governmental system of some thousands of years. 39. For the most part, Chinese opposition leaders were welcomed by Japanese reformers and radicals. Groups harboring pan-Asian aspirations saw a benefit in cultivating ties with Chinese elites. Prominent Meiji political actors entertained hopes of organizing émigrés and creating a unified Chinese party that would look to Japan and promote Japanese interests on the mainland. In this atmosphere, Chinese exiles were permitted to run newspapers critical of the Qing and give public lectures. These activities attracted Chinese students currently studying in Japan, many of whom began mingling with Japanese anarchists and gravitating toward more radical platforms. In Tokyo, Chinese activists found new opportunities to organize and forge political networks. They also found themselves subject to new ideological influences. 40 Japanese journalists and book publishers provided access to translations of Western political works, and through them access to new concepts and ideas. Words such as Minzu, Minkan, and Gongegyo now made their way into the Chinese political vocabulary. The term revolution was no different. Although familiar to Chinese political thinkers, revolution traditionally connoted the end of a dynastic cycle and the founding of a new ruling family in Chinese political discourse. The Japanese press, on the contrary, regularly used the Western term revolution to imply violent social and political upheaval. Chinese radicals espoused this concept and adapted it to their own movements, abandoning former terms such as rebellion and popular protest to describe their actions. 41. New ideological concepts came to inform new political practices as well. Mimicking Russian populists and anarchists, Chinese students began forming secret societies. The militant Yang Yulin exemplified the radicalization of Chinese youth taking place at the dawn of the 20th century. While studying in Japan, Yang participated in anti-imperial Chinese movements and in 1903 assisted in setting up a joint Sino-Japanese volunteer corps to fight Russian encroachment in Manchuria. The organization was, however, a cover for establishing a Chinese Revolutionary Party. Yang also helped set up an expatriate Chinese press, editing the newspaper translations from students abroad which openly advocated for revolution against the Qing regime. 42 Militant student groups typically organized according to their home provinces, exhibiting an emergent provincial patriotism that was not entirely national in scope. 43 Yet this did not preclude aspirations of national association either. In his work New Hunan, written in 1903, Yang Yulin called upon his fellow Hunanese to give themselves over to the spirit of destruction as they built an anarchist-style movement that would draw in the Chinese peasant classes. 44 The following year, Yang helped found the Society for China's Revival to promote the creation of revolutionary cells in Hunan province. In its tactics and ideology, Yang's program was a variant of Russian populism, emphasizing violence at the local level for the purposes of inspiring a national revolt. These and other ideas were spread through newspapers and organizational links that spanned from Japan to Shanghai, a Chinese port city largely under European jurisdiction and relatively free of Qing oversight. Students returning from abroad also played a role in the dissemination of radical ideas, especially in areas around the lower Yangtze, Hunan, and Guangdong provinces of the south. The revolutionary cells and militant organizations established in China were small, often provincial in their scope and largely autonomous. Yet through these conduits, radicals were coming to outline a new vision of Chinese society with broader implications. They dispensed with the multi-ethnic Qing state altogether and placed their hopes in a republic that would empower the Chinese people and encourage national revival. In tandem with the rise of militant radicalism, anti-Manchu sentiments provided another factor of radical cohesion. As one newspaper remarked in 1903, "We will rid ourselves of this alien race of 5 million barbarians as easily as pulling up a rotten stump." 45 Manchu-Han relations had perennially been a problem for the Qing government. By the turn of the century, militants were mounting a nationalist, anti-imperialist movement that heightened awareness of Manchu domination and articulated it in racial terms. Western ideas of rights and liberty were applied within the context of Han emancipation. The young Sichuan's radical Zhou Rong, recently returned from Japan, spelled out his aversion to Han subjugation in his influential pamphlet The Revolutionary Army. He urged his fellow Han to overthrow and annihilate the Manchu race that enslaved them. "Take revolution as every man's duty," he commanded. "Consider it as necessary as your daily food." 46 The radical revolutionary Zhang Ji was no more sympathetic to the Qing. "Why do I find fault with the Manchu people?" he asked in 1903. "Because China belongs to the Chinese people." 47 Such injunctions fueled outright violence as well. In 1905, a member of the Conspiratorial Restoration Society detonated an explosive in Beijing intending to kill 5 official commissioners the government was sending abroad as part of an exploratory committee for constitutional reform. More alarming was the assassination carried out by Su Zilin the following year on the governor of Anhui. Radicalized in Japan before joining the Restoration Society, Su Zilin freely admitted his act had been motivated by hatred for the Manchu, alerting the imperial government to the dangers that anti-Manchu sentiment posed as it mixed with revolutionary programs. Expel the Manchus was becoming an expression of a radical revolutionary nationalism that threatened to undermine the very basis of the Qing state and the imperial community it presided over. 48. Despite their disorganized character, revolutionaries were coming to construct a radically different conception of Chinese sovereignty and community. The question was whether these various aspects and movements could be brought together to form a cohesive vanguard. The activist Sun Yat-sen believed they could and, moreover, that he was the individual to do it. Sun, like many of the leading Chinese reformers, came from Guangdong in the south. Often shunned by elites such as Kang Youwei due to his lack of a classical Chinese education, Sun turned to secret societies and forms of direct political engagement instead. At heart, he believed that rapid modernization was the only means of safeguarding Chinese sovereignty from Western imperialists. In working toward this end, Sun associated with the anti-dynastic and xenophobic secret societies across the South. he exhibited a talent for integrating these networks and bringing them under his leadership. 49 Qing authorities clamped down on Sun's activities following a series of abortive uprisings around Guangzhou. Like others, he fled into exile, moving through Hawaii, the United States, England, and Japan. Each place he landed, Sun expanded his political networks. He cultivated ties with foreign Chinese communities that provided access to funds. He made contacts with Europeans and established safe havens in Shanghai beyond the reach of Qing authority. Most important, he developed relations with militant student organizers in Japan. In 1905, with the aid of Japanese brokers, Sun met with young Chinese radicals in Tokyo and worked out an agreement that brought into existence a new revolutionary alliance, an organizational structure that promised to create a united revolutionary front with Sun at its head. The alliance possessed an internal hierarchy and structure, giving it the semblance of a political party. 50 In reality, however, it was a loose-knit organization beset by infighting, regional differences and vying personalities. As such, the alliance was prone to centrifugal and autonomist influences from the start. Sun attempted to obviate this fractiousness by drafting a founding declaration of principles, the People's Three Principles. It committed alliance members to the overthrow of the Manchu, the restoration of Chinese sovereignty and the creation of a republic, and the equalization of land. Yet, most important, it stressed the need for Chinese unity. If we do not earnestly espouse nationalism and weld together our 400 million people into a strong nation, Sun urged, there is a danger of China's being lost and our people being destroyed. 51 Although national unity was the message proffered by Sun, anti-Manchu sentiment proved to be the real ideological glue of the alliance and the leaders knew it. Under the Manchus, the Chinese were a nationless people. China is the China of the Chinese, stated the alliance's manifesto. Its government must return to the Chinese. 52 To this end, radicals invested their hopes in the idea of a republic that would remake social and political relations in the country. Republicanism is carried out for the benefit of the many, explained the revolutionary Chen Tianhua in 1905, juxtaposing it against the personalized rule of the Qing imperial dynasty. 53 Many of these revolutionary principles were not new, radicals argued. Drawing upon the discourse of earlier reformers like Kang and Liang, writers championed forms of self-government and collective liberty believed natural to China. Republican democracy would simply extend these ancient Chinese principles into the modern age, Sun Yat-sen contended. The appeal of this revolutionary nationalism was its syncretic mix of indigenous tradition and modernity. These came together in the vision of a reconstituted Chinese community liberated from foreign oppression, oppression being understood in the double context of Manchu imperialism and great power colonialism. The only problem was that the revolutionaries did not have a monopoly on anti-Manchu sentiment. It had been growing steadily over the course of the early 20th century, especially as the Manchu government enacted a series of new policies intended to strengthen the central imperial administration. In the wake of the Boxer Rebellion, the Qing became painfully aware of the need for change. The court rapidly began restructuring the governmental ministries. It also began asserting greater control over the empire's fiscal resources, including tax collection and certain profitable industries. To offset opposition to these measures, the government made vague promises of political reform. In 1908, it authorized the creation of elected provincial assemblies as a step toward constitutionalism. The assemblies were intended to garner the support of local elites and cultivate loyalties to the dynasty. Contrary to Qing expectations, however, they quickly became forums for the expression of political grievances and anti-dynastic sentiment. For many Han, centralization was equivalent to the concentration of Manchu power. The court's persistent foot-dragging when it came to delivering on its constitutional promises appeared to validate these suspicions and eroded faith in the imperial regime. 54 In the face of government restructuring, provincial complaints multiplied and generated calls for greater autonomy among local elites, demonstrating that the imperial vision put forward by Kang and the reformist camp had not died in 1898. 55 At the same time, popular movements grew up focused on overcoming China's reliance on foreign debts, recovering its sovereignty and reviving the people. Protesters staged boycotts against foreign goods. They organized against state efforts to appropriate provincial railroads and industries. These grievances and movements crystallized into a broad anti-dynastic opposition that some believed signaled a nationalist awakening in China. 56 Qing reforms proved insufficient, as the new Beijing Women's News warned in 1907. Alas! Only when the nation was entirely lost did they know to reform. It's too late. 57. Notwithstanding these many points of opposition, it was a spontaneous army rebellion in the district of Fujian that would provide the revolutionary spark in 1911. Contact between local revolutionary secret societies and soldiers stationed in Hubei province had created a radical wing within the Chinese military. In early October, military authorities uncovered the registry lists for these societies, thereby implicating all renegade soldiers in a conspiracy against the government. Faced with court-martial and certain execution, soldiers launched an uprising on the night of October 10, with little preparation. By the following morning, they had seized control of the Fujian barracks and were on their way to establishing a military government across Hubei. Local elites in the provincial assembly, hardly staunch Qing loyalists, lent their support to the uprising as imperial authority collapsed. With the movement gaining momentum, military commanders dispatched telegrams and propaganda to neighboring Hunan, Guangdong, and Sichuan provinces, urging them to join the revolt. As the revolutionary movement spread, declarations were made in the name of the military government of the Republic of China. 58. Although authorities in Fujian were claiming to be the center of a new revolutionary republic, the unfolding of the revolution hinted at a different phenomenon altogether. Provinces across the south were breaking with the dynastic state. By November, 14 provinces from the south and center had seceded, suggesting that 1911 was imagined by many as a center-less revolution that would liberate the provinces from Manchu rule. 59 Ethnic groups on the periphery of the empire were no less inclined to exploit the weakness of the government and make their own demands, often with the backing of foreign powers. That December, Mongolian separatists, provoked by Russia, announced independence, while Britain exerted pressure on the Chinese government to secure Tibetan autonomy. It was evident that the collapse of dynastic authority cast doubt on the viability of the entire multi-ethnic empire. Above all, the revolution exposed the difficulties associated with defining a unified Chinese state and polity and highlighted the ethnic fissures that had run through the heart of the old imperial system. 60. The Revolutionary Alliance assembled by Sun Yat-sen was slow to mobilize as the revolution broke. Sun himself had been fundraising in the United States when the Fujian mutiny occurred. Weeks later, members of the Revolutionary Alliance assembled in Shanghai, and there established a partnership with influential business elites that created a second revolutionary center. For Sun and his followers, the issue of authority was imperative. Provincial independence and regional rivalries threatened to undermine unity and invite foreign occupation. The challenge at hand was establishing a central government that could lead the revolutionary transition. Whether the Fujian leadership or Shanghai would head the government was a point of tension, but not one that was insurmountable. Crisis was averted that December when Sun Yat-sen was elected president of a provisional republican government with a significant majority. Taking office in Nanking, he served for a mere 45 days, conducting negotiations between the rebellious southern provinces and obtaining the formal abdication of the Manchu dynasty. His caretaker government was a republic in name only. Beneath the semblance of unity, regional power struggles and political disagreements sharply divided revolutionaries. 61 There existed little agreement on what type of government should replace the imperial system, whether it should be a federal republic of autonomous provinces or a centralized national republic with a strong executive. These and other issues were never fully resolved, leaving China in a precarious situation after the provisional government relinquished power later that year. With Sun retreating from the political scene, the General Yuan Shikai assumed the presidency. Yuan had been instrumental in managing the abdication of the imperial dynasty and was seen as a strong leader capable of holding the country together. Yet as a military man who had served the imperial government in the past, it was uncertain to what extent he would uphold republican institutions. Almost from the start, battles over executive and parliamentary authority split the government as Yuan moved to secure his own power. Fearful for the republic's future, Song Jiaran, one of the chief founders of the Revolutionary Alliance, worked to transform the alliance into an electoral force, rallying supporters to a new nationalist party. If the nationalists could secure a parliamentary majority, Song believed it was possible to check Yuan and safeguard the values of the revolution against reaction. The elections of 1913 marked an unprecedented moment in Chinese democracy. Some 100 parties participated with 40 million registered voters going to the polls. Guided by his hope of uniting Republicans and Democrats in a nationalist bloc, Song Jiaran mobilized his followers and led the Kuomintang to electoral victory. What should have been a moment of elation for Republicans soon turned to tragedy when Song was assassinated that March. Song's death marked the beginning of a clampdown on the revolution as Yuan Shikai rapidly worked to establish a dictatorship. Provincial governors with questionable loyalties were dismissed. Shows of political opposition were summarily crushed. Yuan himself continued to run the government without bothering to consult Parliament. 62. Revolutionaries were put on the defensive as reactionary forces seriously crippled the republic and set the stage for decades of warlordism and violent civil war across China. Rather than unifying the Chinese people, the revolution of 1911 revealed fundamental disagreements over sovereignty and what constituted the Chinese community. Yet the shortcomings of the nationalist revolution should not eclipse its legacy. The revolution did put an end to a dynastic system that had been in place for 2 millennia, and in doing so ushered in a new political life and culture. The coming generation of Chinese activists understood the necessity of deploying popular support and mobilizing large groups in their efforts to challenge the inequalities and hierarchies of Chinese society. 63 In 1919, the May 4th movement saw massive anti-imperial protests staged against the government calling for Chinese cultural and social reform. Post-war anti-colonial movements and the Russian Revolution also provided new sources of inspiration for Chinese radicals. For all their importance in nurturing Chinese radicalism, nationalist and anarchist revolutionary models began to seem outdated after the First World War. Socialism appeared to be the future. Radicals consequently looked to the Bolsheviks and explored Marxism, reformulating the modernizing, anti-imperial movement of the late Qing and revolutionary period. In 1921, former nationalist radicals Li Dazhao and Chen Duxiu assisted in founding the Chinese Communist Party, marking a new chapter in China's revolutionary tradition. We are about to make our own start, meaning to follow in the footsteps of others, Li Dazhao proclaimed. 64 China would join the World Revolution, party members insisted, but it would be Marxist-Leninism and the New World Revolution announced from Moscow that would provide the guiding light. Conclusion. In his essay on the history of civil society published in 1767, the Scottish philosopher Adam Ferguson wrote, "The modern description of India is a repetition of the ancient, and the present state of China is derived from a distant antiquity, to which there is no parallel in the history of mankind. The succession of monarchs has been unchanged, but no revolutions have affected the state." 65 At the start of the 20th century, Ferguson's static view of the East could only seem passé. In Asia as in Africa, tradition was being reinterpreted and antiquity replaced by modernizing initiatives led from both above and below. Radicals were reading Marx and anarchist theorists as they envisioned new social and political horizons for their respective communities. Nationalists challenged European colonial regimes and mobilized large crowds with demands for independence and sovereignty. Democrats and revolutionaries took inspiration from Japan, Moscow, and Paris, but in doing so they also translated Enlightenment and revolutionary ideas into their own cultural idioms, appropriating and adapting them as needed. In the years immediately following the First World War, Shared aspirations for self-determination and emancipation were channeled into anti-colonial nationalist and communist movements that would destabilize European empires right up until the era of decolonization. 66. It was difficult to deny that the ideologies and praxis of modern revolution had arrived in the non-Western world by the dawn of the 20th century. Yet it could not be said that these movements were imitations of Europe's own revolutionary heritage either. Radicals indigenized revolution and made it their own. In many instances, anti-colonial platforms pointed out the hypocrisies and inherent contradictions of Western Enlightenment political philosophy. Moreover, resistance to colonialism provided a common framework for imagining a distinctly different revolutionary tradition from that of Europe. Liberation was equated with the end of European hegemony. It entailed uniting the community in order to reclaim its sovereignty. Such aspirations fed into acts of radical community building that were both national and transnational in scope. Anti-colonial and revolutionary movements were dependent upon networks that cut across borders, if not continents. Transnational associations aided the spread of ideas and created common discourses and symbols vital to nurturing a revolutionary political culture. Through these ties, radicals were able to situate their activities within broader collective movements beyond their own communities, and in doing so increasingly articulated demands in universal terms that invested their speech and actions with a new authority. Resistance to colonialism and the pursuit of collective liberty drew parallels with another universalist cause at the start of the 19th century, the Haitian Revolution. Later activists, among them Clr. James and Frantz Fanon, would identify the black liberation struggles of the Atlantic as a foundational moment in the global struggle against colonial subjugation and racism, tracing a revolutionary tradition outside the familiar European narrative. In the coming years, an anti-colonial revolutionary tradition would slowly be mapped, extending from the battles for freedom in colonial Saint-Domingue to the age of post-colonial nation-building in the wake of the Second World War. 67 This tradition intersected with transnational and international liberation movements, encompassing programs as diverse as Pan-Africanism, revolutionary Third-Worldism and communist internationalism. 68 If the long 19th century was a century of revolution, it was also an age of multiple revolutionary traditions that ran parallel to or intertwined with one another at various moments. Disentering Europe and examining the global parameters that framed 19th century radicalism reveal the entangled histories that wove themselves through a tumultuous and transformative period. Tocqueville may have been correct when claiming we have all been educated by revolutions. From the boulevards of Paris to the streets of Cairo and study societies of Beijing, revolution entered into the domain of social and political life. It not only furnished the impetus for imagining new models of sovereign authority when existing ones proved unsustainable or undesirable, it also offered programmatic scripts for action that could mobilize support and drive movements. The revolutionist, as I understand the word, has a creed, a faith. Mazzini once wrote. 69 This faith was found in the potential of revolutionary action to regenerate the community and recast social relations. It promised unity and universal association over the fractious forces of inequality and privilege, signifying what Mazzini called the soul of all revolutions. 70 As economic transformation, imperialism, and the spread of new ideas produced dislocations on a global scale, the revolutionary creed of the 19th century became a persuasive means of enacting radical change and resolving social conflicts across societies. Taking account of the multiple traditions and discourses that drove revolutions, their shared features and distinctive qualities, their interconnections across time and spaces, ultimately, to see revolutionary community building for what it was, a product of and localized response to the global convulsions of the long 19th century.